Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do, floating on the ceiling where it feels so right, soaring through the clouds across the moonlit sky. All night we'll guide the way with all of our light. Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do. Shining like we do. Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do. Shining like we do.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of this week's LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas. This is What Did. I woke up downstairs because yesterday was such a long day, 6 arduous matches, and we're back here for our final day of LCK before I go to sleep for about 4 days until we come back.
Yeah, true. And also, today is also kind of interesting day.
It is definitely an interesting day.
Yeah, maybe yesterday was a high quality of LCK, and maybe
Yeah.
today is the not that great as yesterday, but still, it's really important for all the teams.
No,
that we are
exactly.
playing today.
Our first one going to be SB versus SP. One little curved thing under a letter away from one another, but standings show that Sandbox are looking a little bit better than Solo and Prince. Solo and Prince are looking for their 10th loss in a row.
Oh man.
They only won in the very first week up against Hanwha Life. Hanwha have since been able to get some revenge. And the weird thing is, right, like, the standings are so crazy at the bottom of the LCK. Our bottom teams are just really, really far down.
So if SP loses today,
Yep.
then I think they are gonna be 10th place.
They will, yes.
Yeah. It's crazy.
And if they win, they can potentially move up to 6th or
Wait,
something with a
what?
2-0. Isn't there like some insane swing that can potentially happen? I don't think they can go
yeah.
up to 6th, but I think they can, like, you know, definitely create some distance
Yeah.
between themselves. Sandbox can. They can definitely get further up in the standings here, and we'll be able to confirm all of this stuff as we're not going to talk about the new record in the LCK because that is only bad for Solo One Prince. The match to stop the losing streak. Sandbox definitely need to get back on the horse. I think we're going to need some more of that Yamato magic. I think his secret stuff is starting to wear off.
I mean, for sure, still possible playoffs to make it. And they have to clean out today to contest the last spot with Africa Freaks, you know?
Yeah. And Africa have looked either amazing or terrible,
Yeah.
depending on which matches you've been watching, right?
So that's why I'm saying it's still
Yeah.
possible
Yeah,
if they
yeah.
can win it out today.
And they're bringing a bit of a roster change. Flawless not coming in
Oh,
to Solo One Prince, and it's going to be Kuma back again. We did see Kuma, I think it was in the Kesper Cup, where we saw him playing. Also, I believe they promoted with Kuma on the roster.
1 month
before
of
Flawless
benching.
actually came in, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he played LCK and like he got benched for like 1 month and he's back now. So I
Yeah.
think they want to change something because it's summer and it's round 2. There is no time anymore. If you lose this regular season hard, then you have nothing to do for like 4 months, you know? So
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused as to why they're bringing Kuma in and not bringing Kaney in as well. Because Kaney is, I think, maybe going to be someone that could also help the team. Mickey has been just not finding himself so far this season. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether, you know, they do try and experiment with that mid lane role. But it feels like Solo and Prince are relying on Mickey for a lot of the macro play. And his poor laning phase just has to be accepted if he's going to help them play macro. But, I mean, that's also looked bad. So, you never know. Anyway, Sandbox sitting in 8th place at the moment. So, yes, a victory for them could get them towards 6th and 1 step away from a playoffs berth. Solo One Prince, absolutely no chance of making it to 6th place because they're in 9th with only 1 victory. And that was a pretty ridiculous thing of me to say by accident earlier on. But still, they do need to win here in order to stay out of 10th.
yeah, and I mean, from the stats, they're the worst. Yeah, there is nothing much that we can talk about it, but surprisingly, Sandbox has decent stats, you know, like the KDA is on third. That means
Yeah.
they're not dying that much, like the bottom tier teams, and like win rate with the first blood is also really high. So they know how to snowball, they know how to win. So this is one of the day they should like prove themselves that they deserve the playoffs, and going on to the last season, I guess,
Yeah,
before
yeah.
the franchise.
Exactly, and thankfully, Solo One Prince, even though they're in 9th or 10th place, depending on how this series goes, they're not going to be relegated. They may not make it into franchising. However, they're not going to get relegated. It's not going to be their fault. As we go over the rosters, no changes on the Sandbox side. Everyone retaining their position. Fate with a much easier matchup here today. Looking forward to seeing what he can bring, because a lot of people were very hyped on at least Fate's stats since, you know, coming back to the roster after it was Dove for a majority of the time through their very rough first start. But here we go, Kuma going to be making his way in to Solo One Prince, and we'll see whether he can be the catalyst to success here for this squad. Sometimes you just need to change one little thing, and it can get people back on track.
Yeah. So here we go, the key player. I think it's more for the Fate, not Mickey, because Fate was doing great.
Yeah, man.
And all the games that the Sandbox won is because of the Fate.
And he's also second on damage per minute, which is actually insane.
True.
His damage difference at 15 minutes is the highest in the league, and he's third on solo kills. Somehow Mickey's first.
So he's still rolling a dice.
I guess
Right?
so. He's trying to go for those kills. I mean, we haven't looked at his isolated deaths, thankfully, because that would make him look a bit silly, but 10 solo kills is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And he has been playing like things like, he played Zed that one time, might be able to bring it out here today. Zed did get rebuffed. Shadows moving that quickly is something that scares the heck out of me, because I do remember what Zed's used to do, solo queue, things like that.
But, you know, like the goal difference at 15 minutes is still minus for Mickey. So
Yeah.
he is able to get some kills by himself in lane, but he still don't know how to use that advantage to snowball the game, and it affects the other lanes as well, you know? So I think they can, I mean, they still have chance, right? They have the abilities, but they just need to organize a little bit for the
Yeah.
team, and I think, yeah. And for me, it should be the bot side who should get the spotlight for the Seohaewon. Is like, we remember how strong is Hybrid when he
Yeah, right.
is able to carry. Like we saw that already at the spring split. So I think they just need to have a strong laning phase against Sandbox, especially because Sandbox's weakness is still bot lane. They have really weak laning phase. So
Yeah.
I think if they can make it through, then they have really great chance today against Sandbox.
And Root is a very good late game hyper carry, but you're right. I think the laning phase not necessarily up to snuff, and Gorilla just likes to play Tahm Kench every single game. Beautiful floral shirt there for Yamato Cannon, and we'll see whether Yamato is going to be able to bring some of that magic here as we hop into the draft. We need no R5 Renekton's. That's what we're looking for, and thankfully for Yamato, he doesn't have the opportunity to do that because Sandbox is starting off on the blue side. See where the bans are going to go. Set taken away first is interesting, as there's the Senna ban away from Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really simple ban to take it when Hybrid is always like popping off on Abelius and nothing else, you know?
Yeah, true. Well, Twisted Fate, still available. I believe, I mean, this guy's name is Fate. His name is literally in the name of the champion. You should probably ban it.
That's true.
We have Dove, so you know you need to ban Azir. And then we have Fate, so you probably should ban Twisted Fate. And there it goes. Beautiful. So, having a look at what's left up, definitely 80 carries galore. Root could go towards something like a Callista to empower Gorilla.
Oh.
That is where Sandbox is looking.
Ogres.
They gave me the script this morning. I apologize. They left you in the dark there, we did, so you're going to have to be along for the ride.
Yeah. I mean,
Ezreal
when you
Vlad?
think about it, yeah, Ezreal is the simple answer. But I was expecting something new, like Kog'Maw or something from Seohaewon, because
I know, it'd be really cool, wouldn't it?
yeah, I mean choosing Ezreal is kind of, I mean choosing Ezreal into Kalista is kind of, I mean, it's still good, but you do not have early prior, right? So if you are like worse team compared to enemy team, then it can be really bad choice.
Oh god.
And still there is Zoe as well. So if they if Sandbox ends up with something like Zoe plus Lee Sin or something, then it can be really scary for SP already, because then you cannot use Olaf that much, and also Ezreal is gonna get pushed all time.
Ooh, okay, so that's Nautilus locked in. When you said Zoe Lee Sin, I just expected him to be locked in, right? Fade is a very good Zoe player.
Yeah.
And he may as well pick that one up, but not wanting to let Mickey... I mean, I guess picking it into Mickey is a little bit rough, because Mickey loves assassins, so you might be playing a little bit face up. Braum would be awful. I hate this.
Yeah, I mean,
Why
I
isn't it
think this
Bard?
is worst choice, because,
Oh,
I mean,
God.
okay, so you already mentioned Bard, right? And
Yeah.
there is also, I mean, it's still Ezreal Braum is fine pick. So you have so many picks that you can pick with Ezreal. So I don't see why they picked up Braum here instead of Zoe, because they can end up with really strong mid jungle
Oh, true, yeah.
into 4-5 banning phase as well. So they could make really strong mid jungle synergy here, but for some reason, I guess they have no street champion on support role.
I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe Secret didn't want to play Bard. I believe he's played Bard already this season. As Renekton going to be banned, so Sandbox is going to shoot themselves in the foot there a little bit, because it could have been an R5 Renekton for the loss. Not going to be happening this time around, as Sandbox are going to save Solo 1 Prince.
Yeah, I mean, one positive thing for Solo 1 is they really have a strong late game team fight count already, even though they have Olaf. Ezreal Braum is just really great
very
in
good
late
in
game.
late
So maybe they are looking for just lying on a bed right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe do that after the match, and especially not during the draft, as Camille's going to be banned. This is smart. We saw Camille be extraordinarily powerful yesterday. She is just very, very easy to even blind pick there towards the top side. Haven't seen too much take her out, as the Zoe ban that we were expecting is going to come in here from Sandbox. Just trying to pick off some easy picks here for Solo 1 Prince before Sandbox rounds out their roster. And Hybrid, we'll see what he picks for, whether it's going to be Mickey or Ixu.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there is going to be one more Ilaoi, but I guess he's done with it.
Yeah, okay, so the Na's going to come in.
It's one of the 50-50 pick on the top side.
Yeah.
And you just erase the lane, because it's really hard to lose the lane as a Gnar or Cannon, that kind of champion. So I think it's a really great choice for Solo 1.
And you can see Sandbox now thinking about their top lane.
I think it can be really great for Summit, because it can be
this can be a dominant
confident boosting today against Ixu. Obviously, Ixu is the worst top laner in LCK right now, but Summit is also struggling right now. So
he's been struggling all year, and he shouldn't be. He's so talented.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. So this game can be really great, confident boosting for him if he can manage to win lane.
Well, Mickey, I mean, this would be a time to pick Zed. No, it wouldn't.
No.
You have absolutely no magic damage on this comp.
Not good matchup against LeBlanc as well.
He could play Cassidy again
Not
if he'd
80
like
AP.
to.
No AP.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal does do a lot of magic damage. He can, as we know, he can build Leandris to do even more magic damage.
Not anymore.
But Galio would be a very tanky choice. They are lacking damage with the Galio picked up here. I mean, if you were watching yesterday, you'd be talking about Galio wondering why I'm saying lacking damage, because that's Chovy, and he did way too much damage on that Galio. But this looks to me like it is focusing way more on being beefy and brawly, and Hybrid is going to be relied upon to do almost like 50% of the damage for this team.
I have no idea how they're going to control the early game.
Yeah,
Especially when it comes to LeBlanc, and your jungler is playing Olaf, and Galio is going to get styling by LeBlanc as well in lane, right? I mean, you can get early prior for sure if you want to trade your HP, but slowly Olaf is going to get useless when it comes to mid prior because it's LeBlanc. And Jace is gonna push topside, right? And also both side is Kalista, as your matchup I mentioned already.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, on Fleek
Good
is going to
draft
have like...
by Yamato Cannon.
Yeah, exactly. And I messaged Yamato Cannon today. I said, I hope good drafts will rain from the heavens, much like the Yamato Cannons of old StarCraft. And look, it seems like it has. LS talks about themes and things like this. He doesn't like Lee Sin generally, but the comp out of Sandbox is geared entirely around the mid game. And everything comes online at around the same time. Like, you look at 2 items for Jace, LeBlanc, and the Kalista, and they're all going to be able to fight around, you know, potentially Dragon Souls if they're able to control the early game effectively. And I think it is a really, really good comp that suits Sandbox very well. Solly One Prince do have a lot of teamfight potential. They do have a lot of tankiness. They do have a new jungler. But I just don't think they have enough damage, and they definitely don't have priority around this map.
They have new jungler, but I think he can be mental booming after this game because...
Yeah, he's like, why did you bring me in if you're going to draft this crappy comp?
It's like our bot lane has Braum, and our top lane is losing.
Whoa, that's a
Eventually.
cool Nautilus skin. I haven't seen that one.
It's, I think it's Conqueror Nautilus.
Whoa, Gorilla's never used it. Because Gorilla is always the mechanical Nautilus, the one that came out on release.
True.
Every single time he uses that. Now he's branched away. We have a new Gorilla with us here. And it's all so that he can match the color scheme of Root's Kalista skin choice, the Blood Moon Kalista.
True.
I actually really like Blood Moon Kalista. I think it's really, really cool. When Kalista Cannon was a thing, you could go double Blood Moon. Skin synergy really is one of my favorite things.
And also, this can be really great.
Oh, on
By
Fleek's
Sarah
here. Oh no, Gorilla, what was that? Root is going to get taken down very, very low, going to flash. Not actually over the wall though, as there's the concussive blows. And Root's trying to jump away, but he's not going to be able to. Secret grabs that first blood. And that is just straight up a mistake from Gorilla.
Yeah, and also, that was really great choice by Sarah 1 because if they just went to lane and nothing happened at level 1, then every disaster situation could happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, because of this, they're gonna have bot Priya. They are trading side, and top side is just fine. You know, it's just not.
Yeah.
So that was really great level 1 strat by Serhon Prince.
Whoa. Well, Summit's got more buttons than Ixu has at the beginning of the game because he has the luxury of being Jace. Secret didn't go the Hail of Blades Braum that we saw yesterday. Loved it, to be perfectly honest. The idea of proccing the passive Ixu. He throws it backwards, maybe out of fear. Not wanting to push the lane though, by the looks.
Still pretty hard to dive though because of the wave.
He is level 1. He'll hit level 2 now though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard.
Yeah. You don't want to dive really with a Lee Sin and a Jace at this particular level, but Summit is weaving in this harass so beautifully. This lane's already really, really hard for Ixu as we have a look once again. And the dredge line not hitting was just so important. Oh, they thought that Hybrid was going to walk into the brush, but they probably should have understood that Fate showed himself. That's where they're going to be going, right?
Yeah, and also, it doesn't matter though. Like, if,
Yeah, maybe just back away, right?
I mean, even if Ezra got hooked, I don't think that was really like scary moment for them.
Yeah,
Because they already have Olaf and Ezra and Galio and Braum.
Dude, Braum is the best level 1 champion in the game, so
For sure.
I completely understand. Concussive Blow is just so powerful for locking down anyone that you find. And we're not used to talking about it because level 1s just don't really happen anymore. You know, we barely ever see them.
And because of the trinkets.
Yeah, right.
And they always uses it at the level 1 and change it to the lens
Yeah.
for more efficiency, you know.
Much like what Secret has done, Gorilla didn't have that luxury. As the skin synergy here on the bottom side of the map, we'll see whether it's enough to carry Sandbox through, but it's a rough start. But I mean, topside is just such a disaster for Solo One Prince that you can see that Sandbox is still behind by about 400 gold, 300 gold. But I think that the lead that Summit's got is just going to keep extending. Top priority is going to lead to Heralds. Heralds are going to lead to the top turret being destroyed, and
Or
top
bot
turret being destroyed. Well, yeah, or bot turret, depending on where they want to focus. But I have a feeling that it's going to be the focus onto Summit and making sure he's as powerful as possible. And Kuma, he's recognizing that as immediately spotted by the Scry's Bloom on fleek. Great positional play.
Wait.
As he's going to land the Q. Ixu cannot help whatsoever because he's at 100 health, and Kuma has to flash defensively.
I'm not sure what was that.
I mean,
purpose.
Offlane can like try and like flash Q to try and kill Ixu here. We've got to fight on the bottom side as well. That's a lot of value there from Gorilla, just pressing an E right there. But still, not going to be able to get any kills or anything like that. Sandbox look like they've demanded some control here towards the bottom side, purely based on the matchup.
Yeah, and also that was really silly mistake. I mean, rookie mistake by Kuma as well, because he got spotted. I mean, he
right?
know that Lee Sin is there.
He saw the little eyes over his head.
Yeah, and he lost Flash for no reason.
Dredge line. Secret not going to be holding this wave. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's pretty tough, as both top laners have gone back. That's 4 swords for Summit. So many swords. What is he, General Grievous? That's a Star Wars reference that I don't know whether... have you seen Star Wars Clone Wars?
No.
Don't. Just don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyways, it seems
Not
like...
the TV show is good.
Yeah.
The movie, don't watch that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it seems like Sandbox is still having a pretty easy game. Depends on their laning phase. Because even though bot lane got killed in that situation, still the matchup is going, you know? If they can stall out this rake, it could be really great.
And Onfleek is in position. They have a control ward. He misses the Q though.
Maybe because of the bot wave, it can be really hard.
Yep, Hybrid trying to rotate up. Gorilla can't get a ward in there, so Kuma is going to be able to lock down that first Infernal Drake. Second will be the Ocean. Wonder whether we could ask Nemesis what the soul is going to be for this game. Heard apparently came up with some way of figuring it out. Didn't actually have time to check the video, but would be interested, because that could be added to the script. Hybrid slowed down. Sandbox, yeah, they should be fine. And like you say, I mean, this bottom lane is just inherently going to be better. Like, Sandbox just have a better 2v2 down here in the earlier stages. And so that's why you see the gold is going to move back to even. But being able to get the Infernal Drake is really big for Solo on Prince.
True. They can delay the game 5 minutes more, so it's really great news for Azure Braum combo on the bot side. And it's slowly getting bigger, the difference between mid and top side. Because, yeah, I mean, just look at the CS difference right now. Mid lane, they're losing, and top side as well.
I mean, Fate is smashing Mickey right now, who's gone and grabbed himself an Ignite from his Unsealed Spellbook, seeing whether he can impact somewhere, but he's making his way back to lane while Fate just has it frozen on his side of the map. Kuma not going to be doing anything to this LeBlanc whatsoever. Ixu had a decent time just holding the wave underneath his turret, but now it is pushing back, and that's why Kuma has to pay some attention here as Stand Beside Me is going to be used. Secret gets out of the way. Hybrid taking some damage there though as Root showing some prowess laning on this Kalista.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they are gonna contest the Hattard SP, because they have no Priya and they're kind of forcing it with the tempo right now. But yeah, I guess this is the timing that they can actually contest the Hattard, because because slowly they're gonna lose the lane Priya and lose by the items, you know. But right now it's not that much of a difference in items, so I think they can actually contest. But we need to see how the fight goes.
Yeah. Power Shock Blast is going to miss. There's the hop, booped back though by the Jace. Q lands on Fleek, getting smacked around by Shelly as Mickey's going to move on over. There is a safeguard kickback
Gorilla is
onto
moving.
Mickey was real interesting as the flash forward does come through. Mickey lights on Fleek on fire, but he is going to be A-OK. Another Empowered Shock Blast, and this Jace just too strong at this stage of the game, to be honest. I don't think Solo on Prince can really fight right here as Gorilla, like you say, has already moved over. Secret finally gets here. And we've got Callista moving back up. A lot of damage. Depth charge comes out. It's going to be Gorilla grabbing the kill onto Kuma. The taunt goes off onto no one. And now Gorilla's looking for Ixu. Q's going to land. The flashback is... That's a very close range heroic entrance, but it does do its job. Secret not going to be so lucky, though, as Ixu is just going to have to run back, try and get into base, and Solo One Prince just lose.
Simply, Sandbox was just better team than SP, yeah? I mean,
That's
there
what
was a
it's
chance.
feeling like,
yeah, I
yeah.
mean, there was just, yeah, that kind of situation happened. But anyways, there was great attempt by Solo Prince as well, because I said already, there was not a huge difference between the items, so
Yeah.
potentially fight can be really possible for them, but support difference happened. Gorilla was moving already, and also Root joined the situation.
I really liked what Gorilla did there.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought the kick was very strange from OnFleek.
I mean, I think he just
off
used
and
it to
disengage,
dodge.
right?
Yeah. He just wanted to disengage and survive. But anyways, there was really great focus by Gorilla as well, so he could one-shot it, and really great flash as well. He's doing great.
Yeah, really, really clean. OnFleek getting out of the way here as well, is actually going to survive on a sliver of health on that Lee Sin.
But yeah, it comes from the bot lane matchup, right? You have bot prior, so you have better tempo than enemy support. So
Yeah.
you can always move first, even though like you cannot hit the turret, but you can help your top side. And plus, your top side is winning, so it's like cherry on the top.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, having mid and top priority when it comes to taking a Herald, it doesn't get much easier than that, right? Like, you're always going to be able to rotate first as the Jace. You're just going to be a better champion at this stage of the game.
Oh my god. Look at the CS difference on the top side.
I know, dude. And, like, look at the mid lane as well. I mean, we're like,
It's just
approximately
insane.
20 for both of them. 30, over 30 here for Summit. Top lane, and he's going to try and deny a bunch of CS here as well, as there's a fight breaking out
Root is here.
Chains are going to be connected. That is a dead Galio, as there's the Fate's call. Secret going to get knocked up. Kuma going to run out of Ragnarok as Fate moves in. Does get the chains down. Meanwhile, below in the river, there's a flash out from Secret, but Hybrid is going to get caught. Fate flashing forward, and Root's going to find a double kill with the flash. Kuma now going to have all these sticks ripped out of him. It's a triple after all the Ren set. 6-1 in kills. Sandbox off to a fantastic start after an awful first blood.
Yeah. Again, both prior, both pressure, and they can always move first. They were not ready for the fight, SP. And also, when they lost Ola at first place, I mean, I don't see the reason why they choose to fight and continue on the bot side.
Yeah.
Because there was no reason.
Well, now we've got Cloud Soul coming up for either team. Over 3,000 gold is the lead as we have a look at how this fight all started.
Yeah.
It was actually Fate getting pretty caught out, to be honest, but the follow-up from the rest of the team was just too good.
I guess it was Galio, yeah. Galio got cut out, right? So you have no reason to fight it because you're losing in a man advantage already, right? But Secret and Hybrid, they decide to continue the fight, and they all die.
Look at the aggression here from Root.
Yeah, and the game is over.
Yeah,
because
right.
of this one small skirmishing.
Damn, Root played that flawlessly. Just amazing stuff. If you count the fact that he had to flash into the brush to get vision of the Ezreal for that last auto attack. Whew, really clean. Then he gets all of the gold from the plates. And he's got Blade of the Ruined King now.
Yeah.
There is only an Iceborne Gauntlet. Hybrid does no damage right now, like 0.
For sure. And this game proves that Sandbox can still run for the playoff spot.
Yeah.
I feel like, because it seems like just top tier team versus bottom tier team.
And they did show us that when up against the, you know, the eastern side of the bracket, as the Korean broadcast likes to call it, they do look good. It's much like Afrika, you know? Afrika looks pretty awful when it comes to the top 4.
Yeah.
But outside of that,
Western.
they look like god-tier teams. Make Solo One Prince lose in 16.5 minutes, right? But this is Sandbox doing a very similar thing. It says a lot about Solo One Prince, but we don't really want to be talking about that. We want to be talking about Sandbox looking better.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like Sandbox is doing basics and nothing special, you know?
But you need to be good at that to win games in the
that's what I
LCK.
So you're just doing basics and SP is not even doing the basics, right?
Yeah.
So the game looks like just, yeah, one is good and one is inting.
Yeah. Well, 34 CS advantage here for Summit. Top side. I mean, plate's only 6, so not massive. There's Fate looking to get out of the way of Mickey, but not going to be able to. Decent Justice Punch. As Mickey now finds himself too far up the lane with no flash, and he's going to get kicked back. Queued, but the Q is actually connected, and in goes on Fleek. Chains are going to connect, and that is a very dead Gargoyle. And now Ixu. There's Summit here as well, and better top laner is going to be the Jace in this instance. Ixu's going to have to run out of the way as Root coming through for a support gank. Can't see Gorilla right now. Is actually alongside the Kalista, as you can see, but this outer turret in the mid lane is going to be taken down. 6,000 gold lead. He's approximately there for Sandbox, and now Ixu looking to gank this big chicken. He's not going to be able to get there. Back coming through from Summit, and Ixu had vision on him. Knocked into the wall though. Summit trying to run away, but transforming into Hammer Form gives him the movement speed, and he is going to be able to survive this one. Good wallop onto the LeBlanc, as there's the Q damage onto Ixu. He will be taken down, but the heroic entrance comes in. OnFleek finds himself on the wrong side of the rift, and he will, oh no, safeguards to get himself out of the way. But I don't think Blastcone's going to do it here. Yeah, he's out of movement. Tries to get to the Krugs as Mickey is going to be taken. OnFleek still on his own wild ride here, trying to avoid an undertow, and he walks right into it. Calls the juke there, and Kuma is going to be able to grab the second kill here for Solo One Prince.
Yeah, a little bit of trade of kills, but yeah, still the game is really easy for Sandbox because they're just moving all together. I think it's not one specific player is playing good. They're just moving as 5, play as a team,
Yeah.
and it looks really great. And you know what is the difference between a Western team versus Eastern team?
What's that?
I think Sandbox literally played the same way when they played against Damo Gaming. Like Gorilla was using their bot lane priority, but like the way how you deal with the losing lane was just so much better from the Damo Gaming, you know? And
Yeah, right.
I don't think SP knows the way how to do it when they're having losing lanes, you know. So their bot lane is always moving first, and look at the minimaps. Like, still, their top side is winning, but still their bot lane is moving towards mid lane to make it sure.
Meanwhile, in live, we can see a team fight has broken out. Gorilla has to flash to get himself out of the way. Concussive blows not going to connect with the Nautilus, and that Glacial Fissure left a little to be desired. Q going to miss from OnFleek as Fate's finally going to rotate on forward. And Summit's going to wait for another acceleration gate and try and chunk them down. Fate managed to get that somehow. Have absolutely no idea how. OnFleek might need that safeguard back as Fate dives into the backline. Good poke damage onto Hybrid, as this Cloud Drake should belong to Sandbox. No way that Solo One Prince is going to be able to get in here as Summit. He just wants to fight Ixu. He wants to fight anyone, to be honest.
Yeah.
Gets that hammer out to the skies, will find himself into the correct form. Doesn't want to flash to try and kill the Gnar. As Fate, oh, he's hunting through the enemy jungle here. This game is just brilliant for a LeBlanc, by the way.
Yeah.
Having this amount of priority and this amount of map control, I mean, you can just distort everywhere.
And they do not have target CC as well.
Yeah, true.
And Summit is just enjoying his moment, you know? It's a redemption game for him.
Yeah, finally, man. And he's such a, he's a passionate player, Summit. Like, he needs to have games like this to get himself back on track, is how I feel. And, you know, when you get momentum players, like, there have been so many very famous momentum players. I think Huni is a perfect example. When Huni's on, he is amazing. The Shy is another example.
True.
Like, when the Shy's playing well, he's the best top laner in the universe, and you can never beat him. When he's not, when he's tilted, it looks like MSC, where he's just inting on top Lucian. And Summit has literally done the inting on top Lucian thing during the regular season, last split.
Yeah, I guess it's just a top laner thing.
It's a top laner thing, it is. I think it's an isolated lane, so I think there's a bit of ego that goes into it more than other lanes.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Doran. He played so great last game, but before that, he was like inting some games actually.
Oh, yeah,
you know?
yeah. I mean, Doran's like, yeah, he's definitely
he's
a
a
coin flip.
beast
He's like
right
the Mickey of top lane. You know,
Yeah.
just flipping coins wherever he can. But played well yesterday as Fate's going to dive on in. Good unbreakable there from Secret to try and mitigate some damage. But like you say, there's not a lot of target CC, but Gorilla going to have to go golden underneath this turret. Heroic entrance will be able to lock down the Nautilus. Is Root doesn't have 2 Fates calls, and now they're going to try and dive on in again. Root still just hopping mad in this fight. Doesn't quite have his Runons complete. As Secret's going to go golden, and now Mickey just waiting for another line of skills, and they will be able to take the Kalista out of the fight. This might be an overextension now, as Summit's going to try and come in and say no. Distort comes down, it's a decent taunt, but Mickey is going to die, and in goes on Fleek to guarantee that kill. Ixu flashing on out, but Summit flashes over as well. Q connects, that's a double for Lee Sin. And look, it started off well for Solo One Prince, but they're just too far behind.
I think this is the greatest LeBlanc with 1 kill.
I know, right? He's 100% kill contribution.
Yeah.
Man. He's just slipping through, in and out of all of these team fights.
Yeah. And I already mentioned it before in the ban picks that do they have chance with this draft, you know? Because there is no tools to play against LeBlanc. You have no CC, you have no laning phase tool, or do you have late game? Yes, you have, but
I mean,
look at
only
your
a little
Ezreal.
bit,
It's
yeah.
already 20 minutes and you don't even have Ramana. And he's losing item against Kalista. So it's like disaster.
And he might have like an extra component item, right? But the 2-item spike from Kalista is just too strong. He didn't have it in this team fight, which is why the Kalista wasn't able to get those Ren sets. Like, look at Solo One Prince. They are stacked up as 4 people that are really low health. I mean, Root, if he did have his Runons here, like, that is so much more damage.
Yeah.
But thankfully for Solo One Prince, he didn't, and therefore they were able to grab that kill. He does have it now, so that team fight would look very different.
Yeah.
But look, like, as soon as Fate comes in, like, he gets taunted, walloped, doesn't matter, distortion exists.
Maybe
And-
some people can say Siren Prince just inted, but I think there was a no choice. If
No, they
just-
have to try and make a
Yeah.
play right here.
I mean, if they just backed out, then yeah, nothing can happen. But that's not a situation that they are looking for right now. You know, they just need to trade some kills because they're just way too behind compared to Sandbox. And look at the gold difference.
Over 8,000. Cloud Drake going to be up in a minute's time. Baron being considered now by Sandbox. Solo One Prince trying to fight back for some vision as Secret will find Summit and finds an empowered shock blast to his face.
Yeah, I mean, unless Sandbox tries the Nashor right now.
Oh god.
Oh wait.
Those gold differences, dude. Hey! Oh man.
3.4k on the top side, yeah?
Yeah, that's almost double what Ixu had. Ixu has a Black Cleaver, and there is Ghostblade Black Cleaver Serrated Dirk completed for Summit.
Yeah. And also my question is, why do you play with Mickey when you just want to let him play Galio? You know?
Well, I mean, we saw what Galio could do.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think it's Galio thing. I think it's just Chovy, being Chovy.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Having a look at that damage, just obscene. Summit, of course, has done a lot. He's been whacking on a Gnar all day, but Fate, he's been darting in and out of these fights. He's now got himself a really cool wizard hat, and he's got a cane, he's got his fancy shoes, and he's ready to wreak some havoc. 1-0, 12, 100% kill contribution. Do you want to give him the pog now, or should we do it later?
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, there we go. That's my boy.
But anyways, like...
I'll place that one up here. And then he ints into a team fight, and like it's
I mean,
one
that
with a
can-
pentakill from Summit or something.
Yeah, I mean, Deathcare for the second item as LeBlanc. How good it is.
I know, it's beautiful. And actually, if you can accelerate to an item like this at this timing, my god, there is just no way to capitalize on a good early game.
But at least Ezreal got 2 items with Muramana on.
Hey,
So
there we go.
maybe there's a 1% chance of winning
Well,
for
and-
Siren Prince. If they just run into Braum and they got 5-man ulted and like 5-man ulted by Ezreal as well, and like just
that's true. They need
shooting all the skill shots of
5-man Gnar
Gnar
ulted, like you were talking about.
Yes, and
then
5 axes as well.
5 axes, 1 axe over 5 people.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he just need to flash in and pick it up and
Yep.
5 axes again.
Yep. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, flash, pick it up over again while Secret's ulting.
Yeah, so basically they have to make a miracle situation right
Yeah.
now.
Ixu can also land a 5-man wallop after he's put everyone on the wall. And while they're getting knocked up by Mickey. I mean, there's a chance that they could be CC'd for about 4 seconds, 5 seconds, you know, like...
Yeah, I mean, seriously, we are not joking.
No, that could happen.
Yeah, that could happen because that is the power of Azure and Braum.
Yeah. But what they need to do is make sure that they lock Fate down for that entire time and kill him.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he just distorts back again.
And also, this kind of situation is the worst that Sandbox, I mean, Sarhamon has to face right now. Because they have no vision, and they have no face checker.
Yeah. Well, Secret's going to try. He does at least have the Unbreakable. But now that's on cooldown.
It's breakable. Is it
wow. Yeah, Fate is... yeah, oh, no. Stand beside me. Going to be good. Kuma moves on over at exactly the right time. Mickey's top lane. He's got heroic entrance, though, so he can get in amongst this fight. Armed with an Ignite as well. As now, Sandbox is going to move back to the Baron. And try and take this one down. Secret had to go for a reset, so 4 versus 5 theoretically. Unless you count Baron as a member of Solo One Prince. It is doing a bit of damage here to Sandbox as Summit is relatively low, but will still have poke options. Now, Hybrid is going to be able to dive in. Fate is going to chunk him as, oh no, interrupted onto Mickey. He has to go golden. Hybrid out of the fight. The Q's going to land. The flash in from on fleek. And even able to follow with the safeguard. And it doesn't matter if he dies. He's done his job. As now Sandbox are on the attack. Root just going to bounce forward. He'll take down the Olaf as Secret at least has an Unbreakable there, but he doesn't have it for the turret. This turret is going to be taken. Another minion wave comes in. Fate flashes after the Braum. No dredge line, but they're not going to have an inhibitor, and they may not have Nexus turrets at this point either.
Yeah, they are looking for the end at this point, and nothing can stop them.
Do we want to give it to OnFleek now for that like really sick pickoff? As that's a nah. Gorilla going to have to flash out of the way of it, and dredge line is going to destroy. That is a brilliant rend. That's going to get the double instantly. These Nexus turrets also going to go down as Hybrid. Yep, can he get in? No, he can't.
3 items.
Nexus looking for it. Yeah, I mean, Death Dance is done. We've done it, boys. Nexus is dead. Congratulations to Sandbox.
Clean game.
Yeah, it was really, really clean. Fundamentals were on point. Laning phase was brilliant. It was great to see Vintage Summit up on the top side. And feels like all of the hype is real for Fate. That LeBlanc performance was just immaculate.
Yeah, and also, I'm not sure if I have to say that was great draft by Sandbox or just worse from the Sarhamon, you know?
I mean, I think if you look at it just from the side of Sandbox, I think what they put together was perfect for what they wanted to go for, right?
Yeah.
Like early mid-game dominance, and they executed on it really well.
Yeah, I mean, Azure Braum plus Olaf, yes, they did something at level 1, and that was the only thing that they could do in the game 1.
And the problem was that like Summit was way too strong in that matchup. The Nah blind pick just really showing that Ixu's confidence really isn't there.
I mean, I guess Azure Braum plus Olaf was fine to trade side to have better kind of situation on the bot side. But what was that Galio pick though? I mean, I understand you need Gnar or Cannon on the top side because of Ixu's performance. But what was the Galio? What was the reason to pick Galio there, you know?
Well, obviously not to do damage.
Yeah, I mean, and also it was big pick as well.
Yeah, like that was their counter pick. That was their trap card.
Maybe Lissandra could be better at this point, you know?
I mean,
like,
he's against the LeBlanc. There are plenty of assassins that actually do relatively well into LeBlanc as well.
Yeah,
and he
so
could have picked a few things.
I think it's from the draft also and in-game play as well.
Certainly did not look like the performance that we wanted out of Solo One Prince, but it did look like the performance we expected out of Solo One Prince. Unfortunately, they just haven't looked very good. Even Humble Life having some better matches up against T1, able to pick up a match there, so probably not deserving of 10th place, and Solo One Prince are looking to try and take over that position. Let's find out whether they can fight back against Sandbox after a short break, or whether Sandbox are going to break that losing streak with a 2-0. Make sure you guys stick around. More LCK action coming up.
일단
끝낼 거야?
할만한가?
다음 날
할만하고.
오기는 해 이거.
일단 갈리오 노플이긴 하거든.
야 르블랑 테니스면 대포에 타고 할래? 가자.
자 이거
갈리오
솔직히
노플, 갈리오
솔직히
노플.
애매해 보이지 않냐? 될 것 같아.
아 애매하긴 할 것 같아.
되지 않아?
나르공 있어?
해봐요. 나르공 있을 건데? 오케이.
야 이거
나는 피 다쳤다.
볼게. 야 근데 LPL이었으면 이거
일단 이즈 노플이긴 해.
나르공 그냥 피해버렸는데?
야 넥서스 타야 되긴 해. 이즈 노플.
넥서스. 나 죽일란다 이 사람들.
이거. 오케이.
노스킨 뭔가요 이거?
페이커 코스프레요.
네, 노스킨 야쏘로 제 야쏘 이기려다니.
진짜 생각보다 잘해서 깜짝 놀랄 텐데. 컷 케이틀린.
나 저한테 케이틀린으로 이길 자신 있어요?
나 시즌 3의 모스 케이틀린이었어. 근본이 달라 근본이. 아 죄송. 이걸 맞아.
좀 아쉽네요. 잘 가요 형.
에이. 연두는 그냥 2대 컷인데 재원이 역시 힘들구만.
느낌이 있지. 느낌이 다르지. 솔라이너의 느낌 형.
솔라이어 느낌 다르네.
이 백정과 비교하면 안 돼요. 백정이랑 한 빼줘. 백정 들어와. 야쏘 들어와. 형. 아 연두 이게 뭐야? 컷.
간이 안 돼 있는 삼계탕 먹는 기분이야.
진짜 규석이 형
야쏘가 어렵네.
어디 가서 다이나믹스라고 얘기하고 다니지 마.
카스 들어와 카서스. 아니 뭐 1렙부터 유치아 키고. 어우 잠깐만. 이거 연두 아닌데? 아 연두 맞다. 나 연두 아니다.
설마 재원이 형 설마.
연두가 반칙 썼어. 자 방금 정수 감독님한테 그거 들었어요.
뭐 했어? 소문 들었어?
야 꺼져. 야 꺼져.
나도 오랜만에 당하고 싶다.
나 개부럽다.
야 쟤네 별거 없어. 야 너네가 더 잘해.
편하게 쫄은 건 쟤들이야. 우리 상대로 계속 말리는 것 같대.
Let's get it.
규린 전령 찾기 잘하고 화이팅.
이거
한 명은 나랑 용차죠. 아칼리 아래.
아칼리 뭐 이거?
텍스 반피.
여기 와드.
나 위쪽 견제할게. 용 버스하자. 용 버스하자.
나 이거
얘네 쳤어. 이거 스틸 먼저.
먹었어 일단. 용 먹었어.
텍스. 나복 10초.
아칼리부터.
맞아 나서.
정면 와줘. 나 이거 정면 안 와줘?
빼자.
하나 죽었구나. 어쩌다 죽었대?
야 억대기만 밀고 용하자.
빼야 돼.
다 뺄 생각이라 이거.
쏘리.
뺏겼고.
세웠어.
아 쏘리.
이거 뺄 생각인데?
펜타.
뺄
펜타 열심히 해줘. 아니 형 끝날 때 쳐.
끝날 것 같아.
나욕 먹을 때 만약에 빨리 판단을 줄 건 빨리 줘. 그냥 깔끔하게. 깔끔하게 2, 3세트 이기고 가자.
가보자.
집 갔다 먹었다 이거.
삼삼을 먹을 생각이야 그냥.
삼삼 먹을만해.
잘 봐야 된다.
올라가 봐야다.
나이스.
카멜이 없어.
맞아 봐.
카멜이 없어. 카멜로 갈게.
나 죽었고.
오케이. 카멜 봐줘.
이게 카멜 내가 이겨.
카멜 나이스. 야 노플.
나 내려갈게 다시.
프리스 봐. 맞다. 나이스.
가비.
잡을 생각해. 잘 걸었다.
리신 노거.
버려.
이지한테만 캐리 주지 말래? 사람.
상당히 이제 줘 이거 레드야. 나이스. 이제 잘 큰다 우리.
괜찮아 이거 앞라인 봐 그냥.
앞라인 본다. 앞에 이거 달리고 있을 것 같아.
얘들아 바로 있거든. 천천히 먹여야 돼.
천천히 앞에부터.
나 프리다. 봐줄게.
아래 맞아.
니코.
칼리 맞아.
펠 찍었다. 카멜.
니코.
니코 펄.
카멜부터 마무리돼.
카멜부터.
가지.
위에 봐줘.
야 아래 앉아.
얘 몰래야.
야 위에 앉아. 아래 앉아. 이거 아래 빼야 되겠다.
나 이제.
야 이제 높여. 이제 앞에 줘.
맞다. 라인.
나이스.
야 괜찮게.
넥서스 시작.
제발 내가 다행이다. 아, 나이스.
Gonna be stunned up. Flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well.
The crowd erupts.
Welcome back everybody to the final day of the week. And today's analyst desk will be joined by Sungyeon Lee, Victory, and Lyra. And this is Season with the translation. Today is a war of the East teams, and game number 1, Sandbox was able to walk away with a win. Because both teams were having a long losing streak, they needed to bring in something new. Sandbox, this time around, they were focusing on the priority in the early phase and the laning phase. They also had a very confident pick, Kalista, onto the bottom lane, so all 3 lanes had priority and they were able to exert the pressure. On the other side, Seorea and Prince didn't really tend to go head-to-head for this fight. Seorea and Prince, maybe they were aware of the fact that they were behind in terms of the laning phase ability, so they wanted to go 50-50 with the picks like Olaf and Gnar. And they had the late game insurance, Ezreal, and looking for a power spike with the 3 item, but they weren't able to reach that point early enough. Seorea and Prince were having a really huge irony, hitting them hard. Well, they were trying to go 50-50, but if they went in for a little bit more aggressive plays, they were able to snowball even harder and outscale Sandbox. However, they did not really commit to pull off those play. So their concept of the draft and their in-game playstyle didn't really match well. We have our first highlight around the Herald. This was a game turning point for both teams. Mickey went for a flash auto, so that was also a huge mistake. And then watch how Sandbox juggling the aggro on the side of Seorea and Prince. Nautilus engaged onto Seorea and Prince and then flashes out, and next Lee goes in and forced the ultimate out of Galio. Seorea and Prince, they weren't able to focus on one target, and Nautilus also was able to hit level 6 as they were able to clear out the wave on the mid lane. If they were to utilize their strengths of their draft, they had to just walk away from that fight and buy more time for Ezreal, but because they answered to Sandbox, well, they had a huge L in that skirmish. Well, Sandbox indeed made some mistakes in that fight as well, but that was not as critical as the one coming out from Sorean Prince. And we had another huge mistake coming out from Sorean Prince. This was nothing but a misplay because Galio does not have enough damage to finish all Lee Sin. And Jace also had the TP advantage because his TP comes up faster. Gorilla and Roots, they always are one step earlier than Ezreal and Braum because they had the lane priority. So we kept seeing 4v3, 4v2 fights favoring Sandbox Gaming. That was a very disjointed performance coming out from Sorean Prince because they were aiming for the late game power spike, but still they were committing in for early and mid game fights for no reason, so they couldn't accomplish anything. Now it's time to check out the player of the game, the Pog of this game. We had a player with outstanding stats, Fate on the Blanc. 100% kill participation on this LeBlanc pick. LeBlanc could be a very risky choice over here, but other laners and jungle players, Nautilus was also supporting him on the mid lane. And thanks to all the supports and care from his teammates, he was able to dance around during the team fights. Looking at the comp in the vacuum, well, it was also really hard for Fate to juggle all the aggro's and do a lot of work in team fights, but he was able to hyper carry all the fights. With this win, Sandbox is in the lead, so it's time to check out whether Sandbox can close out the series and end their losing streak.
Thank you very much, Jisun, for the Analyst Desk translation, and Fate with a well-deserved player of the game. Hilarious that we had one vote for Root and one vote for OnFleek. Yeah. I think that one was probably one of the easier unanimous votes for Fate. However, not to be the case here today. And thankfully for Fate, it doesn't actually make a difference. If you get the 100 points, you get the 100 points.
I was expecting 12 out of 12.
Yeah, me too.
Or maybe some votes towards Gorilla, you know?
Yeah, right.
Because he roamed a lot for the mid and for the Herald situation, but
there was so many like super high value Nautilus moments where he'd like stun 3 people with his passive and get like multi-man knockups. So I completely agree with you. And let's see whether Gorilla is going to be as impactful as Sandbox move over to the red side, because I'm not looking at Gorilla for this particular match. I'm looking for exactly this moment here in the draft phase. I want to see what Sandbox have prepared for us as far as counterpick, because that's where so many of our LCK teams have let us down.
Yeah, I agree. Lost Draft was just completely
dominated, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. I was gonna say really bad word.
Well, you know, it's if one team drafts terribly, the other team may have drafted well, so we can just focus on that instead.
I should do that, yeah. Sandbox did really great job of that.
Yeah, there we go. That's KR broadcast style. Let's go. Let's go. So the one Prince going to ban away the Kalista this time, not wanting to see Root on that one. And Sandbox, they do have to do a bit of the necessary bans, the Karma and Twisted Fate. Exactly.
I'm wondering if they're
talking about.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're gonna do the same draft as a game 1, Sorean Prince. I mean, I agree that the Ezreal Braum Olaf was not the problem because, yeah, I mean, they used the tool and it was still kind of synergizing each other's pretty well from the level 1 as well, you know? So
yeah.
I think if they can fix what a mid pick.
This Aphelios is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because, oh wow. Okay,
it's Volibear or Ezreal. It's
I mean,
that
Ezreal,
simple.
Ezreal is so obvious here because like there is just no other top tier AD carry. that
But
can
there is
pick.
also Volibear, who is just
Yeah, he's
first,
strong at the
in the
moment.
jungle. But 4 AD carries are gone, so they're just like considering it. But I guess still, Volibear is really strong in jungle side.
I'm expecting set Ezreal here for Sandbox.
Yeah, it's really easy.
It's not going to be one that should require too much debate. We'll see where Sandbox do decide to go. Camille available as well, and I think that she's first roundable. Good God, this isn't. This is not, no. Oh God, it's just worse Volibear. Okay, Olaf going to be the pickup. Ezreal is pretty obvious, and Ezreal Olaf lost last game, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, I hate seeing Olaf this early in the draft. I don't know.
But I think it's still fine, and the idea behind of Olaf being kind of a counter pick, I guess you're just picking it against Volibear is, I think if you have better mid matchup or the champion that who is synergizing really well with Olaf, then you can still win it against Volibear, you know? And yeah, it's all about mid lane pick. And I want to see Fate's strong Zoe pick on the third, not like Braum
Yeah.
in the last game.
Well, Kai'Sa going to
Kai'Sa
be
plus
locked
set?
in here. No, Mickey for Kuma. No.
Yeah, Kai'Sa plus set
Yeah, I was going to say.
should be the pick.
And Kai'Sa set was a favorite bottom lane.
Yep.
This is giving away flex. You would never want to do this. 5 seconds to go. They can.
Are they actually doing it?
Oh my God.
What the heck?
I don't know, man. Sometimes you int one draft and then what you do afterwards is int another draft. Maybe that's going to be the option. So what Prince are going for, or maybe they're going for support in Italy. I don't know. Cannon being considered. Just to try and get that one into the hands of Summit.
I'm just shocked right now.
Yeah, me too. This will be good for lane priority,
man.
especially if they ban away from some top laners. This is Cannon picked up, assuming that Volibear is heading into the top lane now.
I mean, it can be on-hit cannon as well. And it's one of the good tools to play against the top side Volibear.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Sir and Prince, they lost all of the advantage from the flex pick. And also, I don't think Nidalee plus Kai'Sa is a thing, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Nidalee's not going to offer any CC, so you can't set up for Kai'Sa or anything like that. That's
And Seth is banned,
yeah, and now Set's banned, of course.
obviously.
But I mean, Kai'Sa and Set is a great bottom lane.
So are
Saw
you
this
gonna
over and over again?
Yeah, so are
From
you
your
gonna
former team? Oh my goodness.
So are you gonna end up with another Galio in the mid? And you end up with Nidalee, Galio, Kai'Sa? Are you happy with it?
No,
That is my
not happy with it at all.
2 AP on the mid jungle.
Well, Brad's going to be
Synergizing.
banned. It's a good ban. I actually would have liked Brad as the third pick here for Sandbox.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't think... yeah, it can be easy Nautilus here as well.
Yeah, they could go for that. I'd really like an enchanted support of some kind, like a range support so that Sandbox have priority bot side.
And also giving away... Oh,
Alright,
okay,
Leona's
so, yeah.
okay. A bit more aggressive.
Because I don't think Sarion Prince has a lot of cards on the support role. It should be Nautilus, and that's why I think Gorilla picked up Leona.
Yep. I don't mind it. See whether they pick up that one for themselves here.
Counter pick himself. Picking Nautilus into Leona.
Alistair, alright.
Alright.
Alistair Kai'Sa was certainly a favorite pickup about a year ago.
But it's really, I mean, it's illegal to pick Alyssa into Ezreal, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean,
it makes your life very, very hard. And there's LeBlanc for Mickey. So we do have the top lane Volibear. That is guaranteed. It's Fate thinking about taking Silas into it. He's just going to lock that one away.
I want to build up Mercs already.
Yeah, you
When
need
I-
as many of those as possible.
If I'm on the Sandbox side, you know. I'm going to build up Mercs for the first item, and I will be unkillable.
They do have so much magic damage. Even Volibear does a lot of mixed damage.
Yeah, anyways, it seems like Siren Prince didn't care about the team comp at all. I mean, maybe a little bit on the bot side, but it seems like they are just they picked up the champions that they are good on, comfort picks, you know, more than team comp. So I guess they're believing in more in their individual skills than the team comp. But in the other hand, yeah, I mean, it's obviously really hard composition to pull off because there is no CC, AD/AP balance is broken, and like
Yeah. And having no CC from the jungle actually makes things really rough, right? Because if, you know, if Kuma finds someone roaming the river or something like that, he's not going to be able to proc anything to allow Kai'Sa to jump in and assassinate someone. And it's going to be relying on this Alistair getting really good roams off, but how are you supposed to roam if your lane's getting pushed in over and over again? Because Kai'Sa does not have early game pressure. We might see the Halo Blades Kai'Sa come out. We might see some early item pickups that allow her to shove the wave a little bit more effectively. But I don't know whether it's going to be good enough here. And I mean, Sandbox's comp makes me a little bit mad as well. I mean, I'm not super psyched on the Olaf being off theme from everyone else. But Solo and Prince have sort of mind-gamed themselves. Like, the Volibear nerfs really hit top lane Volibear more than jungle. And so he's even worse up here.
yeah. And you talked about the bot lane pressure, but I think actually Kai'Sa can get a early lane prior against Ezreal, and it's like 2 items on Ezreal. So I mean, it depends on Leona. If Leona plays perfectly in level 1, like hitting E skill on Kai'Sa, or just pushing out Alyssa on a brush with Q skills, then it can be really great game for Sandbox. But in theory, Kai'Sa should get early pressure against Israel because of his Q, you know?
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it's going to go. See whether OnFleek can get around here and really impact his lanes as well. If you're going to pick an Olaf that's off theme as far as late game team fighting and things like that is concerned, you really do rely on him making things work. Early game, Kuma wasn't able to in game 1. Might be able to here in game number 2. OnFleek going to be starting solo on his blue buff. Probably just going to go for that full clear like a lot of Olafs do want to do. As Gorilla's going to get pressured out of this brush before he wanders on in.
Sandbox started to hit the wave first, so this is a really great signal for them. And the one thing Alyssa can do at level 1 is just pushing out the enemy AD carry to have a better wave.
Ooh, Mickey. Not bad. Potions and biscuits available, so Fate will be able to stay in the lane for a little while longer, but good pressure early.
Ooh. First pick by Fate and Gorilla, and not a great pick by Root, I guess.
Yeah, he has certainly shown that he does have, you know, Jin Air Ezreal skills in previous seasons. As Fate on these minions not at a great position right now, as Mickey's going to take a turret shot, but he's just trying to put on relentless pressure here. Might be a cheesy gank opportunity if Mickey's going to continue playing so aggressively, but he's eaten through all of his corrupting potion charges, so now not likely to be going as aggressive. Luckily for Fate, he's able to lock down that cannon creep, and he's only a couple of CS behind.
Yeah. The good thing is they do have lane prior of 3 lanes, it seems like. So it should be more easy game compared to game 1, especially for Kuma.
Yeah, I mean, priority here topside, not really there, but it's an early back for Ixu. Going to avoid any potential on-fleet gank as Summit has this wave exactly where he wants it. Teleport back to the turret here for Ixu, not wanting to get aggroed. OnFleek will be able to take this Rift Scuttler, potentially look for some sort of, I don't know, it's just going to go for a drive-by. Chain Lash not going to proc onto Mickey for the 2nd time round. And Nidalee over in this area as well. Bit of a 2v2. So Mickey not going to find the distortion.
Sandbox
and lands the chain onto OnFleek. Good spear. But OnFleek just going to go faster through his jungle now with a bit of his health bar missing.
Yeah, I don't think any kind of 2v2 is going to happen on the mid side because Sandbox does not have bot lane prior.
They lost mid lane prior as well. As on Fleek gonna come on in and try and pressure out Mickey. Spear gonna connect, but Mickey's just denied so much. This is actually awful. He's gonna have to move back to the turret because he can't afford to back now.
This is actually so huge, by the way.
Yeah.
The mid lane tempo is just cracked right now because of one move from OnFlick. And
Mickey had it all under control. Ah, utter disaster.
That's the point, and I guess that's the difference between Ignite and TP as well.
Yeah, true. Summit having a pretty good time here. He's ahead of Ixu, and he's just laying down as many autos as possible. He's taken the unsealed spellbook, so it's not going to be on-hit cannon or anything like that. As now Mickey is going to go for that back that we were talking about. Cute little Void Seeker is going to grab that last minion for Hybrid, who's now looking for a back timing. Teleport available for both of our 80 carries. So not going to be getting any added advantage for having that particular summoner spell here on Hybrid side. Is Mickey getting chunked now? Like he just, because he couldn't go back, he can't put on any of this pressure onto Fate, and he's even losing creeps.
Yeah, lane is frozen right now. In Salt ult. So I think the mid lane is already having a rough time as they ignite LeBlanc. You have to get some advantage and have some lead from the summoners difference, but nothing is happening. Maybe there was a point at like level 3 or something, but nothing happened, you know?
Yeah, and now Fate, he's going to be able to go back. He's just shoved that minion wave forward. Thankfully for Mickey, he may not lose too much because this siege minion will pick up a lot of the turret autos. But I mean, still, he's going to miss this whole wave. He lost the cannon, lost the experience from the cannon, which is the most important part. Did get one caster creep. Yeah. That's it. But a 10 CS deficit when it's LeBlanc versus Silas is not what you're looking for. As Kuma's down here on the bottom side, he's going to try and search for a spear. A secret. Wants to come in, but Kuma doesn't get his opportunity.
Maybe they were looking for some gank with the Alista Flash, but it's really hard when Leona has exhaust on it.
Alright, Fate finds some chains here, lashes Mickey up as he distorts back, picks himself up. Turret shot, but it's going to be fine. Ward is going to be cleared out here as Secret. He was making a roam around, but OnFleek and Gorilla are here to answer. And man, Gorilla's roam timings have just been fantastic.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is the play that I was talking about. They do not have bot prior, but still looking for the plays.
Well, there's the headbutt pulse. It's going to land on OnFleek. He does have Ragnarok available as they try and turn it here onto the Alistair. Only level 4, and he's going to get tagged by the ulti. Fate dives in. Abscond, Chain Lash, that's going to pick up the first blood for the Silas, and now Mickey smacked by that huge axe that OnFleek has for himself. Summit, he teleported in because he heard there was a party, but unfortunately, he's going to gate crash a little late. As there's the Abscond, Fate gets out of the way of the spear, and it's gone from bad to worse for Solly One Prince.
Yeah, before the game 1, when Sandbox has the pressure, no one was reacting to that, you know? They were just losing all lane, and nothing happened, but yeah, as you mentioned, Gorilla is moving 24/7 actively, and even though they do not have bot priority, they could make some situation, make some plays, so that was just great reaction by them.
Oh dear. Ixu thinking that he can actually take this one, gets himself a big shield as Lightning Rush from Summit to get himself out of the way. He's landed a lot of these as there's the ulti, flash out from Summit, and teleport immediately to follow up. Root's actually here now, as the plate gold is going to go over to the Volley Bear. Root now entirely out of position. He's going to make the long walk back towards bottom lane. So high value for Solly One Prince, honestly. Fate spinning around here in this mid lane, just having a great time. And this might be an opportunity to take Shelly. Kuma moves on over, gets himself some Scuttle Vision. Root's in the area as well. OnFleek makes his way in, and they still have priority mid lane. As Fate gets himself an Unbreakable Will, and that means that this Silas is very, very powerful. We used to see this all the time when Alistair was still being picked. It was one of the favorite ultimates for Silas's to pick up, especially around Worlds last year. We'll see how Fate's going to be able to utilize it, as Shelly's just going to be taken for free. But Solly One Prince looks like they still want to fight. Great Chain Lash damage as Gorilla is going to get into the brush. And there it is, the re-engage, but not great out of Gorilla as he immediately falls. A 1-for-1 so far as Ixu is just going to try and flash out of here, but he's on the wrong side of the map and Summit has caught up to him. Hybrid now trying to get damage through his Fate, very low, down to 300, and is executed. As now the ulti comes out from Summit, but immediately it is taken. Root is going to get caught out, and that's a double kill already for the Kai'Sa. 4-on-1 now, as Root's just going to get possibly taken down by the Brambleback. Mickey comes in, and that is the kill secured. 5-3. I believe that was a delayed ace for Solo1 Prince.
Yeah, for sure. And at the first place, I thought Sandbox is already winning game easily, but after that, yeah, this is really old replay, I guess.
Yeah, we're going to go all the way back in time to see when Sandbox did something good, and then we'll go back to when they did something bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the difference between the game one, how they reacted, Summer Prince and Sandbox, you know. They know how to deal with the no priority lane, and after that, yeah, I think Fate could actually tank it for Gorilla because he has Unbreakable.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, but somehow he got focused, and yeah, and the focus is separated right now, and the skill shot is going the other way.
And Hybrid actually just avoids everything, and then goes in, executes Fate, and this is just Sandbox thinking that they're way stronger, splitting up and just getting corralled.
Yeah.
Just much better play out of Solo1 Prince, and just shows a bit of disrespect here. On Sandbox's side, Mickey all too easily picks up that kill in the follow-up, and now as the dust settles, that is a 2-1-2 LeBlanc, who's now going to be able to catch back up most likely around this lane.
Yeah, and also this is not useless early game Kai'Sa with tier. This is
Yes.
strong early game Kai'Sa with Essence River. So I think they have great tools right now to snowball early. And Alyssa is looking for the dive, and this is one of the great chances.
Yep, potentially. Gorilla's going to try and tank what he can. That's a brilliant arcade shift out of Root, but this is the problem with being the Alistair. Kuma, in the meanwhile, is going to pounce over the wall. That's a good rotation here for Sandbox, just to make sure that their bottom lane doesn't get obliterated. Mickey going to get caught out of position as well, as Fate finds himself a chain, but isn't going to be able to kill the the LeBlanc just yet. Kai'Sa will kill him, though. That is another really nice killer instinct coming out from Hybrid.
Yeah, Hybrid is just controlling the game, picking up all the kills for himself.
So far ahead. Wow. He might be able to carry. He might be able to do it.
Yeah.
He's gone for that serrated Dirk build that we saw earlier on in the season. This is just for early game power. We didn't see it actually work last time.
Yeah, you know. Because last time when Kai'Sa got like 5 kills, full items, still Kai'Sa couldn't be able to carry the game alone, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and also didn't get those kills early. And that's what this serrated Dirk is supposed to do. As ulti comes forward from Ixu, slicing Maelstrom though, and the turret is going to do some damage again. Now Ixu just going to get taken down. That's a failed dive, guys. That's what we call that one. Now Summit looking for Kuma. Does he have the W available? Is going to have that one as on fleek with just a casual Rift Herald spawn while Kuma's getting away. That was very weird, but that's fine. Just not expecting to grab the Nidalee kill. And they are going to be able to peel off some of these plates also. Gorilla's here.
Yeah, I mean, did they really have to do that on the weak side when Kai'Sa is fed already? I don't think so.
Well, the Kai'Sa's coming in for a gank now, That's what we're looking for. Hybrid gonna find on fleek with the Void Seeker, and that's gonna mean Summit's dead. Headbutt out's gonna delay the kill for a little while as Ixu down to 200 again. I believe he just teleported in and he's already basically dead. That's odd, but that's fine as Hybrid's gonna be able to grab a bunch of this plate gold, but Root's gonna be able to do the same thing bottom.
Yeah, but anyways, Hybrid is having one of the great game he ever had in Summer Split.
Absolutely. This looks like Spring Hybrid, right?
Yeah.
The Spring Hybrid that we were getting so excited about. He's back. He's showing us that he can still do all of that cool stuff.
Yeah, the thing is they're not afraid to take the fight. Even though they got stomped in game 1, they don't care. And they're actively moving.
Well, Ixu is still getting trashed in this lane, but starting to look like it doesn't matter quite so much. As Summit avoiding that spear was absolutely necessary in making sure that this kill was going to go down. So maybe Ixu not as silly, because it largely had to do with Kuma not finding the execution. But this is where things went wrong, and Summit getting killed by a hybrid here is a real problem.
Yeah. And Kaisa is picking up the all kills.
Yeah, 100% kill contribution for the Kai'Sa. Terrifying. My god. Now has Berserker's Greaves, the Q well and truly evolved, and is doing lethality damage also. So it has a bit of added penetration. Root's going to be building towards his Iceborne Gauntlet as quickly as possible, I think. And it's a game where Iceborne Gauntlet doesn't feel as good, because there is a lot of magic on Solo and Prince's side, like we were talking about earlier in the draft. But when Kai'Sa's fed, then you have to build armor, because she's going to be doing a lot of physical damage.
Yes, I agree. And yeah, everything is just going great for Saruman. From these skirmishes, they're making it everything fine for them. Because of the Kaisa, I feel like it's just the hybrid being really great in this kind of situation.
Yeah.
And yeah, but there is still a worry though, because Kaisa has no cleans or QSS against Leona and Kennen.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sandbox is still going to win this game, personally.
Yeah,
I don't know whether, yeah.
It's still 50-50 though, because they're doing really great on the Kaisa
Ixu's
side.
just dead. Someone's going to grab another kill.
I guess. You know the script.
Yeah, it's 4 versus 5, man. That's the problem. That's the issue here, is that Siege minion just went to the ether.
Maybe Herald is better right now than Ixu at this point.
Well, I guess. Thankfully, Shirley is on the side of Solo and Prince, so there we go. They're able to take down that turret. And Onfleek's going to be backing. He's behind by a little bit of farm, but that's to be expected against the Nidalee. And yeah, Summit, I mean, he's going for the Doran build. We saw this yesterday. Actually, no, Doran built the Void Staff second item. I think that Rabadon's second item is better, and that's what Summit's going to go for. This game is like, I'm fed enough, boys. Let me carry, hop onto my back. We're going to make this one work. Hybrid is at 153, 54 CS, but it is 16.5 minutes into the game. These two teams not been farming so much as trying to kill each other in this game.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, even though Kaisa is this fat, it feels like actual 4 versus 5, because this Volibear is not going to be a champion for rest of the game, I think.
Yeah, he's just too far behind. And if Kaisa gets caught out, then Sandbox just, they have everything. And Solo and Prince just lost their whole team. Like, Kaisa is their whole team.
Yeah. And I really think he needs some kind of tool to dodge Kennen's ultimate or Leona's ulti, because yeah, I mean, he just need to buy QS or stopwatch, that's all, you know.
And if Gorilla flashes on him and gets his Q off, then they can kill the Kaisa so easily.
For sure.
Just the duration of like Q stun ulti.
100%.
Right?
There is only Analyst who can protect Kaisa from their engagement. So.
But if Summit has flash, then I think he just gets in. If he's got a stopwatch, which he won't have for a little while, he's building his death cap. There's just too many divers that are going to be going for the Kaisa, and there's only so many headbutts Secret can do.
So it's all about Kaisa. Yeah. This is Kaisa's story.
Yeah. Will Hybrid be able to make it a happy ending? Is the question. I don't know whether it's going to happen. So far, so good, though, here for Solo and Prince. Root still looking to try and get towards his Muramana. We'll see where he's going to go item build-wise. Might be Trinity Force this game, considering the fact that they do want to get more physical damage out of this roster. Olaf going to be doing nothing, and Root is their only source, so Iceborne Gauntlet not as nice, especially when there's so much magic damage on Solo One Prince's side. So probably looking for a Trinity Force this game.
Yeah, but he's a little bit behind towards Kaisa, so maybe it can be actual AD carry difference this game.
Still, I mean, Root is going to hit some pretty decent points as the Ezreal. He's still Ezreal, right? As Solar Flare only going to get the slow onto Secret, but the stun comes through from Summit, so they do get out the ultimate from the Cow.
Better trade for Leona.
Yeah.
And there is 50 seconds for the Drake. and they're already controlling the vision from the top side, using the mid prior to get the top turret and simply just base for the vision control on the Drake. Great rotation, basics.
Yeah, it's good. And Fate's got the teleport, so at no risk of losing out on Dragon priority. Does Root, if he had been hit by that spear, I think he may have just died, but not going to be. As that's a huge CS lead for Fate. He's 30 CS up over the 2-1 and 3 LeBlanc. Still, that early laning phase mishap from Mickey still being a problem here this game. 50 CS the lead for Summit. He's way too fed compared to the Bear.
But this Kai'Sa is just
She's
so
massive.
bad.
She's massive. 600 gold bounty. If Sandbox kill her, they're like, oh man, that's like a gold lead in itself. Like, this Kai'Sa is better than a neutral objective on the map right now. You know, you can get Baron or kill the Kai'Sa, taking the purple girl rather than the purple worm.
2.5 items already, and he is looking for Edge of the Night for this third item. I'm pretty sure.
I hope
of their
so.
team come.
I hope so.
And Mickey is slowly poking down, and it reminds me game 1 of the this series. And they're just slowly controlling with their abilities. They have some great pokes actually, you know.
Yeah, of course. Italy fantastic at that. Sandbox is going to be very happy that they managed to get that first Infernal Drake. It's Earth, Wind, and Fire again. As Summit cycling some summoner spells. And Ixu now almost has the Spirit Visage. It's going to get tankier and tankier as this game goes on, trying to get towards being a champion as fast as he can. He had to forego the Trinity Force, as now Summit has found the Bear.
Wait.
It just gets himself a bit of a stun and moves on. I think if Sandbox can just slow this game down, they are still certainly in a decent position. Because when there's just one Kai'Sa, they focus on her in a team fight, and then they can still win. I think a lot of this is like watch Secret and see how safe he can keep this Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
As Fate tries to find some of the chains, doesn't get them as Kuma going to take a lot of damage here from that True Shot Barrage. No kills, just a flash out from Kuma.
And for some reason, Hybrid bought a dagger for the next item, so...
Is he going for Double Zeal?
Phantom Dance or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Or Rapid Fire Cannon? Or Nashor's Tooth?
Nash's Tooth would be insane.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would pick that. They've got enough magic damage as it is.
But yeah, the point is, if Kai'Sa gets focused in one team fight, then game is over.
Yeah.
It's just that simple, you know? Sandbox is slowing down the game just only because of the Kai'Sa, not because of any other champions, you know? So I think if they get one chance and one winning team fight with killing Kai'Sa, then Sandbox is gonna get all the control after that point.
This is the Q. And in goes the Bear. Summit is actually in trouble. Has to use the ulti and gets out of the way of the ult from Ixu. Creating some distance here. He's going to need another Q. Does get it. There's the flash. Proto Belt. Another stun. Fate desperately trying to chase after, but Ixu gets the solo kill. And now he's running straight to that death chamber. Teleport. No, he's not going to get out. Fate grabs that kill in the end. So a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
That was close.
Yeah. Not even close, but nice try by Ixu, and finally he's winning side lane. And this is already great news for Sarah1 because they have no more task towards the top side, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, like, after all of this magic resistance come in, it's very hard for Ixu to do it. For Summit to do anything without a Void Staff.
Gorilla with no flash.
Yeah, he's going to go golden. Root going to move on in here as he gets a fair bit of damage onto Secret. Disengage Solar Flare. And they trade half health bar for half health bar on the supports, but flash out from Gorilla is good news. And flash is actually super important on Gorilla. He needs to try and flash Q this Kai'Sa. Now not going to have that available for the next little while.
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox is just slowing down the game, and there's no objective to fight, so actually there's no reason to take the fight here. And in the other hand, Sarah1 should make some situation, have some fights towards Sandbox side, because this is their strong point.
Yeah, they need to start doing stuff.
Yeah, they need to do something. Or like, try Nasher or just pushing out the side lane with Kai'Sa TP, you know? They can even go for like 3-2 rotation because Kai'Sa has TP and Kai'Sa is one of the great champion when it comes to side lane rotation.
Yeah, you can speed
With
up
Volibear
the
stun.
stealth. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
you can just jump in.
지금 볼게 아니야?
Yeah, I wanna see Kennen. Yeah, Kai'Sa was
얘가
pinging
하는데
there.
얘네가 해.
Kai'Sa was pinging there, so they were looking for
얘네가
it.
해. 봐줘.
But that was just Volibear solo kill, and they were like calculating enemy's position.
잡아야 될 것 같아.
I think I just need to flash in. I need to get him, I think.
He's trying so
잡아야 될 것 같아.
hard.
잡아야 될 것
Yeah,
같아.
I
잡아야
need
될
to
것
get
같아.
him. Yeah, I got him.
바론 쪽으로 가줘. 바론 쪽으로
Go
가줘.
Nasher,
바론
go
쪽으로
Nasher,
가줘.
go Nasher.
아, 아깝다. 애들 사일러스 노플, 사일러스 노플인 것 같은데?
Close.
애들
Silence, no flash. So yeah, they were looking for that play.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa side lane. Thank you.
Well, they did manage to get the kill, at least, onto Summit. He still has his teleport. Looks like he's building towards Leandri's next, I very much hope.
Oh, yeah, he was building
Could be
for
a Morello, but I think Leandri's just... If he wants to ever do damage to the Volibear, he
Kai'Sa.
needs a Leandri's and a Void Staff.
Kai'Sa is spotted. So that was great vision by Gorilla. But yeah, I think Sarihon, they should look for this kind of play all time. I don't think 5-5 is great for Sarihon because it's still, there is one scary part that Kai'Sa has no stopwatch or Kesses, right?
Yep. Well, Solar Flare's going to get the ulti out of Secret. Now Sandbox are trying to wait it out. Unbreakable Will is there on Fate. True Shot Barrage. Get a bit of damage. Kuma will be able to heal that one up with the Primal Surge. Spears going a little bit wide. Now the Phalanx has been put together and we're searching for a flank on Summit side. He has no flash, but still might be able to wrap around this ward. Going to give away his position. Lightning Rush is there, and it looks like the Cloud Drake is going to be taken here by Sandbox, but Gorilla dives on in. He sacrifices a lot of their health bars in Secret. No ulti, remembers. In goes Summit. Only going to find Ixu with the damage, and he ults, tries to get some work done. Olaf going to fall down that Zenith Blade. Unbelievable from Gorilla, who's just chasing after Mickey Root. Flashing forward in Hybrid. He's now the last man standing. He is the last man on Solo on Prince's side, but he cannot do it alone. He has to back away, and Sandbox win the team fight in the end.
Kai'Sa has no flash now. I think that's the most important part from this team fight. And yeah, that was just great poke by Sandbox at the beginning of the team fight because Alista got forced to use his ultimate and
Yeah.
he got completely useless in this team fight, right?
Genius out of Gorilla as well, because he obviously was trying to just get that ultimate, right? That's why you throw out Solar Flare onto a champion that inherently can just cleanse it. But that's so that that next fight is going to be so much easier. So, I mean, Gorilla is one of the most practiced Alistair players in the world. He is. It's just, in his Rocks days, even afterwards, on Kingzone, his Alistair has always been God tier. So great to know that he can also play against it as well as Hybrid. Gets in, gets out. I mean, he wanted it, then he did.
Kai'Sa got Guinsu as well. Like, he's just way too strong now, but...
He's got a lot of damage, but there is no mitigation at all. Like, he is a glass cannon. 100% glass cannon. And he has no flash. So it's like just zero ability outside of damage.
Yeah, and if he's gonna building for another attack item, like a pickaxe, to build up Edge of the Night, then they can actually lose so simply. I do think he need at least a stopwatch for the team fight. Or flash, just wait for another 5 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's all about Kai'Sa. That's the game. Because Alista is useless, maybe Mickey is poking a little bit, and Kuma is helping with the healing. But it's still really hard to pull up in the team fight, because they have Kennen, they have Leona, they have Ezreal. They are just ready to take the team fight. And the structure is already just so great for Sandbox. And look how they managed to just win this team fight simply.
Yeah, and Hybrid having to flash over that wall just means that he doesn't have the range to continue doing damage in this fight, as we can see. Bottom side of the map, Ixu's trying to do it again. He's going to stop that turret, but he's going to get stunned as well. Summit just going to Lightning Rush his way out. And Ixu now, Sky Strike, just to try and do some damage to minions. It is very fast with that Q activated, so Not going to be killed by On Fleek or anything like that. Sandbox still looking like they're on the defensive. As that's more of Malmortius completed by Root. Certainly recognizing some magic damage coming out of Solo One Prince. And he's got Iceborne Gauntlet as well. This is actually a deceptively tanky Ezreal right here.
Slowly following the items. Getting huger. And I think late game potential is on both teams. And I think it's better for the Sandbox side because of Cannon. And we saw how strong Cannon is in the late game from the last series, DRX versus Genji.
Yeah, right. And it was with a build similar to this as well. I mean, we do have an Oblivion Orb, but it's another Amp Tome. So I'm hoping that that's going to be Haunting Guy.
Wait. Is it IE? Is it
really Hybrid?
Hybrid building
This
up
is the
for
mistake that Hybrid used to make all Spring Split, dude. He just never built a defensive item ever. As there's a Zenith Blade onto Secret. If they get another Unbreakable Will out, that is huge. And there's the Solar Flare. They do get it. The flash forward, they just want to kill the Alistair, and they will. Mickey trying to dive in. We've got a lot of damage out from Hybrid, as you know. Root also going to get dove on by Ixu, and there goes the Ezreal. Gorilla now trying to chase down Hybrid, but he may have found his moment. Kuma's going to be obliterated. And now, I mean, Summit's at full health, Fate's at full health, On Fleek close to full health. And what is Ixu and Hybrid going to do over there in the Baron Pit? Nothing. They lose the inner turret. Now, 28 seconds on the Cloud Drake. Should be Sandbox moving over there. And yeah, I mean, yes, Hybrid did manage to kill the Ezreal. Congratulations, but he can't stand and fight against anyone else because he has no defensive stats at all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's defensive item, but also it's a great tool to be really aggressive at the same time.
Yeah, right. That's what I mean.
But anyways, yeah, it was great TP flanked by Ixu and jumping in from the Hybrid. But yeah, the point is, if you cannot get all 5 members from Sandbox, then you cannot win the team fight. And it should be the Kai'Sa who is killing everyone. And I think it's really rough right now. No cleans, no QSS, no stopwatch again.
Yep, and no dragon.
No, I mean, he has flash right now. So maybe with one flash, one timing, one team fight.
One opportunity.
One opportunity, yes, I'm talking about that.
Well, Eminem's not going to be able to save him now unless he builds a damn QSS or a stopwatch, in my opinion. How do you know what time it is without your stopwatch?
Yeah.
Ixu is once again just over here with Summit. Summit did decide that he wanted to build a Morellonomicon. I mean, there is healing. Primal Surge is a big deal. Even Secret's got some healing in his kit. And Ixu, he does a lot of healing himself, especially with that Spirit Visage. So, not a terrible choice. Makes me feel a little bit upset because he needed Void Staff, he needed Leandri's to try and stay in a side lane against Ixu. However, I mean, Dems the breaks sometimes. So, red buff going to be taken by Hybrid. He is powered up. But I still just don't know whether he can do this one by himself. Ixu still, he's calling the police on Summit over and over again. But Summit looks like he's pretty comfortable getting out of the way here. That's about 1 trillion turret shots that Ixu took. I think, I wasn't counting. But trillion seems about right.
Still fine for certain Prince because they have silent pressure by Volibear. You know, he can always push in Cannon. So I think it's still fine to have this kind of rotation. But, you know, Nashor is not done yet.
Yeah. I mean, Ixu is so far behind, dude.
Yeah.
But he's still pressuring the cannon because the cannon had to build, you know, for team fighting, trying to do as much damage to Hybrid as he can, and wasn't actually able to build for his lane in any way that allows him to stay in front of Ixu. I mean, Rabadon's is a great item for squishy champions, but you need penetration. There's the Haunting Guys, finally, for Summit. But he needs that to be a burning face, and then he needs Void Stuff. So we're still a long way away from Kennen really being able to assert any dominance in the lane against the bear. And even then, I mean, Ixu's going to have more items by that point also, so how much it's actually going to affect it is still yet to be known. And this game has just been extended so far, purely by Hybrid being such a problem, who does have Infinity Edge now.
I mean, he is really, really strong, and maybe one auto attack landing can change the game right now.
Maybe.
Maybe he is looking for that situation.
Well, Mickey's looking for on fleek. Going to do a bit of damage there, but the chains are not going to connect.
Yeah.
And it's an Olaf anyway, so probably not going to be too worried about it.
I mean, I think with this build-up on hybrid, I think he just need to land some, like, 3 autos, literally.
Yeah.
Then he
But
can
with
carry
this
the game.
build, it's really hard to land 3 autos.
I mean, hit it or die.
Yeah, true. Absolutely.
Do or die.
I mean, what he can do is he can charge up Rage Blade on a minion wave and then just ult into the back line and attack move and hope that he kills everyone.
Yeah.
Because that's basically how this build works.
And maybe flash out, luckily,
Yeah.
Leona's combo.
Well, E out first, flash out second. You know, there's your option as this turret is going to fall down. Solo One Prince do get themselves back to very even gold as we've got 1.5 minutes on the potential Cloud Soul for Sandbox. But it looks like Solo One Prince do have control of the map.
Yeah. And Root finally finished his Borg, so Ezra is also really fat at this point.
Yeah, he's huge. He's also got a stopwatch. That's an item that's also in Hybrid shop, by the way. 600 gold from the shopkeeper. Definitely a good one.
Yeah. Better than that ugly sword, I guess.
Yeah, that Serrated Dirk's doing absolutely nothing at this point in the game for Hybrid, especially not against a blue Ezreal. Sandbox get control of the Baron Pit once again, and you can see Summit does have teleport, Ixu also. And he's actually going to find Summit as he rotates around.
Flanking.
Gorilla going to get tagged by the Void Seeker.
No one is hitting Nashor.
Ooh, Mickey. I
Oh.
mean, these Qs are actually really impactful.
Oh!
Over the wall, just going to find Mickey's clone, True Shot Barrage. Searching for the LeBlanc as now it's a fight on a couple of fronts. But Sandbox have full control. Mickey getting primally surged back up to basically full health. And Sandbox can do this now. 20 seconds on the Cloud Drake, but they don't care. Because it's not Cloud Soul or even a very relevant Drake at all.
Yeah.
And therefore, they're going to start off this Baron. Hybrid is going to find the Void Seeker on it, so they know exactly what's going on.
Summit is spotted.
Yeah, control ward here. It's going to be cleared as Secret, thinking about trying to get on over. Mickey, Blast Cones his way in, Gorilla down to half. Fate also tagged by some spears. And Gorilla not having very much health is actually a big problem. Unbreakable Will has to be used here by Fate. He's not going to be able to hijack that one again.
Oh.
Now Solo One Prince have a whole lot of control.
Good rotation. Hybrid is pinging mid turret.
I mean, he'll need 3 autos to kill that turret. Maybe this is the play. It's not about killing the champion. It's about killing the turrets. And now Ixu going to try and ult out of this one. True Shot Barrage over a few members. But what they're trying to do is stop backs. But no, Hybrid has actually come to join the fight. I don't know. I don't know whether I agree because that would have been Inhibitor.
Yeah, I agree. And they can for sure just back out because Alyssa having flash up and his Volibear and his
I
LeBlanc.
love Summit staying there just in case they go for a Baron. He can flash in and kill everyone. Hybrid will be able to 3-hit this this dragon.
But yeah, this game is so intense because it's just do or die game. You know, one team fight,
Yeah.
one little small detail is gonna change the game. So, and this is one of the great chance for Hybrid to prove himself again.
Oh my goodness! He has a Merc Scimitar!
Woohoo!
Oh, that's amazing.
Thank
6
you so
items as
much.
well have been completed by Hybrid. He is gigantic.
Finally, QSS, man. I'm glad. Now I can sleep.
Well, I mean, look at how much they've sacrificed to make sure that Hybrid got to this point. He has so much of the farm, and he's taken all of it from Ixu, he's taken all of it from Mickey. I mean, they're both 70-odd CS behind, but you have to get Hybrid there.
Spotlight! That
Yeah,
QSS, man.
beautiful.
I love it.
Thank you very much, KR Broadcast. That's what we needed. So, can they actually utilize this item choice to win themselves a team fight? Because Hybrid still has to be in a good position, not get caught out. Still got a 700 gold
Volibear is hitting
bounty.
turret, man.
I
On the
mean,
bot side.
Yeah, Summit's going to go over. He doesn't have his Leandry's complete just yet. Sky Strike comes in. Summit deals with the minion wave, but Ixu does not take a lot of damage right here as Root looking to try and come over. There's an exhaust to slow him down. They want another stun, but He's got so much tenacity at this point. I don't think they're going to be able to catch up to the Bear, who can just turn on the sirens and run away. No Barons to be started just yet, though. As Root probably going to turn that stopwatch into a Guardian Angel at some point. Fate went back. He's got a really cool hat. There's the Burning Face from Summit. Still needs a Void Staff, though, guys.
Yeah, and also I think Sandbox had really great chance towards the 5-5 team fight, but I think they were confusing between just defending bot lane or forcing Nashor, and it came out really bad. And finally, Hybrid got the QSS, so there is really low chance him dying randomly.
Yeah. Well, this is going to come down to 80 carries, I think. It's whether Root can actually do some work up against this uber-fed Kai'Sa. Vax coming in. There's the teleport back. GA complete. So 6 items on Root now as well. They're less expensive ones, but they do still have it. There's a headbutt pole from Secret, who's trying to start this fight. Fate goes in. Gets himself an unbreakable will. As now Ixu running for the hills at this point. True Shot Barrage going to go entirely wide. Oh, the Abduct lands onto Hybrid. That's why he had to build that Merc Scimitar, but still, now that's on cooldown. No flash available, and Sandbox will move straight to this Baron. Mickey, he's heading towards some inhibitors. There's no inhibitor turret mid lane. This is still an opportunity for Sandbox to, for Solo One Prince to get some funny business happening. Q is going to tag Secret though. No ulti available. He's going to have to flash out as now. Oh my god, somebody doesn't have any stopwatch, no nothing, and now it's just chaos in amongst this team fight. Hybrid's still alive, but they found him. They've dived on top of him, but he's still up. Fate will find a chain lash onto Kuma, who will go golden, and now Mickey and Kuma versus the World Root. Can he do it? I think he can. He's got the True Shot Barrage. He'll find Mickey now, who distorts his way out. On Fleek still up, but Mickey's the last man standing.
Holy moly, that was so intense. And
my god, this game is just off the hook, dude.
How the heck Root didn't die there? I mean, he had GA.
Yeah, so, GA had Bork. He's got like a lot of life still. I mean, this is an Ezreal without Death's Dance as well. It's even more amazing that he didn't die.
Yeah, I mean, that was really great re-engage by Sandbox after Alisa losing ultimate. But after that, Mickey and Ixu just find out the great opportunity towards Summit, and I was thinking that maybe Summer Prince was just winning this game so easily, but that exhaust by Gorilla saved the day, saved the game.
I mean, Gorilla is like low-key Pog for every single game that Sandbox play.
If there was no exhaust on that moment, on that Kai'Sa, then they could just...
Oh, it was game over. And the crazy thing is Summit got 800 damage from this mega-fed glass cannon.
But anyways, you know, like that was LeBlanc picking up the great opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to raise up Mickey more because it's pretty hard to play cannon against LeBlanc, you know. But anyways, I think he should look for flanks, not grouping as 5 with teammates, you know. He has TP, he has Spellbook, he has Flash on. So they are forcing Nashor right now, and there is still backdoor potential by Summer Prince as well.
Yep, full vision available here, as Void Seeker will find Summit in the backline, but it looks like this Baron is just going to be taken by Sandbox.
But Secret!
Yeah, there's the Zenith Blade in. Gorilla actually wants this fight, as now Ixu being chased down by Fate, and there's the Solar Flare. Secret blows the ultimate, but maybe a little bit too late, as Hybrid's still up, guys. You just have to keep watching this Kai'Sa to see when she can get something done. This is going to be Cloud Soul available. Who cares about Cloud Soul? Baron claimed by Sandbox. I mean, Ixu's actually getting pretty big right now.
Yeah.
There's a teleport top lane. Fate just trying to push down this wave, and they can make this about smoke and mirrors with a Baron buff. Could certainly change the outlook of this game. Death Dance now completed by Root as he sells his GA. It was on cooldown. He can go back next time, sell his boots, get another GA. That should be fine, as now Hybrid and Ixu
Secret
lying
agents
in wait.
Looking for just random cheesy play. But it's really great time to do that, because one kill is going to end the game.
Yeah. Well, Summit, he just goes back. He's so close to Void stuff, dude.
I mean, there is Nashor, so Sandbox can literally just poke them down and look for some opportunity. And the fight is always just going great by Gorilla using the ultimate towards Alisa. So if they can build up the normal structure in the team fight again, then I don't think there is a chance for like Kaisa being a 1v9 player at this point. There's no flash as well.
Tell you what though, I mean the Morello's just looking a bit weird. Oh my, okay, Mickey gonna take more damage than he delivers, but does get it on an AoE. It's now Sandbox. All 5 members grouped around this inhibitor turret. They should be able to even out that inhibitor turret count.
Slowly poking.
Yeah, the siege minion still alive and not a lot of
Turret
range.
is gone.
Spear is going to be there, but yeah, you're right. This turret should go down. But Summit, I mean, he is full glass cannon.
Yeah.
He wants the Zhonya's so bad. But does have teleport, so he can come through for a flank, and that's what they're looking for here. Teleport has started right into the middle of this fight as Summit. There's the huge ulti! Massive damage potential, but Hybrid not going to get hit by it. The Alistair going to go down. The cannon also is falling. And Hybrid, there's the exhaust. Will Root actually be able to get the damage? He flashes. Hybrid still trying to kite, but he can't do it. The Ezreal's too big. Mickey is going to go down, and Sandbox will find the 2-0.
Holy moly, maybe Korean
My
community.
God, dude.
Maybe Korean community will blame me for voting Gorilla this game, but this 2
Oh, just do it, dude. Yeah, that won them the game.
Just save the game. Gorilla should get spotlight this game, but also there was great teamfight by Root. All the Sandbox members just played perfect, and this is the game.
Oh, that is
Holy
devastating
man.
for Solo One Prince, though. Hybrid, he was so fed, but he had such a gigantic target on his back. And man, like, to be able to make that call in that late game stage, hats off to Gorilla, man. You know that he's the one that's pulling the strings, that's like holding the reins here of this Sandbox team. And that's what veteran status does for a team, man. That's why he's so valuable. Even though, I mean, we've said it many times that he hasn't had the best mechanical plays this season. But sometimes you need him in a 50-minute slogfest that is a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, that 2 exhaust.
Yeah, dude.
And 2 team fights.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Like, that just finished the game, you know? Kaisa could literally 1v9 the team fight, but because of 1 spell. 1 exhaust. As a Leona, you always want to just pick up Ignite to have a great laning phase, like those kind of things, but Gorilla, 5 heads, 200 IQ,
Yep.
best player. I love this player. I respect him.
Yep, coming straight from Wadid, the professional support himself. Wave there from On Fleek, but you can see not exactly celebrating too much here. They need to be trying to get some wins onto the Western teams. That is what we've wanted. Root as well, I mean. Oh my god. Being able to survive in those late game team fights on the Ezreal as well. You really need to keep your wits about you. The Arcane Shift over the wall, the reposition to try and grab Hybrid. And they were able to do it. Like, I mean, the exhaust was there, but the follow-up was also there. Just pretty unbelievable. Not having a stopwatch on Kennen sucked, by the way, for that game, but let's have a look at this team fight one more time.
I mean, just focus on the exhaust by Gorilla. That's all. That's all you need to focus on. And that was QSA used by Hybrid. That was really great engaged by Summit. But this time, Kaisa could actually kill every single members in here. But just randomly Gorilla steps up and just exhausts him. Oh!
Yep.
And he's dashing in. Oh, man.
And look at Root, flashing over the wall. These autos, man, like, oh my god, it was so close.
Holy crap.
Insane. Insane game. And it's like, it's so hard because it's like, you're looking at both of these teams, they're struggling at the bottom of the standings, and then they have to play, like, out of their minds in this late game scenario. That demands so much from your mentality. So we're going to go through some of the highlights here, and for a long game like this, this could be a long video.
And I'm not sure, like, if Hybrid is Mentor is fine, you know? I think this is the game that he was doing every single thing by himself.
This is
just
definitely a
TPing on the top
dude.
side, winning bot lane as well, and going mid lane to use his ultimate, and the side lane as well. He was doing every single thing for his teammate, but yeah, they lost.
Yeah.
2-0.
Certainly looked like it was closer than a lot of the other sandbox games. And I know that sounds a bit facetious because they just lost in 17 minutes earlier on in the week.
Not even 17 minutes. It's 6.
But this was much
40.
more than that.
55.
Yeah,
Or something.
16:54, I think, is the exact end time. Didn't really want to draw too much attention to it. But you're right. I mean, this was the match that Solo One Prince probably thought that they'd have a chance of winning.
Yeah. And there were so many team fights that it was really close, you know? Because Inks actually just backed in game with farming for 10 minutes silently. And
yeah, I mean, this game was like, Ixu had a terrible early game, but then was able to pull it back. Like, it wasn't the Bears' fault or anything like that.
If I'm remembering right, then also this team fight was because of the exhaust. They couldn't end the game. Yeah,
there
oh
it
my
is.
God, man.
And I mean, the health bars are so low. Fate as well, going gold at exactly this moment was fantastic. And
oh my God.
I mean, Fate had also a very, very good game.
I mean, it was really high quality game by both teams, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so many attempts by both teams.
앞라인부터 천천히.
Front line.
앞라인부터.
Front line, front line.
앞라인부터 못 들어가 우리.
Front line. Gorilla is saying.
칼사 딜 못한.
Front line, guys.
다리
야 칼사 들어왔어. 칼사 들어왔어.
다리.
야 칼사 얘들아 칼사 위에 칼사 위에.
I have
칼사,
exhaust.
칼사,
Kaisa. Focus, Kaisa.
카이사 턴. 나이스. 끝났다.
Holy moly.
잠시만.
GG.
야 이거
Wait for a
얘들아 안
second.
끝났어 아직.
끝났어.
We are not done yet.
이제 죽니?
안 죽어 안 죽어. 90%안
I'm not dead.
텔 탈게요 형님들.
TPing in.
와,
No worries,
빗
guys.
빗 터질
너 진짜 리포트 해야 돼.
I need to report you.
알았어?
왜?
You know that?
너 이번 판 복귀해라.
This
그냥-
game, you need to
야, 나
rewatch.
피해자인데?
알았어?
You played like shit.
오늘 몸이 너무 안 좋아.
나 피해자야.
우리는 피해자밖에 없어.
아 진짜.
야,
개억울하네.
Damn.
너
Brutal. Who is he talking to?
I think on flick towards Fate, I guess.
Oh, wow. I mean, I actually thought Fate played pretty well. That's some toxicity right there. Okay, well, I mean, sometimes you got to give the brutal feedback to encourage people to get better. But, yikes. That's, wait.
Oh, man.
Damn. Well, I mean, sometimes you have a Korean next to you who can perfectly translate exactly what was said. And maybe if it was me and the Vald Analyst, we would have been blissfully unaware of the fact that OnFleek just tore down his teammate on the broadcast. But
Yeah,
look,
I mean,
there we go.
it's a
Thankfully,
good thing,
now
you
we
know?
understand.
Yeah, I mean, still, it's kind of messy.
You got to give the
2-0,
feedback. And
Oh,
look at this.
he deserves it!
With
Yes!
off his feet right now, and Gorilla picks up a beautiful pog. This is his first one, as there were 4 votes for Fate. There were, by the way, 0 votes for Jungle, so I don't know what OnFleek was necessarily talking about. Maybe he was talking about Summit versus the Shopkeeper. Not having a stopwatch was rough for the Cannon, but did need all of his items, I guess, to a certain extent. But having a look at these highlights, sometimes you need to press your D key at the right time. And that's what Gorilla did.
Yeah, it's a little of a shame that he's not using F key to exhaust enemy target.
No. F for flash.
Yeah.
You got to be able to spell.
D for dodge.
Ah, I like D for Dlash. That's what someone tried to convince me.
But
It's
anyways,
D for Dlash.
yeah. But anyways, really great Leona performance. I mean,
Yeah.
in general, his support performance.
He was really, really good today. I think.
I mean, I guess exhaust performance.
No, but this is also like shot calling performance.
Yeah.
This is like veteran, keep your heads in the game performance. Like, we know what Gorilla offers, even offers
Yeah.
translation to his team
Yeah,
from
you're right.
the coach. Like, he does everything. This
I mean-
is like a utility belt of a support player.
Yeah, he was saying the most in the team fight. You know, he was like
Yeah.
screaming frontline. 20%.
Well, let's throw it over to the interview. So here's Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. Sandbox has ended their losing streak, and let's have a talk with Fate and Gorilla. Congratulations on the win. It was a 2-match losing streak, but it has come to an end. Then, in order to compete for the playoffs, you really needed this win. How do you feel, guys?
일단 오늘 되게 저 전체적으로
Today,
실수도 많이 하고
in general,
불안정한
we made a
모습이었던 것
lot of
같은데
mistakes and we
그래도
looked
2대0으로
really
이겨서
sloppy, but I'm
좋은 것
happy we
같아요.
still got a 2-0 win. Gorilla, this is your first POG of the split and your first POG interview. How do you feel? Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I'm happy that I was able to pick up a POG, and I will keep up the hard work in order to get more. And Gorilla, such a great interviewer, so we are also happy to have him over here. Fate, Kuma started today in the jungle. What did Onflick say about it? Well, they put in a new jungler, but we weren't too aware of it. I mean, we weren't really paying too much attention to their roster. We were focusing on our own performance. Game number 1, you guys were having a very strong lane picks. Were you guys trying to focus on the laning phase? Were you guys confident that you guys are ahead of laning phase ability? So I played LeBlanc, and if I just have a smooth game, I believe that I will be able to do a lot of work in the later phase. But somehow I ended up having more CS than the opponent. And we also had the invade coming out from Totem and Prince, and your hook missed. Whose call was that? I'm the guilty one, so I'll leave it to fate. We didn't expect it, we saw it coming. But overall, our decision was so bad. But we were just like joking with each other. But thanks to Gorilla missing that hook, the rest of 4 players were able to survive. Did the players worry when Kalista got cut out? I mean, he died, but the rest has to survive after that invade accident. Well, you guys weren't having a little bit of a hard spot because Olaf was also having a lot of priority in the jungle, but despite all the facts, you guys are having a very easy laning phase, to be honest. I mean, it is true that we got first blooded, but Brown was the one that picked up the kill. And even after that, that's the laning phase matchup on the bottom lane didn't really got affected, and Kalista didn't really burn his spells, I guess. So it was not that hard.
네, 그리고 페이트 선수 이제
Fate.
오늘 합쳐서 르블랑이 3전 전승에다가
Your LeBlanc is 3-0, and you
르블랑을 잡으면
didn't die
이겼다
on
이런
this
마음이
LeBlanc
들까요?
pick all throughout the split. Is that some kind of a confident pick that guarantees you a win? Maybe it's because we play LeBlanc in a situation that it really fits well based on the comp. And you know, it's really hard to chase onto LeBlanc to get a kill on her.
뭔가 겸손한 자신감이 느껴집니다. 그렇게 잘하는
Fate having a very humble state of mind. But in game number 2, what did you feel when the opponent took LeBlanc away from you? We had some picks to play into LeBlanc, so we weren't too worried. I want to ask you about the spell choice. We had some trades going on in the early phase, and Silas was able to use his TP, so that did not really affect him really hard, but LeBlanc took Ignite in that game, so that was where the gap started to accelerate. But you need Ignite up against Silas to have the lane priority. And that's a very special condition, so it all comes down to the player.
완전히 세니까 순간이. 네, 그리고 고릴라 선수 2세트 경기 질문할게요.
Gorilla, I have a question about game number 2. What did the bottom do? React to the Kai'Sa pick. A lot of AD carry champions were banned out, so we predicted that the opponent will take away Ezreal, but so we were thinking of like Lucian will be a potential pick into it, so Lucian Kai'Sa was on the list, so we were aware of it, so and we had this confidence that we will outscale her in the later phase.
일단 이제 아무리 카이사가 잘 큰다고 해도
And even though Kai'Sa gets really fed, the rest of the teammates also has to follow him.
카이사한테 편해 보였어요.
But you know, so whenever Kai'Sa comes in with her ultimate, it was actually hard for Soda and Prince to follow her engage. So we weren't really too afraid of it. And you guys are really good at dealing with all the situation in team fights. So were you the main shot caller in your team? As we saw Kai'Sa, we expected that Alistar will also come up together, and Kai'Sa and Alistar is a really classic comp, and it's a really old comp to be honest, and I also was playing as a pro at that era. So I knew how things will go, so I told my teammates that I will force him to use his ultimate before the team fights. The game was really going back and forth, so let's take a look at the highlight that happened on the mid lane. Did the players think that this was definitely a winnable fight?
이때 상황이 저희가 좀 그러니까 케넨이 한번 피가 빠진 걸로
Well,
상대가
Kennen
빌리에도 치고 나왔었던 것 같은데
got chunked a little bit, so Soda and Prince, they're trying to dive in, but because Kennen had flash, we told him not to be too afraid, and we focused on the front line first. You guys did start off a fight engaging onto Volibear, and then Gorilla, you hold it on to your exhaust until Kai'Sa comes in. For me, the easy target was Volibear, so I can go on to Volibear and then look for a chain CC onto the back line.
이제 경기 외적인 얘기를 좀 하자면
Let's
샌드박스의
talk about something
파트너가
outside
고릴라
of the game.
선수잖아요. 근데 반대로 이 감독님께 한국말을 적극적으로
So Sandbox, Gorilla is the translator of your team, but who's the Korean teacher for Yamato in Sandbox? Because he tweeted something on his Twitter in Korean. It's on Flick. He teaches Yamato a lot of Koreans. And on Flick and I are the two players who can communicate fluently with Yamato. And also, he's always with Joko as well. So Joker also teaches him some Korean words, and Yamato also wants to learn some important Korean words like focus and how can we win this game. So he's really trying to learn Korean.
재밌는 게 한두 개 섞이는데 SNS에 재밌는 걸 올리시는 거네요. 아, 그렇군요. 그 SNS 보고 선수들 반응은
After that tweet, how did the players react to it?
저는 이제 지고 나면은 잘 안 보거든요.
I don't really check the Twitter after I lose a game, and I just felt we're on the same page, we're feeling the same. Because for us, I mean, what he tweeted was not a very nice word, but you know, we always have this kind of emotion after we lose a game, right? What about you, Faith?
제가 나중에 그냥 얼떨결에 봤었는데
I somehow saw it very later on. It was really fun, to be honest.
분위기가 유해지니까. 선수들의 마음까지 알아주는 감독님 같습니다. 자, 다음 경기
Your next opponent will be Team Dynamics. In order to get the playoffs ticket, you have to take them down. Faith, what's your mindset for that game?
오늘 좀 개인적으로도 팀적으로도
Personally and as a whole team, we were quite disappointing, but somehow we got a win. And I remember that Dynamics was the first team that allowed us to pick up a win. For the first time in the splits, I hope them keep helping us like that.
네, 일단 저희가 지금 KT전을 처음 지고 나서
After we lost to KT Roadster, we were having a very bad momentum, but we were able to turn it around with 2-0 win. So I hope we can continue in the Dynamic series and climb up the standings. That was Fate Gorilla from Sandbox Gaming picking up 2-0 win up against Soda and Prince. It's always awesome to hear from Gorilla on the interview, and let's check out the updated standings in the LCK.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. It was fantastic to hear from Gorilla. Also interesting to discuss Yamato's tweet, because I saw that one. And it wasn't in Korean. He didn't use Korean characters. But we definitely knew which Korean word it was.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he can use that word in a good way today.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, it's allowed because
Is
it
he-
was
is
really
he-
great performance.
Can you
And
say
draft?
that word, yeah? Does that work? I don't know whether that works.
Yeah, it's like, yay! You know? Like, in a
Perfect.
positive way.
Yeah, I'm learning. I understand words that are rude but could be used in a positive way very well because I am Australian. But that's going to mean 6th place now claimed for Sandbox.
I'm waiting
That is
for...
huge.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Africa Freaks versus Sandbox.
Exactly, and their next match is going to be against Dynamics, as they were talking about. That's going to be our next match as well. Dynamics versus KT is going to be coming up in about an hour's time, guys. So, you know, find something to do, and we'll see you back in about an hour.
Play Valorant.
Night eyes in the summer heat. We took a ride and we drove for days. If we come round, then there's only two. Tell me that it's you, baby. Tell me that it's you. Should hold on to the summer heat. Some nights in the heat of the night. If we come round, then there's only two. Tell me that it's you, baby. Tell me that it's you. Nights of desire turn into summer days. Burns like a fire. And if you feel it too, baby, tell me that it's you. Nights of desire turn into summer days. Burns like a fire. And if you feel it too, baby, tell me that it's you. Tell me that it's you, baby. Tell me that it's you. Tell me that it's you, baby. Tell me that it's you. Nights of desire.
One plus one. Hell yeah. In this episode, we're going to be heading over to LS's house. I have my housewarming gifts with me. Chip suri, which is a traditional Korean gift for when you're moving into a new place. LS has been living there for a long time, but I've never been there before. So I'm assuming that it's brand new, and I'm going to make sure that I bring my toilet paper metaphor in order to wish him well in his place. Guys, we're finally here. Made it to LS's home. It's the first time I've ever been here. I'm really excited. Got his t-shirt gift, got the light off, got it back on again, got the toilet paper. Let's go. It's creepy, isn't it? Oh, I can't get in.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. I'm your host, Quickshot, and this is Champ Select. What is Champ Select, you might be asking? Well, it is the bi-weekly game show in which I invite guests from the LCS, LEC, LCK, and LPL to pitch me an argument on why a representative from their region should be crowned the champ. Each of my contestants will be given 30 seconds to make their argument, and after reviewing all of the information, I will decide who is crowned the winner. To introduce this very first episode, I would like to say hello to Freak from the LCS.
Yes, you would. What up?
Scoundrel from Europe representing the LEC.
Hello, Trev.
Atlas from the LCK.
How's it going, mate?
And of course, Hysterics from the LPL.
And g'day to you, sir.
Oh, I love it. The Commonwealth introductions. Now, of course, as we are broadcasting from home and I'm wearing the LEC merch, I figured I would give my homeboy Scoundrel the pleasure of giving the first pitch. So, Scoundrel, you have 30 seconds to pitch me your representative. Your time starts now.
Easy, mate. The LEC did it for me. This week, I'm going with Kaiser from Mad Lions, the mid-split MVP. And I'm confident that no one can out-Chad this support. Doesn't play Lulu? Nah. Does he play Karma? Absolutely not. He plays Wukong. He plays Leona. He plays Pantheon and Alistair. The man is rocking an 8.8 KDA, dropping 1.3 wards a minute on average, with a global across all Summer Split games. 73% kill participation. I'd be surprised if Elena could beat him.
Time.
Yeah,
Ooh, I really like that. Stats, champ pool diversity, even some flowery language. Hysterics, do you have anything to reply back?
I mean, they're rookie numbers. 73% kill participation, 8.8 KDA. These champions are a standard day in the office in our league.
Well, you're setting the bar pretty high, and I was impressed. So now it's your turn to try to impress me, Hysterics. Who is your representative? Your timer starts now.
Super easy for me to start off with the 2018 World Champion rookie who's been on IG for over 5 years, who is the representative of IG and the franchise player, the best current laner in the LPL, the best mid laner in the world. The best laner in the world right now is Rookie, and I'm sure of it. He beats all opponents by at least 20 CS, and he has such a wide champion pool that he rivals even the likes of Faker. Right now, if you lane against Rookie, you will lose. Also, he's super handsome and sexy.
Ooh. Right? I love that. Rivaling Faker. Some bold claims. Worldwide. Freak, you do get a chance to reply to this.
Absolutely. I am now competing for the title of second place in Champ Select, and my nomination is Team Liquid's Core JJ. And let me tell you why this man is so phenomenal, all right? Globally, across the world for supports, he is the number 2 vision score per minute, number 4 in kill participation, number 4 in KDA. The man is the best all-around support in the world right now. Talk about champions. Another former world champion. He's in good company there alongside the sexiest mid laner in the world. And he's, look at the gameplay, the sexiest support in the world. He's bringing up an 80 carry in his rookie year and making him look top 3. This man does it all.
Time on the buzzer.
Ooh,
nicely done, Freak. That was clean. And I think the Freak Show stats influence worldwide. Atlas, anything to say back?
Well, I'm just glad that there have been already 2 Korean players that have been represented here in this this show. It makes my job pretty damn easy, because we know where they all came from.
There's one thing you're misunderstanding, young man, is it is your Korean player that you need to convince me of. And with that in mind, your timer starts right now.
Well, mine's easy. It's one of those things, right, to go up against the LPL, the tidal wave that they have been recently. My choice is Showmaker from DYN Gaming. Now, I would have been scared if Hysterics had chosen Knight, because his stats are out of control. Rookie, however, not quite so good, has about half of the statistics the good old Showmaker has in both XP differential and gold differential, and this guy has been laning out of his freaking mind, but not necessarily doing it in lane. The guy gets pentakills on Kassadin, and all he wants is to go home early.
Time! Look at that Atlas flex, trying to show up the LPL representative. Before I give Hysterics a chance, Scoundrel, you're the only one that didn't get a chance to rebut. What's your thoughts on Atlas's pitch?
The only show he'll be making is the European Worlds Final when Europe wins.
Ooh,
You get an invite? That sounds pretty cool. Hope he gets a +1.
Okay, now, gentlemen, I do need to take a little bit of time to digest and think about who the very first victor will be. Let's go in reverse order though, and get a chance to either take some pot shots at the other contestants or to, really prove to me why your champion should be victorious. Let's start, of course, with Atlas. Anything to say to anyone else?
Well, I feel like I've already covered most of it. I mean, already 3/4 of this show is Korean representatives that have been brought up in the LCK. Showmaker is the next representative. He is currently ranked 1 and 2 in solo queue. So I'm feeling like we're doing okay.
Freak?
Yeah, look, I'm actually very confident that Corey J is the most deserving winner. However, I gotta say, Hysterics did the best job arguing his case, so I concede.
Oh my word!
You know what?
No, freak, no.
I'm cool with that.
I don't think you get
No, freak. You know what? Anytime Shanghai, your house is my house, man. Like you come on over, that's fine. And I think Freak should win now. Honestly,
I
Freak's the best.
love this.
Are they out of the running now? I don't know.
Okay, final thoughts. Gentlemen, we do have a time limit to hit. Excoundrel, you have been cut off by these very loud gentlemen. Last thoughts.
I was hoping Freak was going to give me some fighting talk, because I was going to say, anyone could look good in the LCS. So,
Wow.
Gentlemen, I absolutely love the energy, and I'm very thankful for each of the arguments that you have presented today. And of course, for everyone watching at home, now that you've heard what the experts had to say, I think it's about time to check in what you at home had to say. We ran a Twitter poll asking the very question of who should be victorious this week. And the results are in. Kaiser has won the vote with 35% of 20,000. Showmaker came in second. I love to see
second
how
ain't bad.
excited.
Mate, it's EU superior analysts. Thank you, fans.
I was expecting to be second to a different player, to be perfectly honest.
To be clear, second would be an improvement for LCK, so good job.
Thanks,
Oh, wow.
I
We don't
love
have
it,
Twitter, so I don't care. We're fine.
Okay, gentlemen. I can see we're all feeling a bit fiery and a bit spicy. I have taken some time, obviously, while listening to each of your arguments and looking at the consideration from the social media poll. The very first victor of Champ Select will be Rookie, the LPL, and it was a fantastic argument. I think Freak said it best. It was well positioned. I must admit though, Freak, until you conceded the victory, the worldwide stats, they really had me, and you ended up swaying the vote.
That's
understandable. We should have all come out with way more just outrageous claims. I feel like I totally screwed it up looking for actual gameplay instead of just saying ridiculous shit,
I went in with actual facts. I should have just called Kaiser sexy, and I would have won apparently.
Gentlemen,
Rookie era.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is the show where we're looking for absolute facts as well as outrageous statements. I'd like to thank each of you participating in the very first episode of Champ Select. I want to ask everybody at home, did my representatives pick the right players from their regions? Did I pick the right winner? Hit us up at LOL Esports on social media, and we'll see you again in 2 weeks with another episode of Champ Select.
enough, no, I can't get enough. I can't get enough, no, I can't get enough.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2020. I'm Atlas, joined by the wonderful Wadid, as we're here for our final series of the week. KT versus Dynamics. We are breaking the ties. Our 4 and 7 teams, one of them is going to have to get an extra victory here and solidify that 6th place that I believe Sandbox has now taken away from both of these teams.
Yeah, true. So one of the team can compete the spot for the playoffs again.
Yeah.
Is Africa Fricks and Sandbox right now. So today's match is really, really important for both teams, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Moving up to 5 wins is going to be very, very, very clutch, as 6 wins is where Africa is sitting at the moment. However, they haven't been doing so well against the other Western teams. So if their, barrage against the East is going to continue, then yes, they'll hold on to 5th. But if any of these teams wants to stand a chance, taking down Africa is going to be their way into the playoffs with a shot at the title. And KT, they did manage to take a game off DRX once again, and we'll see whether they can use the momentum that they got from almost taking down our top team here in the LCK that just came off a win against Gen G as well, still looking fantastic, and whether they can now take it to Team Dynamics. Dynamics last time, 2-0 KT.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like not close. It was like
even
unanimous Aatrox POG votes and stuff.
Yeah, and also their rotation was really great, but after 5 games, with the big teams, they got destroyed completely as a team. So it looked like they're just lost in a bad way. So I think this is one of the great chance to just bounce back with the victory. But yeah, KT, I still think KT is slightly better than Dynamics right now. So I think it's really close matchup, but at the same time it can be really boring.
Well, we'll see whether it is boring or not. I do want to read out the third one because hellacious is a great word. Dynamics' hellacious schedule is over. Now their playoff competitors, KT, Sandbox, and Africa await. How will Dynamics start off this run? Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's by jumping immediately into the game. And I think Docdown versus aiming is going to be a big point, and I think it also looks real bad for Dynamics. Docdown has looked from bad to worse this season.
Yeah, I think he is one of the bad AD carry right now in the LCK.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's just so weak. Like, his laning phase is just so weak. In every single matchup, he's losing 20 CS, no matter what. Nothing happened, no trades, or no skirmishes, but still 20 CS losing. But, like, how,
Well, it's just by not being as good as the other AD carries in the league. And yes, we do have some very good marksmen here in the LCK, but that's no excuse, really, because Dynamics need to prove they belong here as well. Having a look at the KDA stats, 6th and 7th here with 2.6 and 3. First Herald percent, gigantic for KT, as their win rate with it is abysmal. So maybe don't fight for First Herald this game, and then maybe you'll win.
Yeah, I mean, for both teams, it looks really great. So I think it's all about the header. Then header, we already checked the last game that bot pressure is really important when it comes to header, right?
Yeah.
Support always moving first, and then AD carry following up. So the bot lane matchup is really important. Maybe key player of this matchup, but I'm not sure. The top side is also really interesting matchup, right? Rich versus who is playing today?
So-On.
Oh.
Rich versus So-On. I think So-On is, he's showed us some performances. Some of the excitement here when it comes to So-On is the fact that Riven was buffed, and So-On was an OG Riven OTP. So excited to see whether he brings that out. He won't, by the way, as a bit of a spoiler. As Bono, Kuro, Aiming, and Tucson will round out your KT roster. I want to see which side of Bono we see. It might be a beautiful day. It might not.
He's one of the coin flip jungler. So.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
He lives and dies by that thing. He's basically Two-Face from Batman. As here it is, Rich versus So-On, going to be that matchup that we're talking about. Damage per gold. Pretty good stat for both of these players, but kill participation for So-On is really high. So shows that So-On's really been trying to get into team fights, and his NN performance has definitely showed us that. as Rich has the highest damage percent out of any other top laner in the league.
I mean, he's not on the western side, but still his stats are popping off.
Yeah,
that
right.
means he's the only one, the tool that when Dynamics is winning, you know, and which is so bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the rough part, right? When you've got stats like this, it shows that when you're on a losing team as well, that's what shows that really it's all on your shoulders to try and carry, and the rest of your team haven't really been able to step up. So
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of Africa Freaks in Spring Split, for example. I mean, it feels like Dynamics is like a worse version of Africa Freaks, you know?
yeah, in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Although, I'd probably take Kuza. out of the ex-Gen.G mid laners that both of these teams have, I think Kuzan certainly looking in a little bit better form than Fly at the moment. Fly has had his games, but when push comes to shove, hasn't really been able to step up. Whereas Kuzan, the gentleman that you're having a look at right now, he managed to pick up player of the game in Game 1 against KT, the first outing, and we'll see whether Kuro is going to be able to hold him down
Veteran mids.
this time around.
Veteran mids today.
Well, actually, I believe it was Yukal that was playing against Dynamics the first time around. I don't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure it was. They started off playing a lot of Yukal.
Yeah.
And so let's see whether, you know, the Kuro-Soan combo is what's going to really stick here for KT. Is that's a wry smile on aiming. And if I was a Dynamics fan, I would be scared.
Yeah,
'Cause
for
if
sure.
aiming is happy.
I mean, their weakness is just so clear that their bot lane is so weak, especially their AD carry.
Yeah.
And I think Gugar's performance been pretty fine, you know, when it comes to
so
like
too.
roaming and rotation, champion pool, everything is fine. But yeah, its bot lane is dual lane, right? And also Tushin. Yeah, I'm calling him Korean Hilly-san, right? And I think he's also a coin-flip player.
Exactly. It's like Tucson and Bono are like flipping the same coin one after the other just to see what's going to happen in the game. And it is true to the KT form, right?
Yeah.
KT, I mean, their icon is a roller coaster for a reason. That's because they're roster, I mean, obviously. And look, we don't know whether we're going to, you know, come off it or whether it's going to just be this really awesome ride that we're all going to go on together. But let's find out now to see how this pick and ban is going to go and where we're going to land. Dynamics on the blue side, we have correct colorways for side selection here in Game 1.
Great.
TF ban on blue side.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Maybe they're looking for Volibear first pick or something like AD carry that is actually carrying really hard, like Aphelios.
Maybe. Bard to be banned second.
So that means they are like making Ezreal worse, I guess.
Wow! Blue side Karma ban. That's mind-blowing because Dynamics have Kuzan. Kuzan is a phenomenal Karma player.
Yeah, but
I know that's a weird thing to say. But
right now mid Karma is kind of a bait pick because 6 wins with 12 losses. So
that's not a great win.
Nope. But Ashe first pick.
Okay, I mean picking it away from aiming makes some sense. Him and Ruler have been our Ashe player extraordinaires so far this season. But Set is available. Likely to be locked in here for KT.
Set is available, and also, I mean, it's a nerf version of Virus, but you can still play it, you know?
Yeah, true. Have a bit of an arrow off there on the bottom side.
Or if you don't care,
Kallista's
just
up
play
too.
Kalista.
Oh, I don't know about Callista and
Or Ezreal. I mean, Ezreal is banned, so maybe there is only Aphelios or...
Aphelios Callista, if you're going down the tier list. I mean, there are a few other options if you're going to dig a little bit deeper. I believe it was aiming that debuted the Cogmore in the bot lane.
Yeah. What if he plays Cogmore? Yeah, I was thinking about it. And also, Tushin is a great TK player. But, yeah.
Nope, going to be Callista.
Maybe it can be Kalista set bot lane to pressure Ashe. Then Ashe cannot use her ability to pressure lane. So. Yeah.
Well, Kuzan going back to some comfort here with the Azir being locked in.
Classic draft, yeah.
Yeah, this is very classic.
If you want a more classic, then you can just pick up Trundle, but there is Sejuani as well.
Yeah, Lee Sin also available.
Yeah.
Beyond could head there.
Or Aatrox.
Yeah.
For your top lane faker.
You could also grab priority pick here for Rich, but oh my.
No, man.
We were joking.
Yeah, I was joking with Trundle because Trundle right now is not that great jungler.
No. Well, this is either lock in the Lee Sin or grab yourself, you know, a support that you would like. Oh my goodness, Bono going back to an old favorite, but no, it is going to be the Lee Sin. Thankfully, I'd already written it down.
I think they're still flexing the set pick here because it can be really strong bot lane with Kalista set, and I think it depends on their support picks.
Also, Kuro has been a tank mid player before as well. Liked the Nautilus, things like that in the past. See whether that is where they're going to go. Might just be Lucian and Aatrox bans for KT.
Comfort pick bans.
Yep. Well, actually, what you could do is make sure that the set goes into the mid lane or support. You ban Aatrox and then you pick Jace. Or Dynamics bans the Jace, so then you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty low chance to play them playing set mid against Azir. Most likely, it should be on the bot side to pressure Ashe, you know?
Yeah. Well, read the script. This is what it said.
And I'm wondering about
Cannon
the top
ban
side as well, because, yeah, if Jace and Cannon is gone, I'm wondering
Camille.
what Sohan can play.
No, you want Camille. Absolutely. Especially if all of these have been banned. I think Camille's stock definitely goes up, and she is going to be the ban choice. So KT, they get their Cannon if they would like it.
Yeah, and it looks great as well.
I would suggest picking Cannon here.
Same.
And then you continue to flex set between support and mid till the very end. But they're going to take their time. And Echo's going to be locked in. So
Okay, so they just want to counter pick it really hard for Sohan.
yeah, and also like having the Azir already showing, you can pretty safely pick up the Echo. Makes them very short range and very mid game.
Very early
skirmishy.
game as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's really skirmishy. And is it Pantheon from Guga? Yeah,
maybe.
This is great pickup. I think it can make the laning phase a lot easier for the bottom side of the dynamics because Ashe Pantheon is just so strong as a champion. Their duo has just so much damage in early game, even level 1.
And there is that Cannon that we were talking about. It's going to be Rich playing it this time around. I like what Dynamics have put together apart from the Trundle. As KT, what is going to be the secret sauce up against the Cannon? Sohan does have a pretty wide champion pool. But what he's going to do here is difficult. I mean, he could, of course... Oh, right, there we go. The Vladimir.
Sohan Classic.
Yeah, this is going back into the history books quite a long way.
Yeah, I mean, he always liked to play Vladimir when there is a chance, you know. So yeah, I think it's good choice because they were like a really early game focused composition, right? So they just filled up with the one safety tool by Sohan. But also for Dynamics, this draft is just so classic. Every single good champions are just on their position. But my question is Trundle still. Like jungle Trundle, is that actually the best choice that you could ever make for the jungle blind pick?
And also when all of these champions are going to be diving in, like especially if Azir is going to be going for Shurima shuffles alongside the Cannon, like sweeping them all up into the Slicing Maelstrom. If there's a Vladimir in there that gets to Emo Plague and press pull, like that's so much damage and everyone's exactly where he wants them.
Yeah, so I think the top side is completely one-on-one lane right now. And it should be Dynamics controlling early game with the cycling the Drake because they have Ashe Pantheon in the bot lane.
Yeah, their bottom lane should be able to help them. But we have to remember the nameplates, right? Like Aiming and Tucson have been playing much better than Dr. and Guga.
Yeah, but still, you know, if you lose this with that composition, with that dual lane or the bot lane, then
it's all of them.
Nothing else you can do.
Well, we'll see how they're going to go here. They definitely orchestrated this draft so that they could get these champions.
It's like a cheat sheet, you know?
Yeah.
It's really easy to win bot lane. You just need to auto attack, just throw some skills that it hits every single target on the bot lane.
Well, this is a bit sneaky. Guga, Rich, and Kuzan all here, just looking for potential ganks. Ash chilling in the mid lane.
There is Lens as well.
Yeah.
Kuro already pinged missing. So nothing's gonna happen. And actually, you know what? In I think it was 2 days ago, I met Aiming and Tushin in solo queue.
How
And
did
I
that
was
go?
alone playing solo queue.
Oh,
and
no.
I was actually playing Pantheon into Tushin's set, you know?
Oh yeah, how did it go?
I solo killed him, but
Oh,
Aiming solo carried. I couldn't stop
No.
aiming. Yeah.
Well, total in the LCK, Cannon has destroyed Vladimir, as you guys can see. Which AoE mage is going to win out here today? Only time will tell. So far, So1 has a 1-0 record. On the Vlad, I believe he played it in the last match against DRX in game number 1.
Yep.
Draft was actually really creative. Now Tucson wanders towards Guga and loses a bunch of his health bar. That's fine. This is the Haymaker.
You know what? He did literally same thing in my solo queue. He got hit by my spear and he missed the W.
Well, let us know whether, you know, what comes next. What does he do after that?
At level 3, he's gonna try to E on me and like he died.
Right, okay.
But yeah, I mean he learned from it, so he shouldn't do that. Because Pantheon has Conqueror, so there's no way Pantheon is gonna get killed.
Well, so far, this lane's certainly working out.
Yeah, for sure.
Or
Ash
dynamics not working out for Kuro.
And also, Azir should push in against Echo, right?
Oh yeah,
So,
100%.
I mean, I already mentioned that like top lane is boring matchup already. They're gonna farm for 30 minutes, and it's all about mid bot lane, and they have so strong tool. They should able to get 2 Drakes in a row. Or
Bono is gonna flip his coin and look
flipper.
for a kill onto Kuzan. He did safeguard in, but Guga's also going to get exhausted here towards the bottom side. Shield is going to be put back down again as Tucson, I believe, does have the Haymaker, and he does. Doctom going to take some damage there. So,
Yeah,
just trading damage.
level 3 incoming. I'm really scared.
Yeah. And Guga's going to go for it. We know that.
Yeah.
Or Tucson's going to go for it anyway. See who gets that level 3 first. It should be on the side of Dynamics. Is Beyond is just going to throw. Goodbye. Yep.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I didn't mention that Kuro is playing mechanical champion.
Yeah.
He's not playing like control mage or like CC bot. So he's playing mechanical champion, and it is mechanical matchup as well. Echo should play better, and if Azir is just, I mean, if they're the graph, I mean, the power graph is same, then it should be like 60-40 for Azir, you know?
Yeah, right. And especially in the early game, Azir should be shoving the Echo in over and over again. You pick Echo because you can ult out of the Emperor's Divide. You can stay very, very safe. But not if you're just going to die over and over again. Does still have his flash available. Didn't miss out on any minions because, of course, did have the teleport. As it is Electrocute onto Kuzan. We'll be able to do a lot of quick bursty trades. Someone up here is going to have a pretty good time, to be honest, on the Vladimir into the cannon, especially Rich's cannon. It's not one of his, 3 champions that he has mastery over. Here in the LCK, at least. We're going to have a look at this one more time, and Kuro playing weak side, and that is not what you want where you want to be. He wanted to be north of that lane. Not sure what he was looking for.
Yeah, I think if he hugged the top side, then
yeah, that was where Lee Sin was.
Yeah, it should be better, but there is always greatest CC in League of Legends, and it's low HP and crits.
Yeah. Well, Guga out of the lane. You can see the Doctom is just chilling there bot side. He's down a little bit in CS. Aiming has done well to try and avoid as much of this volley poke as possible. Bono and Tucson are going to team up. Possibly look for a bottom side entrance. See whether they go aggressive onto aiming. Level 4 here for Dokdam. Guga only level 3 for the minute. Same can be said for Tucson. Pierce not going to land. As the Lee Sin still waiting. That was a bait.
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, no! Literally missed everything. And this is what you were talking about. Level 4 not so much better than level 3, but he didn't get killed. So there's that. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that was just so silly mistake, you know. So maybe today's coin flip is not working out.
Well, now we're looking for another one. That one's going to land as the pillar comes up, but I think Guga's going to have to flash and get the heck out of here. Aiming even, able to get that kill with the Pierce. So if at first you don't succeed, just try again.
Yeah, and also 2 coin flippers, you know, so you can flip them twice.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe it'll land on the edge because there's 2.
But anyways, this time around, that was great play by Tushin and Bono.
Oh,
Still, yeah, you know, the result.
Smashing mid lane.
Yeah, the result is just really great for KT. Aiming got the kill as well, and they are having Ashe, Pantheon plus Azir in the mid bot lane, but they lost the Drake. And the game is already looking like pretty worse than before.
Oh, another face breaker is going to connect here. Level 4 for Tucson, going to have a Haymaker to deliver. But it's a big old shield for Guga. Bono's going to find Beyond. Tucson's going to walk on forward. The Trundle well and truly winning this matchup. Chomp pretty good against physical champions. And yeah, aiming should be able to hop away from this. So no worries. There's a lot of attention given to the bottom lane, which is definitely what we're expecting.
Yep.
This matchup.
And also, this is the reason why Sohan picked up Vladimir, you know? And Sohan is just having a happy time.
Yeah, just chilling.
And it's a shame that he didn't pick up the call.
Yeah. Rich did get one, though. That's good news.
Yeah. And I think Guga was maybe looking for something else because he didn't use his shield or stun.
Maybe that was still on cooldown from the earlier skirmish,
I guess. Potentially, yeah.
It's a pretty long cooldown on that one. But not sure.
But anyways, really great pickup by KT's jungle and support.
Rich up here will push this wave forward. Tucson probably wanted to punch some stuff, get some grit, but no. Just going to wander around, look for some wards, not find any.
Yeah. And the thing is, I don't think that Azir really want to just go for 50-50 against this matchup, because when it comes to mid-late game, then the side lane rotation should be like so much better for the Echo side, right? So I think he just want to use more of his early pressure from it. But it looks like Kujan is just farming, you know? Yes, he got the CS difference, but if nothing is happening with this Azir's early game...
Aiming?
Yeah, I mean, he's fine.
Okay.
Because he has cleans, you know?
Yeah, he does.
So he's fine. But the point is Azir, you know? If he's just farming with this electrocute early game Azir, then I think, yeah, KT's just gonna rule the game easily.
Well, KT don't have a great win rate with first Herald, but they're still going to look for it, as I believe. Tucson is out of position. Hex flashes over, as there's the face breaker, but Beyond just going to subjugate and run away. Kuzan to half health. Kuro dancing around this fight as Sohan and Rich are fighting on the top side. Both of them have been ignited by one another as Sohan gets himself the Crimson Rush. And Beyond looks like he's just taken away the Rift Herald.
Yeah, because aiming is not moving, and Dokdam was moving towards the header, so it's 4v5.
Yep, and also had the arrow available, so...
Yeah. That was really great play by Dokdam because he didn't even lose the creeps, so... That was great.
Oh wow, they're gonna try and give this to Rich immediately. No? Actually,
no, just push.
Just trying to get him a minion wave?
Yeah.
Alright, get him a free back. So, aiming, gonna come over and still... most likely get a couple of plates here as Dokdam not actually able to walk up to this minion wave.
Yeah, because Pantheon was level 5, so it's pretty risky. And it's against Kalista and Set, so if you get hit by one skill, then you're done.
Yeah.
And you have no cleans as well, so...
Tucson going back. Infernal Drake up in 1 minute's time. See whether KT can continue stacking these Drakes up. Mountain or Cloud will be our sole options.
Yeah. One of the reasons why Tushin is coin flipper, I mean Korean Hilly-san, is like because of his kind of shaky laning phase, you know. But this time around, he got the pressure, and when KT got the bot lane prior, they always cycle the Drake really fast. You know?
Yeah.
That means they know how to snowball from the bot lane. So it can be really easy game for KT, just for now. But a little bit shaky mid lane. That's my only worry when it comes to Drake fight.
It's not the end of the world because
yeah, it's
Kuro
not the
is,
end of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, he's maxed out his Q now that he's level 9, and therefore we'll be able to clear the waves pretty comfortably. That's when Echo is pretty scary in these mid-game skirmishes where he can just leave the lane and put on a lot of inherent pressure. Guga has to be careful. Does have that shield. I don't know whether it's going to be enough.
So both top laners is just coming for the Drake with heal.
Yeah. The heal ganks. As Bono will see Beyond making his way down, but Rich gets the inside track. And so on. Going to be spotted. Q connects onto Beyond, but Bono has to safeguard his way out. No real pressure. Minion Wave's going to reset. KT gets to exit lane first. Kuro and so on, fighting on a different front. Parallel convergence, unable to be followed up on.
Great move by KT. They got the position back.
Yeah.
They just gave up one wave, and they just got the position all the way back. That was pretty genius move by KT, and they're pushing first as well. Maybe they can contest more on mid lane, but there is no wave, you know. It's all about next mid wave, I guess. But KT's bot lane is moving first, so they should get the mid prior. And mid prior is everything for the Drake.
Yeah, and also we were talking about the fact that Kuro can clear waves very, very easily now with a bunch of points in his Time Winder. Oh, not quite there yet. Doesn't quite have the AP number, but that's fine. As Arrow is going to connect, it's going to be soaked by Tucson. Showstopper into the backline as there is the Hemo Plague, but the set dies so quickly. And there goes the Lee Sin as well, as I don't know whether Soan can do this. Has to flash to get his way out, and that was a disaster for KT. Now this Infernal Drake should just be delivered on a silver platter to Dynamics. And they've got about a 2,000 gold lead as well, as Kuzan's just farming behind the turret. Okay.
Yeah. It looked fine at the beginning because Kalista had cleanse, and also Seth can just soak the CC from the enemy team. But yeah, Tushin jumped in and Rich just ulted Tushin simply, and he didn't even able to use his W for the shield, and nothing was just possible because of Cannon.
Yeah.
So that was just great positioning by Dynamics again. Maybe not the positioning, maybe it was just the play that they made. Even though like they have Kalista set with the cleanse, still engaged and made really great situation for them.
Well, so on back towards the top side, we'll see whether they can stabilize. Let's have a look at this one more time, as the arrow was soaked by Tucson, but aiming had to flash out so early and literally did no damage.
Yeah. And also if Tushin uses W, it can be changed as well.
Yeah, right.
There is exhaust and also Kalista ultimate. Everything could change, but yeah, luckily it's not the end of the world because Amy didn't die there.
Yeah, and he's still a whole bunch of CS in the lead. Not going to be getting any plates as they fell 20 seconds ago. So that was the ideal fight for the Kennen. Looking forward to seeing what the ideal fight looks like for Vladimir. As we're always talking about late game and cooldown reduction numbers when it comes to the Hemomancer. He's already got 20% built up. We'll probably have the old Inspiration as well as Cosmic Insight, so a bit of an extra there. This Proto Belt, pretty valuable as you can see. And Kuro now looking for a potential dive underneath this turret. There's the Hemo Plague, so on. Of course, can go into his pool to play aggressively. And Rich throws down the ult, and Kuro not going to be able to do anything. Bono avoids the Emperor's Divide, but my goodness, that was absolutely not what we wanted to see from the mid laner of KT. So on now at about 0 health, does avoid one of the skill shots, but couldn't avoid the auto attack. And now Bono gonna have to flash. Kuzan flashes after him, and that's a couple of auto attacks. Some laser beams from the staff of the Emperor of Shurima, and it's now 6-1 between Dynamics and KT, and Dynamics just look better.
So yeah, I mean, you're right. Dynamics just looks so much better. The fight they're taking, KT, and not many of reason that they have to like take the fight, you know. Yes, they have Vladimir Echo against Kennen right there, but this Echo is just so weak. He has no damage. So he couldn't even end the target that he should end here. And that was really great reaction by Rich as well.
I think someone also went into pool a little bit too early. He could have held on to turret aggro for a little bit longer to stop the Echo from being destroyed.
Yeah, and also a really great arrow and a global ultimate by Guger made even easier for Dynamic side. So the thing is, it's again, KT's only last hope is aiming. But he's playing Kalista against Ashe, which means it's going to be really hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, and they picked the Kalista into the Ashe knowing that this was a thing that was going to happen. At least aiming has taken cleanse this time around, unlike what happened in our first series today. And so on is, you know, he's Vladimir. He is a late game hyper carry. But I just don't know whether it's going to be good enough. We've got Merc Treads built up on 3 members of KT. Tucson went for the Swifties because he wants to run as fast as he can.
Yeah, and also I think they should give up some drag to just farm it up because the item difference is real. Kennen already got the Morello with the Proto Belt. Maybe not on the AD carry side, but Amy should lead the gold as well, you know, but the item is still same for Ashe, so I think Dynamics is just gonna stomp this Drake fight if that happens.
Yeah, they're 5,000 gold ahead. Like, this is huge. For Dynamics, they've got the better Drake for their fighting style as well, as Kuzan was looking for Bono, not gonna find him. Looks like we hit a few tails on this side as Kuro's found Beyond, but he's real tanky. Timewinder is gonna do a bit of work, but not too much. Guga's gonna come in and say, no, 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 no. You got a fancy skin there, Mr. Echo, but you do not belong in your own jungle.
Yeah, they decide to just trade some gold, yeah? They're just putting all the members on the top side, trying to push the top turret. But maybe they just need to hit it all together because it's gonna take all time.
They're still denying a lot of farm by doing this slowly. Like you were saying, Cloud Drake is alive. It's going to be given up here by KT, so they may as well prioritize taking down this outer turret, try and get whatever gold that they can find. Bring the gold lead back to 4,000. Kuro, bottom side, and oh man, he's just having a rough time. Rich is going to deny the wolf camp. It's not what you want to see.
True. And also, finally the pick, the Pantheon is working out from the side lane. Maybe Azir could have worse time in the side lane because of the matchup, but because of Pantheon, he's getting a lot of help.
Yeah. And there's just the double global from the bottom side just makes it so difficult. Rich doesn't have teleport, so one does. It might help for a skirmish coming up, but you're right. Like, KT are just not in a position where they're going to be able to fight. Beyond building as much armor as he possibly can will mean that he's not going to be able to deal with So-On super well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess right now when I see the KT's composition, then I guess we can say they are lack of like engage tools.
Yeah.
Right. They have really great skirmishes tools like Lee Sin ultimate, Kalista's ulti,
set just in general. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But how can you start the fight? You know, using Kalista ulti to engage. Normally, that's not the way.
I mean, you can do that. You can, you know, flash ult someone as Tucson and then get ulted out by aiming and then re-engage again if you'd want to. A few different options.
Yeah, so the thing is, I think Tushin should look for some creative plays. Like just wait in the one random brush for like 5 minutes and just look for insane play.
Yeah.
like Pyoshik did in the last game with DRX versus Genji happened yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, definitely an option. Just, I'm just not sure whether KT is going to be able to find it, right? Because the Vladimir is like, he's not hitting the spikes that he wants to be relevant. He needs a lot of time to come online. The Echo basically doesn't exist. And Kuzan is just super strong. Now has Sork and the Oblivion Orb. We do have 2 items on aiming, but he's such short range that he just gets scooped up by Azir, electrocuted by the cannon. He doesn't have enough cleansers to get out of all of the AoE and the CC and hop around and try and actually, get some work done. We saw in the last team fight, couldn't do anything at all.
Yeah, but KT still got the insurance, from Vladimir. So
True.
I think, yeah, they are looking for that moment as well. And also with the defense, Kalista's leg game is not that bad. Against the mages, when you get the defense plus Bloodthirster.
True. He'll have a lot of lifesteal. It will be triple that stage. That's why Rich did rush towards the Morellonomicon. The Vladimir is going to be healing a lot. And the Echo and the Callisto. Plus the Grit from Tucson, I guess, and Iron Will from Bono. There we go. Morellonomicon, very high value here this game. Bit facetious towards the end, but you need one for Vladimir. That is 100% the truth.
But yeah, I mean, KT already decided. They are just ready to line on the bad.
Yep.
No one is looking for aggressive vision. No one is looking for the plays. I think the call is like just wait for Vladimir, wait for 4th Drake, wait until they start the Nasher, and yeah, I guess that's the only way that they can back. Just fight on only objectives.
That's Frozen Heart completed for Beyond.
Yeah, and we can see it from the ping that they really want to conquer the enemy blue side vision dynamics. They just literally pinged like 5 times on the enemy jungle on the blue side. On my way ping especially. So yeah, after mid push, maybe there'll be a little fight in the enemy jungle on the blue side.
They do have a bit of vision over there. It is going to be Cloud Drake up in 20 seconds time. Not sure why KT would want to fight for it, but they do have Hex Drinker and a couple of good items here onto aiming. And if, like, I just feel like they get outscaled anyway. Like, KT, even though it's not ideal, they probably want to fight sooner rather than later. Is aiming just going to take the blue buff just to make sure that Dynamics do not steal it away. And KT, yeah, they're just not going to go for this. Just going to let Cloud Soul Point go over to Dynamics. Kuro is on the top side, so they will get some value.
Yep, trading some objectives because they have no money. KT.
Yeah.
So it's even like it's unfair trade. You have to take it.
Gugu going to get a ward in. Immediately cleared. Probably another one going to be put down, but Gugu going to spot out that one over the wall. And I mean, if there's any way to disguise the fact that you've got a problem with your bottom lane, it is, all right, Arrow going to connect onto aiming. He's going to try and hop out of this one. He hasn't even pressed cleanse. He's already dead. As Kuro, he's just going to chrono break himself backwards, try and do what he can. It's a decent Hemo Plague there from Soan, but it's a little bit too late. And look, I mean, the Vladimir AoE, pretty gross, but I don't know why aiming just took an arrow to the face and didn't cleanse.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the Empress Divide, pulled immediately. Doesn't actually land on anyone. But Sundisk is going to be put up.
I mean, as you mentioned, maybe there's a disrespect towards enemy.
Maybe, but I mean, if you're getting crushed at 24 minutes, you probably should start respecting.
For sure. And that was actually huge. And the reason why KT still had a chance is because aiming didn't die at all. But he died once, and the Kalista is gonna be get outscaled eventually because of the team comp. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
They knew everything, right? But decided to die. Maybe he just realized that, oh yeah, this fight is impossible. I'm just
Yeah, maybe
gonna die
had word
without
that the
using
cannon was
anything.
flanking.
I think they had no idea about the cannon's position, that's all. And yeah, Rich again, making all the plays by himself, getting dove on the top lane, but got kill, and also engaging on the mid lane.
Now he's got a Void Staff, so a very scary cannon. See what he's going to build as his next item. Something like a Leandri certainly works quite well in conjunction with the Morello against a Vladimir. Vladimir just inherently has a lot of health, not a whole lot else, apart from AP. Rich. Ooh, possibly going to get discovered, but no. You can see KT just not feeling up to it.
Yeah.
And Soan's just, okay, we're going for a fight. Proto Belt, Hemoplate going to get some health back, but that's going to show himself bottom side. And now Tucson gets a control ward into the Baron pit and is just going to grab Guga here. Guga most likely going to go down, but the Baron is going to be traded for a kill on the support. And that's 100% not worth, guys. If you are KT, I would, yeah, have a look at the gold difference. We're already at a 1400 Baron power play, and that was as Guga was going down. So you'll throw away your Pantheon any day of the week. It means grabbing that. They do lose control of the mid lane for a moment, but I don't think it's a big deal. As in goes Bono, looks for the Q. Oh, Lightning Rush, just enough movement speed to get Rich out of the way. A minute and a half on the Cloud Drake, not a lot that they can get down here, but the Rift Scuttler will have to do. So KT now having to deal with a Baroned up dynamics for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I think KT's strat is still not changed yet. Looking for the late game. But I think Kalista at least need 5 items at this point, because you have cleans, so maybe not needing QSS, but you have to build QS. When they have that kind of composition, even though you have cleans, you know?
Yeah, you know, you need both. I think you need Mercurial Scimitar as well.
They had the vision on Nashor, but I think it's because Azir plus Ashe that was really hard to just block their burst towards Nashor while Guga was getting all the ogres.
I think it's a bit ridiculous that you're just going to throw away a Baron, though, for a kill onto a Pantheon. As aiming, going to grab himself Tucson, who's looking for some knockouts, aiming immediately, flashing out. This time he presses the cleanse button, and the Lee Sin does kill the cannon, but there's still Kuzan, and Doctum is free hitting, but still, it doesn't matter. And that was without Kuro even in the fight. Pretty impressive there by KT, to be perfectly honest.
For sure.
And they'll make it out.
And aiming saved it for this moment, I guess.
There we go. He was saving cleanse for this, even though I think it would have been up again anyway.
But yeah, that was one of the miracle fights that we were talking about. And it actually happened. And Tushin is looking for more. He has ulti.
Yeah, he's snuck around the back. As you can see, only at half health here is Parallel Convergence. Not going to find Kuzan. So caught in between the pillar and the wall is okay. There's the showstopper into the back line. Haymaker comes in, Doctum, tagged by the Q. But Bono's not going to go for it. Teleport into the backside is Rich. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he's still going to look for a fight. There's the pull from Soan, and there's the man drop from Guga. Bono's going to be taken down. The Hemomancer as well. And Aiming's just going to try and hop for his life, but it does not matter. The Pantheon grabs the kill, and now Dynamics are looking to try and break the base.
Yeah, they have Nashor. They can for sure end the game here. And that was actually just so one-sided by Dynamics.
It was just too aggressive, KT sticking around for so long. As Kuzan now going to try and find Kuro, but Conquering Sand's not available just yet.
But KT didn't even do anything. Like, they were just farming for the moment that... Yeah.
I mean, Kuzan Tucson ran around and pressed an R button, and now they're all dead, and so is the Nexus, as Dynamics will claim game number 1. We thought that maybe the bottom lane wasn't going to be able to do it, but with plays like that, we've eaten our words. Really nicely done by this Dynamics squad. And once again, Rich just looks good, man. I mean, just looks good.
Yeah, I think he solo carried the game from the first team fight at the Drake pit. I guess around the Drake pit. That was just the day-saving ultimate by Rich.
Yeah.
Before that,
and he got the flank onto aiming as well.
Yeah, I mean, before that, their bot lane was getting pressured with Ashe and Pantheon because the early situation in the game 1, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, everything was not going great for Dynamics, but randomly they just grouped and Rich popped off.
Sometimes Kennen is just going to deliver some victories, as Kennen has just been getting better and better and better.
I mean, I guess him as a player, he's
Yeah.
getting more knowledge and more experience in LCK.
True.
And he's being more like a smart player than mechanical player. He was like, he used to play more aggressive in lane only.
And also used to only play 2 champions.
Yeah,
right?
and try to get advantage in lane only. But right now he's moving for the team. He's thinking for the team, and everything is working out.
And also, he has a HOTS background.
Yeah.
You know what you do in that game? You don't lane.
Yeah, I know.
Just team fight.
You don't lane, you always shot call.
Yeah, and he
right?
knows. He knows how to make that happen. Glad that we got to bring up the HOTS Faker situation again, because I like to do it every single time Rich plays.
Isn't it illegal to mention about HOTS a lot?
I mean, we talk about World of Warcraft all the time.
In Riot
about
Games
HOTS.
broadcast.
Well, let's just hope that no one's going to report us, shall we? As we're going to check out this final team fight. This was Tucson actually opting in for it, remember. He does get a decent face break. A Haymaker was good too. But look at the health bars. And then Kennen comes in, doesn't care about not having an ultimate. As that pillar was really nice.
Yeah.
On top of aiming.
And also aiming used all the summoner spells before the team fight. So yeah, they took the fight in the wrong place. They should just back out and maybe try to farm it up more, because maybe Cloud Drake is useless.
Maybe
they can think in it that way.
Did
and
you
try to block the
I loved what Beyond did though. He has a Frozen Heart. He flash pillars a Callista, and then just runs up to her and follows her. Doesn't even auto attack. He just like gets the aura of his Frozen Heart and just follows her around while she's trying to hop and do damage. And she did nothing. And then the rest of the team tidies up. That was
I guess
so
he picked
depressing.
up. I guess he picked up Trundle for that.
Yeah. I mean, Trundle does do relatively well into the Callista anyway, but haven't seen him be all that successful recently. See whether it is going to be Dynamics able to take a game number 2 win, or whether KT can fight back and do to Dynamics what DRX did to KT. The reverse sweep in his best of 3 will be necessary. We'll find out if they can do it after the break.
나 이제 나 하나 왔어. 하나 2초.
빠지면서 해, 빠지면서.
나
텔대 바로. 좀 10초.
야야
블라디 유치야, 블라디 유치야.
야 뒤에 세트.
빼면서 해봐.
빼면서.
야, 나 하고 있어. 나 텔볼게.
나 몇십 5초, 나 몇십
나
5초.
초식에 있어서 한칸 버틸 수 있거든.
나 공격해. 나 뒤에 뛰어. 고고고고고.
블라디.
빨리. 끝낼래?
오케이.
깔리만 잡아볼래? 끝내러 가자. 용 치지 마.
야 미드 근데 에코라서
에코인데 에코 있는데.
우리 바론
바론 있잖아. 바론.
오케이 가보자.
근데 이제 바론 끝나긴 하거든.
근데 에코가 그럼 큐 못 쓰게 앞에서 막아줘.
오케이.
나 거리는 플래시.
나 에코 공 샀어. 끝안 날 것 같은데.
아니야 해볼만해.
끝내봐.
끝내만해.
끝낼 수 있어요. 탱해줘.
오케이.
방송 탱해.
내가 생각할게.
아래 거부터. 위에 거 타워만 치면 돼. 타워만 치면 돼. 에코 무시.
자, 나이스.
나이스.
노스킨 뭔가요 이거?
페이커 코스프레요.
노스킨 야쏘로 제 야쏘 이기려다니.
나 생각보다 잘해서 깜짝 놀랄 텐데.
컷.
케이틀린.
진짜 저한테 케이틀린으로 이길 자신 있어요?
나 시즌 3의 모스 케이틀린이었어. 근본이 달라 근본이. 아 죄송. 이걸 맞아.
좀 아쉽네요. 잘 가요 형.
에이. 연두는 그냥 2대 컷인데 대원이 역시 힘들구만.
느낌이 다르죠. 솔라이너의 느낌 형.
솔라이너 느낌 다르네.
이 백정과 비교하면 안 돼요. 백정이랑 한번 빼줘. 백정 들어와. 야수 들어와. 형. 연두 이게 뭐야? 컷.
간이 안 돼 있는 삼계탕 먹는 기분이야.
진짜 규석이 형.
야수가 어렵네.
어디 가서 다이나믹스라고 얘기하고 다니지 마.
카스 들어와 카서스. 아니 뭐 1렙부터 유치학기고. 잠깐만. 이거 연두 아닌데? 연두 맞다. 나 연두 아니다.
설마 재원이 형 설마.
연두가 간식 썼어. 자 방금 정수 감독님한테 그거 들었어요.
뭐 했어? 소원 들었어?
야 꺼져. 야 꺼져.
나도 오랜만에 당하고 싶다.
개부럽다.
야 쟤네 별거 없어. 야 너네가 더 잘해.
편하게 쪼는 건 쟤들이야. 우리 상대로 계속 말리는 것 같대.
Let's get it.
뷰린 변령 체크 잘하고 화이팅.
이거 한 명은 나랑 용차죠. 아칼리 아래. 아칼리 뭐 이거?
텍스 반피.
여기 와드. 나 위쪽 견제할게. 용 버스하자.
나 이거 얘네 쳤어. 이거 스틸 먼저.
먹었어 일단. 용 먹었어. 맞아. 텍스. 나먹 10초. 아칼리부터. 맞아 나서. 정면 와줘. 나 이거 정면 안 와줘. 빼자. 하나 죽었구나. 어쩌다 죽었대?
야 억대기만 밀고 용하자.
빼야 돼. 다 뺄 생각이라 이거. 쏘리.
뺏겼고.
쏘리.
이거 상황인데?
펜타.
펜타 열심히
나욕 먹을 때 만약에 빨리 판단을 줄 건 빨리 줘. 그냥 깔끔하게. 깔끔하게 2, 3세트 이기고 가자.
가보자. 집 갔다 먹었다 이거. 3대 먹을 생각이야 그냥.
삼삼 먹을만해.
해야 된다.
올라붙어. 카멜이 없어. 맞아. 카멜이 없어.
카멜로 갈게. 나 죽었고. 오케이. 카멜 봐줘.
이게 카멜 내가 이겨.
카멜 잡아. 야, 노플. 나 내려갈게 다시. 프리스 봐. 맞다. 나이스.
가비.
잡을 생각해. 잘 걸었다.
리신 노건.
버려.
이전테만 킬 주지 말래? 사람. 상당히 이제 줘. 이거 레드야. 나이스. 이제 잘 큰다 우리.
괜찮아. 이거 앞라인 봐 그냥.
앞라인 앞에 이거 달리고 있는 거 같아. 얘들아 바로 있거든. 천천히 뻐겨야 돼. 천천히. 나 프리다. 봐줄게.
아래 맞아. 디코. 빨리 맞아. 헬 찍었다. 카밀. 디코. 카밀부터 마무리돼. 카밀부터. 가지. 위에 봐요.
야 아래 앉아.
위에 볼래요?
야 위에 앉아. 아래 앉아. 이거 아래 빼야 되겠다.
나 이제. 자 이제 높여. 이제 앞에 줘. 맞다. 라인 살려. 나이스.
야 침착해.
넥서스 시작.
제발 내가 다행이다. 아, 나이스.
This is what League of Legends looks like! That's a big stun! That's a big engage! Oh! 80 minutes on the clock! 80 minutes to dream! Gonna be stunned to flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Team Dynamics taken KT roster, and it was Team Dynamics that got the win in game number 1. Team Dynamics, their draft was really bold, picking up Ash for the first pick. A lot of critics were questioning the Dokdam's carry potential, so this could be a huge pressure over to Dokdam. But unlike Aphelios, Ash is more like a lane-oriented pick. And KT roster answered it with Seth and Kalista. They also have a very strong lane priority. However, KT was not able to capitalize on the priority that they were able to get from the bottom lane. Team Dynamics, this time around, they pulled off a very similar playstyle of that of Damwon Gaming. Team Dynamics, they have a very strong top side as well, so Google was also able to freely roam around the northern south of the map. And to put this whole story short, Team Dynamics, their bottom lane was stronger than everyone expected. So earlier to this fight, Ash and Seth traded their Flash for Flash. So they all have a very obvious target for this fight. They had to go for Ash. KT roster, but they made the worst decision possible, aiming instantly cleansed and jumped over the map, the wall, to stay intact, so he couldn't even cast his ultimate to save Seth. It's not about Kennen and Vladimir, their contribution for team fights. It's more about how the AD carries pilot that fight at that certain moment. Kalista was doing not much work for that fight, so it was more like a 4v5 fight.
칼리가 땡겨줄 거였으면 세트를 처음부터
If Kalista was trying to save set from that engage, he had to be in close proximity to cast his ultimate. That's how Kalista and Satcom kind of utilized their aggro juggling, but so we took a look at the aiming score with this Kalista champion. So that was second Kalista game of the Summer Split, and he is standing 0-2 so far. He never got a win yet on this champion, and also Tusin doesn't really have a lot of success on set as well, so maybe Team Dynamics, they figured out that it is okay to let Kalista through the hand of KT Roaster. Later on, KT Roaster looked really lost all throughout the game. But take a look at the red side vision. The ping goes down onto the blue camp, kind of predicting where Cannon would be. So Seth and Lee Sin was in a really close proximity for Kalista to maybe kick him away or maybe just pull him out of Kalista, but this fight was truly disjointed. There were two champions that can just drag Cannon away from the AD carry, but the combo coming out from Kalista and Seth was so bad and their reaction was really off. After that, the last team fight, Seth made his engage onto Ash, but he didn't have enough follow-up. On the other hand, Team Dynamics, they looked really confident, executing all the setups they planned. Now it's time to take a look at the player of the game on the side of Team Dynamics. It's Rich on Cannon. Already 600 puck points. That 2v1 fight on the top lane was so golden. That 2-on-1 was not KT's mistake. It's rather Rich being so cool-headed and being so calm. I mean, he did all he can do on this Cannon pick, so he deserves this POG. Sohan could also pull this kind of flank angle or 2v1 fight, but that early gameplay coming out from Cannon during the laning phase was so critical for both teams. Rich joining the puck standing board over here on the 4th place, tied up with Pearl and Showmaker. Rich is definitely one of the outstanding top laners here in the LCK. Despite the current situation with his team, Rich is coming out really strong as an individual player. And also, it hasn't been a while since he rose up to the top lane. A very successful rose up coming out from Rich over here. And now it's time to check out the game number 2. Who will be the top of the East here in the LCK?
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the Analyst Desk translation. A well-deserved POG there for Rich. Not sure why Dr. got any votes, but Rich certainly played very, very well.
Yeah.
That outplay topside was fantastic, but he also got all of the flanks and doing 30% of your team's damage. As a top laner, always pretty impressive.
Yep, it was, let's be honest, it was one of kind of resident slippery game.
It was definitely a doze-off in that game. Not a lot of action, and then pretty understandable team fights for Dynamics, and then they won the game.
Yeah, but you know, it's not Dynamics' fault. It's KT's fault.
Yeah.
They were not doing anything actively, and they were just like inting left and right, up and down.
Well, we'll see whether they do it again, as we are into pick and ban for game number 2. KT now on the opposite colors of their team colors, and on the blue side, where generally you do find some more success here in the LCK.
Especially, I am hugely disappointed about KT's bot lane, because Dynamics bot lane should get stomped by them.
Yeah.
You know, but I guess that was really smart draft by Dynamics. You know, that just giving Duckdam and Guger Ashe Pantheon?
I think it was really smart. I think KT probably want to be focusing on the Ashe, trying to get rid of that one. I think Guga getting the respect ban on the Bard is definitely good. Center Bard were what KT banned on the red side as well. And they're going to ban Trundle also. Interestingly enough, might mean that they're going for another Kalista first pick, which I think would be very confusing. Ezreal going to be banned here finally on Dynamic's side. And so Karma left available. And is something that KT can go for. Very flexible, very strong.
Yeah. Unless it's top Karma. I don't think Karma is good right now. Because, I mean, stats levelize.
Yeah.
And except top Karma, it seems like it's pretty bait pig right now at this moment.
Well, I think the Ashe is a fantastic pick here for Dynamics. I think they should go back to it.
Yeah.
They could even lock in the Pantheon as well.
For sure.
Take away the bottom lane.
I think
Azir is going to be the choice.
Yeah, in 1, 2, 3, they should end up with Pantheon. And it's gonna be simply just same draft as last game. Mid, bot lane, mid and bot lane prior.
I like it. As KT, they do get the Karma Olaf combo. This definitely makes Olaf better. Bono also, decent Olaf player. He was a 2-trick of Olaf and Lee Sin. That was all he played.
Probably.
And Jarvan.
Yeah, they're looking for mid Karma because, yeah, I don't want to see more of Kuro's Echo on the mid.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that Kuro's relegated to Karma duty. He most likely is. You can see, looking very bemused right now. Not exactly a happy boy.
Oh.
As this could be aiming Aphelios.
Yeah, we forgot about this guy.
The problem is that Aphelios doesn't do fantastically well into Ashe in the laning phase, unless the Ashe just runs at him when he has the right guns up, which generally gets the Ashe killed.
Yeah,
but that doesn't matter. Pantheon just picked up here by Dynamics.
And also Dynamics is gonna ban pilling supports like Thresh or something, or Tahm Kench as well. They can just ban it, or just ban Jace.
Or ban Lucian and Aatrox.
Don't care about the bot lane.
See whether they do that. And yeah, just ignoring the bottom lane for now, as that Jace is going to be banned. This is Dynamics assuming that the Karma's going mid, and I think that's really smart, especially when you see the Olaf. Being able to get the Karma over to the Olaf as quickly as possible is definitely a good idea. As KT, yeah, they're going to go anti-rich banning.
Yeah, that ban should be like...
That should be locked in already. You should be able to like pre-select it, no matter what the draft is doing, and just like ban it away from Rich so he doesn't get onto it.
Yeah, the reason why they're using full time is they're talking about the picks.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're just like, yeah, we already banned Aatrox Lucian, right? But let's talk about the picks. Let's take the time.
I'm thinking about the Lucian. I don't know whether it's all that necessary, as Kennen is going to be banned.
I think it's also great Lucian game because they already have mid bot lane prior. And if you pick up Lucian on the top lane as well, then you have 3 lanes of prior with Nidalee.
And that is just the dream!
The dream of the Nidalee and also Lucian.
And they've got an immobile AD carry, so Nidalee going to be able to have a better time landing spears. Now So1 thinking about just taking a little bit more power into this top lane as the Wukong is selected. That will confirm that Karma is bot or mid lane. And now what is Tucson going to do? The Karma could help as far as trying to control the bottom lane, but will put a target on his head. Pantheon can certainly effectively try and burst her down. We'll see what happens.
Oh.
Okay, it is going to be the support Karma.
Okay. I mean, if support Karma picks up the Guardian and Exhaust, then you can just be fine in lane.
Yeah.
Do you want to be fine in lane though with Karma support?
Oh no! Oh no! R5 Renekton up. Please, no.
I mean,
there's 6 seconds, please, Rich.
No, I mean,
please.
I mean, Renekton is fine.
No, it's not. It's never fine.
I mean, it's good tool for Nidalee, you know. Nidalee always wants Renekton on the top side because she can always easily pick up some kills on the top lane, you know.
Well, I don't know, man. There are decoys available for the Wukong. Might be able to get himself out of the way of that, and then Wukong spins a little bit better than the Renekton. This is Rich Rich does pretty amazing things on champions that may not necessarily be supposed to do it. This is the same bottom side of the map as game number 1, but a couple of changes elsewhere. There's no longer the Trundle and the Kennen. It's going to be Renekton and Nidalee. We have switched our Saints out for some Sinners.
Yeah.
As we head to the top side.
And by the way, it's Tushin's range support. And I don't think I ever seen this before. Long time no see.
Yeah, actually, like Tushin used to be the one to pick up Nami. Back in the day, he was very, very good.
Like old days.
Yeah, yeah.
A few years ago or
something. Many moons.
Many years.
Friend. I have seen quite a few, sunrises of the League of Legends at this point in my career. And yes, that was certainly a few moons ago. But we'll see how he's going to go on the Karma support. Certainly will be able to help the Aphelios get through the lane, and we know that Aiming is a brilliant Aphelios player who is one of our best in the league when we were talking Aphelios, last split, and of course the beginning of this one. So we'll see. KT now, blue side advantage. We've seen be so powerful. See whether they can actually win the game, as Dynamics do have a lot of early game power when it comes to Beyond and Rich top side.
By the way, it's double super start, and that means maybe they are looking for the level 1 invade.
Could be some aggression available.
Yeah, already swept on the bot lane brush. And maybe they're gonna clear out the Tribush ward right now. Ah, they couldn't.
No, bunch of pings there as Beyond playing the Bewitching Nidalee, my personal favorite skin. I remember when it got released, I had to wait a year to be able to get it again, and it was so annoying. I was like, should I buy it? And I was just jealous forever after the release of that particular skin. So thank you very much for reminding me of that one, Beyond.
And wait, there is Airy exhaust Karma support.
Whoa.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
It's Airy is really balanced, like it attack, also protect at the same time.
It does do both.
But normally you just pick up Guardian if you want to be like protecting support, or you just pick up Comment. But be really aggressive.
If you just protect, how are you supposed to attack? You know?
True, but you're playing as Ashe and Pantheon, so you might need to just protect only. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I mean, I'm wondering if he can pull off the power of the Karma enough on the bot lane, because you're gonna get pushed in as Karma, and I don't think you want that.
No, especially not up against a melee support. You really shouldn't be letting yourself get pushed in. That is exactly what's happening. As we can see, 3 extra minions on the side of Dynamics. And that is a value spear from Guga.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it comes to the Airy, I think Airy should use by the champion who can auto-attack a lot in lane, Then I think Airy can be really like broken spell.
Yeah.
Because then you can use Airy 24/7. You can active that. But in this kind of situation, if you auto-attack, then you're gonna get CC, then you're gonna get the one-shot, right? So you can't auto-attack. And also, your skill shot is gonna be on the minions 24/7. So
well, yeah, that's true.
So I don't think that was a great choice. I would just go for Guardian and Exhaust to save my Aphelios. But yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen.
Well, he did manage to hit Guga with that one, so shout out to Tucson, nailing it. Guga also just poking him with this big old spear. Slight advantage in CS here for aiming, but I think this lane is more about Doctam and Guga staying alive, getting to level 6, and having that arrow to really lay down the hurt.
I think aiming is just 1v2ing this lane. He's just pushing out the Pantheon, and Doctam couldn't do anything. And Nidalee's here.
Yeah, Beyond coming down. Does have only half health, but there's the stun. Spear lands, but onto a minion. It's not what we want. Is Guga going to get taken down to 200, and now going to get snared. That one's going to land as Doctam has to be exhausted. Beyond comes in. He's going to help shove this one out. See whether Dynamics go for a bit of a cheater recall, or whether they're going to try and get a plate here, as aiming and Tucson are very low. Yep, looks like that cheater recall is coming in as Doctor's going to get back first. See whether it's boots. Yeah, it is. And a cull, the dream.
Yeah. I mean, it's not changed at all, you know? They have, I mean, Dynamics has a mid lane and bot lane prior, so they're just using it correctly.
I mean, they've got top lane prior as well. I mean,
yeah,
things only got better in the top lane.
But unfortunately, because of the attempt ganking on the bot side, Bono got the bot lane skull. And yeah, I mean, you should able to get both sides of scuttles when you have straight lanes pushing. But it was not happening.
Well, they're looking for this dive potentially, but you know, the decoy can be very annoying. So Beyond going to not go for that one. Kuzan still playing very well here in the mid lane. And I feel like Kuzan's feeling himself today.
Yeah. I mean, look at the CS difference.
Yeah, it's insane. Kuro is just getting brutalized. And now he's coming back with a tier. And so his line's not going to get better. He has no consumes.
Only?
Yeah, he's just going to have a real roughie.
Wow.
That's, yeah, it's not...
So they're not going to have mid lane for the rest of the game, I think.
No.
Yeah, like, just like last game.
Especially
Echo being useless whole game.
Well, there's the stun under Soan. Rich going to slice his way out. Not sure whether he's got a dice or not, and I don't think he does. There's the teleport. Kuzan's coming back. He was in base as well, so he's going to have a bit of a shop here to come in with. As Soan doesn't have the decoy, as you can see, only level 5 for Kuzan. But is it going to be enough? The spear avoided there by Soan, but there it is. The happy bees come in. Level 6 is gained, and Kuzan, unfortunately, immediately dies right afterwards, going for a little bit more than he could chew.
Yeah, maybe that was too much, because he was already losing mid-wave, so he should just go back to mid lane ASAP, but yeah, after that, I think Kuro is happy with this exert.
Yeah, he's alright. Does mean that, yeah, Kuro brings it within 10 CS.
Yeah, he's chilling, and also aiming. He just bought a bar, attacks with boots, so he's just forcing the lane pressure against them. And just slowly KT's getting,
He's having a horrible time up here.
For sure.
So on, the Wukong just really not having a great one. We'll see whether that means that Olaf has to spend some time up there towards the top side. So Wukong is, of course, going to be endlessly more valuable as the game goes on. Guga into the brush as he gets snared. It's going to mean that he's okay. This lane confuses me because I feel like Ashe should have lane priority, but I also feel like Karma should have lane priority. So I don't know who necessarily wins. It feels like Ashe versus Karma.
No, I mean, I already said that. Aiming is just one between this lane.
Well, yeah, but that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like Tucson should be putting on more pressure. Very strange. Let's have a look at this one more time. Break it down for us, would it?
Great prediction by Kuzan. So that was really great by Dynamics, but I think they should know that Bono has flash. So.
And also, Kuzan should have known that he was getting smashed by the turret.
Yeah.
I mean, the turret did everything there.
So what I mean is, like, if you respect the enemy, then you do not, like, attempt those kind of plays, you know? Because they can always dodge your skill shot with their flash, you know?
Well, Kuro flanked at the moment, as Kuzan's going to make his way towards the minions.
There is a flash, so...
What? What?
Because he's Corgi.
That went through his wing! What? That, I mean, he's robbed. He is. That needs to be a flash out from Guga. Doctam also takes half of his health bar. Really well played here by KT's bottom lane. This is what we were expecting from these guys last game. They couldn't really bring it. Rich spotted on this ward. He's just going to blast cone his way out, though, as Soan. Just getting outplayed by the looks, by this Crocodile. Nidalee going to have to get out of there, though. No Shelly for Dynamics.
I mean, it feels like it's similar to the last game, early game, right? KT just slowly getting back the pressure and making the champion itself the theme. Slowly erasing that, you know? Like Ashe Pantheon having an early pressure, nothing happening.
Yeah.
Did they got the Drake with that early pressure? No. Not happened. And also, the Corki with tier, he just farmed.
Yeah, actually didn't lose too much.
Yeah, nothing much. And they traded some kills on the top side, and Nazir lost a flash and died. So yeah, I mean the game is just slowly getting better for the KT side. Because if you go to the late game, there's no way KT is gonna lose this game with Corki plus Aphelios.
Yeah, it's crazy scaling.
So they're stabilizing this game pretty well. After that like silly small accident on the top side.
I think it's still going to be mid-game where Dynamics really start to peak as Beyond down to 200 here as Dynamics are going to start off this Ocean Drake. With some Honey Fruit will bring the Nidalee back up to full health, or half health. I think we'll be able to secure this one. So there we go. Dynamics do trade a objective on this map.
I mean, they deserved it because of the draft.
And also because of the Azir's crushing of this lane.
I mean, Azir, Ashe, Pantheon, you have to get the first Drake, otherwise your pick is useless.
Well, Hemming taking a bit of damage here from Guga. Got himself some Tristana and some Kog'Maw.
I know, Jinx at the same time as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Jinx, Trist, I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah.
He's like 11 different champions at the one time. As Bono just comes over, steals a Rift Scuttler. The Korean commentators get absolutely crazy excited.
No flash, by the way.
Yeah, going to be able to pounce it. Oh, no. He's just going to die. That's an axe to the back of the head.
Yeah.
That's the hard counter to Cats, by the way.
Yeah, and also there is a Herald on the bonus hand, so...
Yeah, there's going to be more money for Kuro. Great news.
Great news for sure. When it comes to this matchup, you just need to reach 2 items. Or 3 items. And then Azir can be complete useless champion into Corki.
Now Rich up here, he's taken 2 turret plates so far. And we'll see how So-On is actually going to fare as this lane continues. It's currently 30 CS behind, 31 if you want to be pedantic. It's Rich.
Yeah, so Rich is trying really hard.
Yeah, he needs to stomp this lane and then get out and kill Aphelios 3 times or something like that.
But I think he's doing it, and at this point, no one can reach to him because Corki is not ready, right? So it's only Bono who can help it. But I think at some point, Reach will be able to take the 1v2 on the top side, and that's the timing when Dynamics should use that advantage to the bot side, because I do think Ashe Pantheon, they need to do something. Like,
yeah,
they are tools for the early game. They are the keys to snowball early game. They should start something.
Well, there's the arrow. It's going to land immediately onto Tucson. The flash into the Empress Divide, and that is a free kill from Dynamics. I love it. You say it, and then it comes true, would it?
Yeah, thank you so much. They are listening.
Yeah. We should probably not allow that. They shouldn't be able to listen.
That's true.
Yeah, that's map hacks.
I mean, that's the basic, you know, that even I know.
Well, I mean, you're a professional League of Legends player. You should probably know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but anyways, yeah, they did the basics, so I'm glad.
Kuro down to half. Still going to get conquered a little bit from the sands that Kuzan has available to him. There's a man drop. That's at the ready here for Guga. Doctor, he's just going to shove this wave in. He's looking to go back. Ash Arrow halfway through its cooldown. Same can be said for the Emperor's Divide. And let's have a look at it one more time.
Yeah.
This was, I believe, oh no.
Casually just walk up and steal the Skurrels and 1+1.
And then Beyond face planting into the wall up here. He's like, I got a cool wizard hat. I'm hiding in the wall. No.
But yeah. Doctor. This is his champion, man.
Yeah, I reckon
doing
he's
a lot of
nailing it.
work. I guess that's why Korean commentaries just gave him the POG vote for the game 1.
They did get very
like being a player.
Yeah, he's like
existing in the game.
He was useful in some capacity this game.
Wow! Finally, Dynamics has AD carry in the bot lane.
It's the dream.
Poke,
Oh my God, Rich is destroying So-On.
Holy moly, man! What is this?
This is Rich. This is top lane Faker, man.
Yeah, that's true. Like, he's doing so much work for the team, and finally, the bot lane is also doing something.
Yeah, I mean,
for
they're
the
12
team.
CS behind, which ain't great.
Yeah.
But this is range versus range melee.
I mean, it's like, I think it's more like theory that Dogtime is behind in CS, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's always happening, so I don't want to mention it anymore.
The thing that's like really difficult here this game is that someone has to build Trinity Force first, and it just doesn't feel good when you're already getting dominated to
For
have
sure.
like no tanky stats whatsoever. He's going to get ganked, but so's Kuzan. He's going to shift some sands to get out, and Soan's going to go invisible and create a copy of himself, and he'll get out. And there's going to be no successful ganks here, but there might be some successful turret takes. Undertow not going to land. Guga is going to make his way in, and I think that Dynamics, although they're going to take a fair bit of poke, they're not going to suffer death right here, as Rich is going to try and walk up, get himself a bit of a stun as Soan. Getting taken down very, very low. He's going to flash, but no fadeaway spears here for Beyond, but he's still going to have to give up on this whole minion wave.
Yeah, the top lane difference is coming real hot.
Ooh, Valkyrie. Pretty good counter to that particular ability, as Rich tanking up the turret for a long time. Beyond comes in, spear connects. Rich has to flash to get himself out of the way of that one, so the aggression going to have to be tempered a little bit here by the Dynamics top laner. As Guga now spotted by Tucson, snared up, aiming, looking to come over. Doesn't have the greatest of guns for this particular scenario. Would have liked to caliber him, but beggars can't be choosers. And yeah, that has to be a bit of a shield up from Guga just to avoid the Mantra Q damage. As Docdom goes back, and his cull has been completely paid off. And he completes his Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, so the game is still half-half, but it's the Dynamics who is trying more of some situations because, yeah, they should know that they have Corki and Aphelios if they reach to the late game. Pretty low chance.
Yeah, well, this is Blade of the Ruined King Renekton that just completed his Blade. As there's the man drop package. It's going to be taken away as Rich is going to get caught out, but he's just going to turn it, as this Renekton likes to do in the mid-game, and just destroys Tucson one more time. Bono trying to run away, does have a fadeaway axe to throw.
Yeah, and it should be the second Drake for Dynamics, and I love how Dogtime is just casually throwing the arrow towards mid 24/7.
Yeah, that's how he's supposed to do it, man. He's like, I'm helping.
Yeah.
Please, let me try and farm. And it's going to be Infernal Drake this game, and I mean, if Dynamics wanted a way out of a late game horror story, stacking up an Infernal Soul this game is definitely a way to do it. And their composition should be strong if they can get both of the next two. After that, I think the expiry date might be up.
For sure. And I think at this point, Rich can just simply 1v2 here.
I think so too.
Yeah.
He's really, really strong. 40 CS up still after Soan got a lot of free time. Now Dynamics looking for this bottom lane.
Side trade.
Good guns for aiming. If he misses that first Q, there are very frustrating spears being thrown endlessly towards this bottom lane. And yeah, you get tagged by that Q, you take a lot of damage, Doctor. His mana not high. Still with his blade active available.
Yeah, and KT, I think they're not on rush. They just realized that they have the late game comp. So they're not taking that much of fight. They're just doing what they can do right now, which is just slow down the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you mentioned, Dynamics already got the 2 Drakes, so it will be the point when it comes to the 4th Drake. Maybe even the 3rd Drake. And yeah, this was the play that Reach and Guga made.
The arrow sails by. I like that. I feel like Dynamics need to do that every single time Guga has his ultimate available. That's the play that they need to try to make.
I agree.
See what Kuzan's going to be able to get done this game as well. He has his Nationalist Tooth completed. Beyond has actually not decided to buy a Rod of Ages this game. He's very squishy on the Nidalee, but I think he's recognized that he needs to be as useful as possible, as early as possible, as Kuzan. He's going to flash, gets himself out of the way, over the wall with his shifting sands, but has to use his flash to do it.
Yeah, great drift. But still, yeah, both teams are just doing so well for now. But there is just no kills.
I mean, it has to be Dynamics that makes the plays, though, right?
Yeah, for sure.
As Aiming will take down the bot outer turret. They'll trade it for Shirley, who's not exactly the highest of value. They probably want to be able to put it down in this mid lane, open this map up, make more demands here onto KT. So on, pokes his head around. I like that little stop. That was very cute. Okay.
Yeah.
The burn damage going to do it.
I think if Dynamics can push this mid turret with this header and just finish out the first mid outer turret, then I think they can snowball this even easier. But because of the mid turret, it seems like their vision control is kind of passive, and also they're not looking for the fight actively anymore. So I think, yeah, they have to get that mid turret just right away, and then they will be able to control mid lane more, like deeply through the mid lane and towards the side lane prior, you know. So I think they just need to make sure that header is used on the mid lane.
I think that's exactly where Beyond is going to go. It's not even halfway off cooldown yet. Is Shirley, so has some time to make up his mind. But as the Aphelios is going back to collect his Runaan's Hurricane, could be a good time for the Nidalee to shut down.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, they're waiting for Rich right now. Rich already pinged that he's gonna push one more wave. Because he has no TP, he's gonna move towards the mid lane or reset and run through mid lane all together and try to use this header. Yeah.
Wow, Kuzan is eating a lot of aggression. There's the slice and the dice. And Rich gets the Cyclone out of Soan. That means the next team fight is going to be one that Soan's going to be useless in.
For sure. And next Drake is coming, and I don't think Wukong is going to get ult back in 30 seconds. There's no chance. And also, I do believe this Renekton got the second item.
Beyond has to flash. Doctarm is here. Arrow at the ready, but they don't want to use it because they want to save it for a potential fight. Teleport in from Kuzan. He's got a Burning Face as well on the way. Looks like Leandri's second and a half item.
Yeah. Renekton is also running towards mid.
Yeah. Slytherin as fast as this guy can go. Doctarm gets chunked by a little bit. KT do have position in this river. Dynamics can get there at a moment's notice, though. Ooh, that shield being off cooldown is certainly a big deal. But now Shirley's going to buy space. Aiming has to be respected. My god, he does a lot of damage. Dynamics grouped up as 5. Package delivered. Kuzan immediately goes off to the side as now Kuzan just singled out and destroyed. His Emperor's Divide did nothing. Kuga's now running for the hills. Does get himself his shield back as Rich looking for the backline, but he's not going to be able to get in there and do anything of note. And Doctarm with his arrow missing and a big crocodile next to him, but no way to actually challenge. This might be Dynamics falling apart, because if they don't manage to stack these Drakes, I don't know whether this comp can actually hold on.
Yeah, and that was the greatest Valkyrie package I ever seen in LCK. That was just so clean. He just finished out the team fight with one Valkyrie, and that was all. Really well played by Kuro there.
Yeah, Kuzan just absolutely nothing he could do. He just wanted to press R so that he could say that he did something in the team fight. We're going to have a look at it one more time. Let's just watch. Keep your eyes on Kuro. He's got something to deliver.
That was just so clean. And also, they couldn't land the CC chain on the Corki, so you cannot use the team fight when you missed most of the main skill shots for the engage.
You can see Dynamics still trying to fight for position around this map. Not going to give up just yet. Still ahead in gold. We're talking about it because KT do have that scaling advantage that we talk about. It does feel like Dynamics are losing further and further control of this game. And it's only 100 gold. Like, this game is 100% even.
Yeah.
Leandri's complete for Kuzan. His flash now just back off cooldown. So a possibility that the Azir will be able to get some work done. But I mean, the Renekton's ahead, yes, but you can see aiming's up. You got 1,000 gold ahead on Bono's side, and in a Nidalee matchup, that is not something that you want. If you're the Nidalee, you should be playing this early game a lot better. Not actually able to. And when you're behind, like, building the Rod of Ages feels so bad. If you don't have Rod of Ages, you feel so squishy. It's just 100% bad news.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think KT is also making it like almost 70% right now because of the Mikhails.
Well, Arrow is going to come down. That's a great exhaust onto Guga, who goes up to full health almost immediately with that Athene's and the Primal Fury. But oh my god! Take those years to the bank aiming, as he does help grab those 3 kills in mid lane. And yeah, I feel like it might already be time up now.
Yeah, I think they didn't check that Karma got the Mikhails. There's no way to catch Aphelios like that, because he's gonna use cleanse, and he didn't even use his flash because of the Mikhails.
Yeah. You did see the Athene's value. That was definitely good, but unfortunately there's just too much DPS. KT will now grab the Baron. They're ahead by 3,000 gold instantly, and that's only going to get worse.
Yeah, and I just checked that Karma got the Mikhails, you know? And yeah, they should focus on Karma or something, but I don't know. That was just so horrible engage because Reach was not able to join the fight, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for a Wukong that just decoyed and ran away.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying is, if Pantheon and Renekton can flank on the Aphelios at the same time, then there's more chance, you know? And I think it's higher chance to get Aphelios right there. But yeah, great bait by aiming, using defensive item and defensive spells to in an aggressive way is that kind of moment.
Yeah.
You can always step up.
Maybe Hybrid should take some notes.
Yeah, maybe he should watch this game.
Yeah, hopefully he is, you know.
Take cleans.
Get as much info as possible. There's Kuzan lying in wait, but there's no one else here. The Renekton's still strong, but one Crocodile against the world. And especially as this game ticks towards 30 minutes, it is a disaster as Blade of the Ruin King used onto Tucson. He's very fast. Going to get out of the way of the tether. And now there's a teleport coming in from the Wukong. 5 members of Dynamics are in the area, but they're scared of him. Guga's going to flash away, and that's not the approach that I was expecting. I thought maybe they'd just try to kill him, but nope.
Yeah, Ashe and Nidalee's flash is out. Okay.
Yeah, Ragnarok on cooldown now. Rich is still strong. Guga has ultimate. He's waiting. He really wants this opportunity. There's a teleport from Rich available as well. He's going to move over to the mid lane, try and hold on to that one as they're defending this Baron as best they can. Currently 2,200 gold, the Baron power play, and there's still got a minute to go. As Rich is getting chunked by all of these big ones coming from Kuro. This was one of Kuro's best champions, actually, over in the LPL and before he left.
They're even tanking the turret right now, so I think the game is already heavily on the KT side.
Yeah, their comp does way more.
Way more damage, yes.
Isn't it weird that 5th pick Renekton is going to lose again?
That is true, and yeah.
It's so strange.
I think it's more on Nidalee, because we didn't see Nidalee just invading on Olaf's side when he has 3 lanes of Priya, right? So I think it's more on Nidalee.
Yeah,
who
maybe.
Was not able to snowball this game because, I mean, Reach was stomping top lane.
Oh, 100%.
There was a 50 CS difference at some point on the top lane. And it shouldn't be like
I mean, it's still there.
Like
I mean, there's a 60 CS difference still. Top
yeah. So what I'm saying is, I think Nidalee was not like good enough to use that tools. I mean, it was not only Renekton. Ashe and Pantheon got the bot Priya, and also mid Kujan was just having so much pressure on the mid lane. So he should able to push out the Olaf and make him really nervous in his jungle. But it didn't happen, you know? So I think that was the point.
Well, there's an Emperor's Divide out from Kuzan. As in comes Guga as well. I believe there is still a decoy available. As yep, so I'm looking for the 1v1. He's going to get it. Guga now wants to try and answer this with a kill, but unfortunately for Dynamics, Wukong's a good champion, and Renekton's a terrible one. So it doesn't actually matter that he was put so far behind. He's still Wukong, as he is spotted by that enchanted crystal arrow. Really nicely played from Soan, and honestly, like, get your honors ready for this Wukong.
Look at this, man. Aiming, I love him.
Oh.
He got QSS and stopwatch and cleans and Mikhails. Holy moly, this player is the best aim carry in the world.
Super good. Super good.
Super good player.
Not great in game one. However, he's turned it around with his
we are not talking about that
incredible amounts of defensive itemization. That rocket from Corki was just gigantic. Dynamics now, all Moonlight Vigil comes in. And they're all chunked to half health. They're going to lose this inhibitor as well as the mid lane one that fell earlier. And now this game is pretty much over.
200 IQ.
Yeah.
Item build.
And I never want to see Renekton picked as a counter pick to anything ever again.
So I'm like a QSS machine. QSS robot, and you're like a Renekton robot.
Well, I mean, you're at least being
야, 이거
positive,
바텀.
you know, as
나
we're
따라올라간다,
gonna
얘네.
see what someone was talking about.
Bottom side. Classic top lane.
Yeah, I was
saying nothing.
아. 아, 죽겠다 이거. 레네토 한다.
Maybe I'm dying here.
살았다.
Oh, I'm
아지르
alive.
노플.
Haha, Azir no flash.
애쉬 노공.
Ashe no ulti, haha.
나 그냥
Why would Doctor ult there? I actually don't understand.
I mean, he should try something.
I guess.
Because the game is already doomed.
But if there's 4 people moving towards the mid lane, maybe you want it in order to try and stop any potential dive there. Mikhails is done for aiming.
Yeah, you know what? Whenever we watch the pro view by the top laners, there was nothing to like say.
It's like
Because
Chovy's
they're
pro
not
view
saying
as well.
anything, you know?
He just says, actually nothing.
Yeah.
Even though he's doing like the most amazing play ever.
Yeah.
Just chilling.
Before the super play by Chovy, he's like, can we do this? And nothing.
Yeah. And then he does the play.
Yeah.
He's like,
And after that, can we add this?
yeah. Mid no flash.
Can we do this?
Maybe.
Maybe.
KT, they can do the Baron.
For sure.
Aiming, he's not even offering his DPS. They feel like
They cannot even answer.
Kuro's going to be enough. Yep. Hawkshot is going to give Dr. the bad news. Look at Soan. Oh, I love that play.
Cheeky.
Yeah, stand still. And in he goes. Arrow is going to connect, but he has the decoy. Baron's going to fall down. Soan's decoy tanked an entire boatload of damage. And aiming loses a bit of health, but he's got a huge shield because there's a Karma on his team.
Looking for the bait.
Yeah, the Fnatic brush. As Soan
Fnatic
is
brush.
going to walk into it. He does go golden after the decoy, and the rest of KT move on over. I don't think
Uh-oh.
remember, as that was griefing, I think. At a Guga. Oh, Doctor.
He's like, let's look for the next game, guys.
Wow, yeah. Look at Bono. He is angry. And Kuro's going to be able to grab that kill. I feel like this game turned entirely around because Kuro delivered Dynamics a package.
Yeah, for sure.
So what do you think was in the package? All right, it's possibly an Emperor's Divide. Does absolutely no damage, and aiming is just flashing forward, trying to pick up the rest of these kills. That was a big old crit. On to Beyond, and he's sent to the Death Chamber, and so is the Nexus. KT will even out the series against Team Dynamics. It was slow, it was methodical, but they didn't pick Renekton, and they won the game.
Oh man, both games were like, one side was just insane, and like nothing was happening.
Yeah, yeah. And also the drafts were pretty odd.
Yeah,
well,
for sure. But yeah, I guess that was not enough, the Ashe Pantheon for the Dynamics bot lane. And after they change it, KT, on the bot side, they just choose to pick for the late game, mid game, team fight more, and just flex the Karma, and it worked out.
Yeah, and look, maybe it's a champion pool issue. for Rich on the top side of the map because the Kennen was banned, the Jace was banned. I think Lucian was available, but I don't know whether they wanted to pick it, and I don't know whether the results would have been any different because,
no.
of course, Lucian is very early game focused as well.
It's pretty hard to play Lucian against the Kong in lane.
Yeah, and also you can't set up anything for the Nidalee to go and gank, even though they weren't doing that anyway. I think you were right. Like Beyond's Nidalee looked invisible.
I mean, I think with 3 lanes of Priya, he should do something.
Yeah.
But he did nothing. I do think it's jungle's fault, not about the laners, you know?
Oh, who are you going to give player of the game to? I think Package Deliverer.
Package?
Yeah. I think Kuro wins it for that one play.
True. But also jungler played really well, you know?
Yeah.
Olaf.
Or should you ever give Olaf a player of the game? Maybe you
He's
give it
gonna
to
be a boring
Wukong for
person.
staying in the game.
True.
You know? From adversity, he found success.
I mean, because like it's really hard to give it to Kuro because
I mean, Kuro's
he
going to win
both
it. Obviously,
here.
obviously Kuro's going to win the player of the game.
Yeah, right.
That's already happening. Do you want to look silly or don't you? I guess that's going to be a question for after the break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you for game number 3 in just a few.
바텀 판테플.
몰라 풀 판테온?
판테플.
판테플.
바로 바텀 가서 바텀 밀자.
LCK 뭐야 이거?
그냥 버프 줄게. 기왕 버프 줄게. 여기.
맞으면서.
나쁘지 않은데.
나 버프 돼?
실드 돼.
나 뒷가도 올게.
여기 판테부터.
아 판테.
아질 없어. 미드 가자. 미드 가자. 위에 애쉬 볼게. 아 봐줘. 여기 애쉬 봐봐.
혈 탔구나.
다 본 거 같아. 태형 형 미드 가도 되겠다. 먹어라 그래. 그건 내 거지.
빼자 게임.
이거 그거밖에 없다. 아지르 토스.
내가 토스 뺄게 이거 가서. 기다려봐.
아니야 근데 어차피 딜러 풀 다 있어도 괜찮을 것 같은데.
딜러 같은 자리만 다시 말고 천천히. 맞았어.
아지르 건 빠져. 오케이.
미드 웨이브 오고.
타워 깨자 타워. 여기. 죽을 뻔했다. 나이스.
어머니 나무는 이 동산 너머 세상의 꿈을 보여주셨죠. 그 꿈들 덕분에 누구에게나 반짝임이 있다는 걸 깨달았어요. 그 소중한 빛은 우리가 잠들었을 때도 계속 반짝이다가 가장 어두운 악몽을 꿀 때 밝게 타올라요. 하지만 이제 그 꿈들이 멈추고 어머니 나무가 죽어가고 있어요. 난 할 수 있어요. 이 동산을 넘어 용감하게 세상과 맞설 거예요. 할 수 있겠죠?
This is what League of Legends looks like! That's a big stun! That's a big engage! Oh! 80 minutes on the clock! 80 minutes to dream! Gonna be stunned up. Flash, and there's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
Don't stop, 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 don't stop.
back after Team Dynamics versus KT Roaster game number 2, and KT Roaster extended the series with a game 2 victory.
다이나믹스 같은 경우는 이제
Team Dynamics,
담원 게이밍이 썼던 레이턴
just like Damwon Gaming did, they went with Nidalee and Renekton comp, focusing on the top side. At the same time, bottom lane also had the priority to pull off a dive attempt, so this was a perfect jungle carry comp for Nidalee, but he didn't really have a lot of control throughout the game. Olaf actually outscaled her, and Nidalee couldn't really come out in the river fights as well, so Nidalee didn't have his best day in this game. KT Roaster, they were a little bit obvious that they were looking for the late game power spike. At the same time, Team Dynamics, they had a very strong laning champions, and at the same time, Nidalee has an easier matchup up against Olaf. However, KT managed to turn the whole tide around. Team Dynamics, they did not have many heads up of a potential play coming out from KT Roaster, and this opened the space for KT to start off their lead. We might call it as the betray coming from Ashe, because we always mention that Ashe early game Hawk is so important. Red, and then the chicken camp, and then he went for Golem, but Olaf, he actually recalled after clearing out the right-hand side of the jungle, so well, Team Dynamics, they expected Olaf to be on the left-hand side of the jungle. Only if they had the information where Bono started off his jungle pass, it was easier for Team Dynamics to predict the location of Olaf, but once again they missed Olaf with the Scryer's Bloom as well. And we had a quick regeneration of that camp as well, so Olaf was so easily outscaling Nidalee all throughout the early paths of the game. So with this invisible Olaf all around the map, all three laners were feeling so much pressure of the potential presence of the Olaf. Nidalee would be having a lot more value if it could just interrupt these early jungling from the Olaf, but this time around, he was not able to pull off those kind of play. With that neutralization coming up from Olaf, KT was able to start off their snowball. KT Roaster, finally they took a move. It was really impressive to see that KT was not opting for just a trade for the mid lane turret and the Drake, as they saw that Team Dynamics was trying to raise the mid lane turret. KT Roaster rather chose to come in for an aggressive play with the Corki package. Olaf was so fat that he can just walk away from all the damage coming out from 5 opponents. And also the Corki, the Super Valkyrie was so effective to split the terrain. Olaf was having his power spike at that moment, so Team Dynamics, they should have focused on a different playstyle such as macro or rotation. And also with the first package, Corki had this option between the Herald and the Dragon. And they chose to go for Herald, and they managed to pick it up. If a team is looking for a late game power spike, they have to make a right decision with the objectives as well. With KT fighting back Team Dynamics, we are now having an even series here. So let's check out the player of the game on the side of KT Roaster. This player was the main character of the analyst desk as well, and it's Bono on Olaf. Olaf is definitely one of his signature picks, and he was always the core member, setting up all the play for the early game. And we felt like the old Bono is back. When Bono gets the early power spike champion, on his hands. He is really becoming even smarter. And for Team Dynamics, they failed to track Olaf's jungle path, so they were suffering from this invisible Olaf. Bono picked up 10 votes out of 12 and sadly wouldn't missed his perfect box score for tonight, but so far so good. Bono was doing all the works and setup for the remaining KT members, and it's time to move on to game number 3. Whether Team Dynamics can come out on top of the East or whether KT roster can have a reverse sweep.
Thank you very much, Jisun, and I will take responsibility for that POG vote. I know that
guys.
what I did was umming and ahhing about the Olaf, but I did put him in the direction of the Corki. I actually think it's absolutely insane that Olaf can get player of the game, but that's
but yeah,
maybe I'm biased.
You have to do it in Korean because I don't think any global fans are caring about it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But anyways, yeah, I thought that Olaf was like doing so many works towards
I mean,
when his laners are not having all the pressures, you know. Like
True.
It's really hard to play jungler when your all 3 lanes are getting pushed. So yeah. I mean, anyways, I voted for mid lane, no matter what. So
I mean, I think that we watched a Kuro highlight video anyway after that happened, and I think that mid fight, despite the fact that there were some jungle pathing that worked out very well for the Olaf, I think we can trust most of our junglers here to understand how to path around the jungle.
True.
And being able to come in clutch with that particular ability that honestly won them the game was, I think, very important. So I'm with you on that particular pickup. Dynamics going to ban away the Ezreal and TF, again, much like in game number 1. As Bard and Volibear, the first couple of bans here for KT. They banned Senna every game, first ban.
I don't think the draft is going to be changed. I think it's going to be similar, like Ashe, Pantheon, bot lane, Ashe burst big into maybe not Ezreal, I mean maybe not Kalista, looking for Aphelios. Oh!
Okay,
but they're
now
picking up
got
the
the
new
Senna.
champion because Senna is open, Trundle is banned. Here we go. But yeah, there is no reason to skip Ashe, I think, for KT side.
I think Ashe is fine.
Yeah, they can just pick up Ashe, just like that, and also just look for Olaf again.
Well, there we go. You picked up the script this time around for the final game.
I think Senna is gonna be really useless unless they pick a Kong here. I think Senna or Kong is really good into Ashe. Otherwise, I don't see the reason why they picked up Senna.
We'll see whether Beyond does go
and
towards
just play
Wukong.
Azir again. Oh.
Or you can have the actual married couple.
Actual married
First
couple.
2 picks. Flexing the Lucian in 3 lanes at the moment.
That is
Theoretically,
true.
you could have Senna Lucian there towards the bottom side.
Oh!
Or we could have
Heimerdinger!
Senna Donga. I
Here
love
we
it.
go. Finally, I got the game to cast Heimerdinger.
He's waking up. He's waking up,
Yes.
guys. Don't worry. We've got
I was
Madid back for
really-
game 3.
Yeah, I was really sleeping game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, don't worry.
But anyways, I do think Heimerdinger plus Senna is the best bot lane in any like kind of combination. Like this is most balanced combo of the bot lane. First, you have the early game because of the Heimerdinger. And second, the AD AP balance is perfect. And also the late game potential is really high as well because of the Senna.
Absolutely, and I think
You engage and chain CC with Senna is just crazy, and it's long range as well. No pressure to just do 2v3 casually on the bot side.
And also, if anyone tries to dive the Senna, then you've got turrets everywhere, and the
exactly.
Heimerdinger is going to be able to protect her, or at least kill whoever tries to come and get her.
This is one of the tools that you force the lane prior. And
Love it.
Senna can be really free at all moment. But yeah, we need to see, because if you want to do that, then you have to have good Heimerdinger player. I had it before.
Yeah.
Good Heimerdinger player.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
Shout out to Yarnet. But anyways, I'm wondering if he is good Heimerdinger player.
Well, Doctom's, he's done this before. I believe Dynamics
Yeah, I mean, he
did
did
this into DRX.
I mean, he did that, but I mean, in my perspective, that was not enough.
Well,
You know?
this is a different matchup. This time it's into KT. We'll see whether it's enough to stop the freight train that is KT with momentum at this point. That's an insta-lock Lulu, by the way. Okay.
Okay.
Likely for the mid lane, I guess.
I think it can be.
Oh, bot lane too.
Bot lane too, yeah. But I'm not sure because if you're playing against Heimerdinger, you shouldn't pick melee champion on support.
Yeah, true. So that could be still flexed between Kuro and Tucson. As Beyond's thinking about Jarvan. It's been a while, but that's going to be Sejuani. I like that. Definitely a much more reserve pick. And will be far more valuable than an Olaf as this game goes on. Now, we're finding out where this Lucian is going.
I mean, it should be topside. I don't think Kuzan's Lucian was that great compared to Richie's.
I mean, Kuzan's Lucian's been great for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, but I want to see more of top Lucian, but I guess it's mid Lucian again. And this
or
competition,
mid Jace, you don't know.
Yeah, this competition is really aggressive. And at the same time, they can only focus on the top side because I don't think they need their bot lane need help. And especially against Olaf, it's so easy to play against. If Olaf runs in, he's gonna die. It's that simple.
Yeah, and just because you can press Ragnarok and not get like stunned or slowed, you'll still take a trillion damage from all of these little robots. As it is going to be Zoe picked up, so of course the Lulu heading towards the bottom lane, and Kuzan at the helm of the Lucian once again, and this is what he terrorized Challenger with. He was him and Rich would share this champion, and both of them would just pick up wins all over the place. I like the Zoe. I actually think that, you know, being able to duck around a team fight up against a Heimerdinger is a much better option. We'll see what Kuro is going to be able to do in this lane when there will be a lot of pressure from the Lucian.
But you know what? Heimerdinger can always block the poke with the turret.
True.
And also, if Zoe jumps in, then Heimerdinger can easily use R, E, and there is no way to dodge that grenade.
Oh my god, yeah. And she just dies as soon as she goes back to her portal.
Yeah, so you try to poke Heimerdinger, but you get poked and you die.
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, so...
Heimerdinger's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really broken champion. But there was only one player who can abuse that.
And it was this one. It was Doctom last time.
Yeah, I guess he's
lost.
trying to be second player who is abusing Heimerdinger. Who knows, you know, it can be the meta pick.
Well, I hope it does, because I do really like Heimer. Especially if you switch on the swag walk, definitely the best way to play. As here we go, the deciding game between Dynamics and KT. We'll see who's going to be able to take it here as Guga galloping to the lane as the glorious center, and I like it. Golden gold. So we've got Hazmat Heimer down there. Not my favorite Heimerdinger skin. I think Alien Invader Heimerdinger is by far the best, and there is no one that can tell me otherwise. One of the first legendary skins in the game. If you guys remember the back that far. I know many of you probably weren't old enough to play League of Legends when that skin came out.
That's actually weird that he is setting the turret for the invade check, because you just put the trinket ward and try to put all 3 turrets on the buff and just give super hard leash.
Yeah, the mega leash.
Mega leash for your jungler, you know? Because you cannot get the level 1, level 2 advantage or like Priya in the bot lane with Heimerdinger, because you're not 80 carry. You have no attack damage.
Yeah,
so you cannot push the lane enough, you know? So I think it's so much better to just give your jungler better tempo, because it's actually, I think it's almost 3 seconds Alia with 3 turrets, you know? But yeah, I guess they're not looking for that. A little bit sad. Maybe Yarna is already crying, but anyways, this lane is really strong, so I don't see any like part that Heimerdinger and Senna is losing the lane, and this is
Well, this might be it, as Guga has to flash, gets ignited. The trading ignite for flash, he'll take that any day of the week.
But they shouldn't try to fight at level 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Like, the level 1, Heimerdinger and Senna is not the champion. They just need to get the wave under the turret and try to be full HP on the bot side, and slowly poke them down with the command and the long range Q by Guga. Because yeah, after that you can actually do that, and the point when Heimerdinger gets the item, 1.3k AP mana item, Lost Chapter.
Yep, Lost Chapter.
Then you're gonna win it slowly. But I think they're just...
Oh, Guga's just having the worst
time
ever.
I think it's done already because there is no pod, right? Is there a biscuit?
I think he might have biscuits incoming, and he does have Piercing Darkness, so his mana is probably what we should be looking at as well. He will have a few more Qs there, but not having Flash makes it really, really rough.
I don't think there is a biscuit for Guga. And I think, yeah, the bot lane matchup is already kind of doomed at this point.
Certainly a bit of a yikes for the moment.
For sure, yeah.
As Rich and Kuzan are probably going to have a good time, unless Bono is going to be able to get a kill here. All right, boots it back, but there's the stun. Uses the To the Skies in order to avoid the Olaf, but still has to use the flash. Beyond with a drive-by, and he's looking for double scuttle, potentially.
Yeah. I mean, even though you're playing Sejuani into Olaf, because of the lane prior...
All right, aiming could be in trouble here. Is this turret doing some work? Oh, but still, I mean, everyone's so low down here.
Yeah, true.
This is a really, really scary situation for both teams.
Yeah. And actually, it reminds me when I was playing in G2 2018 at Worlds, we actually met Africa Freaks when Tushin and Kuro was there. And we played Heimerdinger.
Oh, Bono
and they
is
lost.
booking
Oh,
it.
no!
And the bottom lane, Guga is real dead. There is a stun. Kuzan taken down pretty low, but Beyond looking for Kuro.
This is disaster.
Yeah, this is absolutely not what you want. And Docdom had to use his flash
Oh
as
my
well.
gosh. This lane is over.
What? Tucson very close to dying.
I mean, this lane is over, I'm telling you.
Well, Beyond's going to come in, see whether he can save it. There is still some mana on Docdom. They're not going to be able to get the shove.
No way.
This is actually huge.
Yeah, this is so huge because this Senna lost flash earlier and even died after that.
Docdom holding onto the wave. Does have teleport, remember, so he can make it back. And Guga going to turn back up again. And this should mean that Docdom can get back up to a decent CS margin. No teleport for aiming.
I think, yeah, again, it's from the level 1 trade. I think Guga forced it too much to have advantage in the lane. And yeah, the result is the worst you can ever expect from the early laning phase.
Correct. He's going to be backing. Still holding on to that ignite.
Better wave control.
Yep. He's not going to cancel that one, so... Another Predator. Thanks for the buff, says the Keystone. But walks over a ward, and there is Beyond here, who steals away a cannon creep. That was a bit cheeky. All right. See how things do settle down so far. Dynamics, they're behind about 300. It's not massive. And you can see the top lane going absolutely fine. Mid lane even better. As far as dynamics are concerned, it's the bottom lane that's a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane is huge issue right now because, yeah, as Heimerdinger Senna, if you are getting pushed in, then you're doomed. And you should get pushed in because you used all the summoners before. And right now, it's not the timing that Heimerdinger and Senna can 2v3 this lane. So they should be careful.
Oh, Bono's level 6, so not going to get stunned up by anyone anymore. At least with the ultimate available. So let's have a look at this from a very cool angle. Oh, wow. Mechanics.
Crazy.
Did you feel the mechanics there?
Yeah.
It was so impressive. I was amazed. I'm really glad that we got the angle. As Bono, he's going to take this Drake as well.
Yeah, you know what? When the play is actually boring, LCK production team is always doing something like
I know.
weird angle.
They're like, let's try and make this as cool as we possibly can.
Yeah, they're great. I love them.
Yep. Well, Kuro having a good time against Kuzan, as you can see. Just doing as much damage as he can. Oh, gets a proto belt as well. It's not exactly redemption, but it ain't bad.
Yeah. Still getting ball lane prior because of the champions. But yeah, they lost first Drake. That's the huge part. And if they can...
Tucson, yeah, gonna get caught by the ult. Very, very dead.
The CC chain here.
Yeah, didn't have level 6, so no way that he was getting out of that one. It's a tightrope that you tread.
Yeah, I was expecting Tushin to get the cleans as well because he's playing against Senna plus Heimerdinger plus Sejuani, right?
Yeah.
Easy target for Dynamics, and they did it. Great job.
Now, Boots completed here for aiming. Wants to be able to get in and out. See what he can actually purchase when he goes back. Probably wants a Vampire, except
yeah,
find it.
One of the best choice to play against Heimerdinger because you need to dodge that grenade.
Oh yeah. Poor little Lulu, just... Yeah, not a lot that you can do when you have barely a health bar and there's so many forms of CC. We're not going to find the bubble under Kuzan. Beyond looking for Bono. He has a level advantage, does the Olaf, and they do have lane control as well. Rich doing okay topside, but when Tucson's in position first, it's not going to be as much that you can do. Senna is still bottom side. So first Herald, going to go over to Bono. Docked Arm, he can set up some turrets though, and this is going to mean plates, most likely. Yep, first one going to go down. See how many he can actually claim for himself.
I guess the game is still half-half. I thought bot lane is completely doomed, but Heimerdinger actually didn't die yet. So they could still push in towards Ashe Lulu lane. And also that gank from Beyond kind of saved the day here.
Yeah. Ooh, there's the combo. If you land that snare, then the grenade is definitely guaranteed. They're still behind in farm. But after the devastation, like you were mentioning, it is certainly impressive that they're able to do anything here towards the bottom side.
But yeah, I mean, if they're focusing...
All right, that's a Slicing Maelstrom. We'll see whether Sohan can actually grab Rich here. He's going to turn it around with his Hex Drinker in hand. Heal utilized, and Rich is just going to go down. Outplayed, Summoner Spell-wise. Here by KT. It's going to be their second kill of the game. Shelly's going to celebrate here in the mid lane as well, as Beyond is not going to be able to stop her from giving Kuro a bunch of plates. It's a pretty good Arctic Assault, though, as Kuro gets out with a heal. That's the heal that he had to actually select. So still good news here for Dynamics, but good news is going to end at about there. It's all right. Amy probably doesn't want to take a bajillion poke and a turret shot.
And also still, it's really hard to dive on the bot lane, you know? It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Guga still has ultimate as well, so it's even worse than you may first imagine because of the shielding that's going to be available.
But yeah, Rich getting solo killed is like, there's only hope for the Dynamics because the bot lane is still like 50-50, losing CS. And their mid lane is just getting wave, getting CS against Zoe. So I think it was more like Reach should do something from the top side. It was mostly one-on-one, right? So that was really huge mistake by Reach there.
Oh, 100%. He thought that the Hex Drinker was going to be enough of an advantage to be able to win out, but...
I don't think he was thinking about the heal from the spellbook.
It's funny though, because like at that stage of the game, you're going to have selected Ignite most of the time anyway, and that would have still meant that he would have lost that particular trade. So miscalculation by Rich, very unfortunate. It's Bono and Tucson just wandering around together, but they're not going to be able to get anything relevant onto Beyond right now. There's 10 seconds, second Drake of the game, going to be a Cloud, and KT are thinking about going for it. Control Ward. See whether that one does go down, as Kuro taking a lot of damage from Kuzan, but Bono and Tucson are both here, and he still has to flash. There's the culling. Trying to deliver it to Kuro, but not able to. And now with flash on cooldown, Dynamics have to try and fight for this Drake.
Yep, and aiming is doing 1v2 pretty well. I don't feel like he's getting pushed into turret. Oh yeah, right now he is. But it's not that huge wave, so they can always react to the Dynamics when they start the Drake. So I'm wondering if they're gonna react to that. Oh, that is actually so fast, Drake.
Well, I mean, they also just don't care about Cloud Drake, right?
Yeah, I
They
guess.
don't mind about this decision from KT at all, and that means 3 potential Infernals. If they can
For both teams,
claim
yeah.
back control. Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it was good choice though. I guess because of the item advantage, you had to do that. Because yeah, GLP versus the VLG Water is kind of huge.
Yep, still going to have a good time there as the snare's going to land. The arrow is going to come in. There is the Dawning Shadow. That's going to mean that Dokdam is going to be A-OK. Great use of the Ash arrow just to make sure that Dokdam is unable to get out of turret range. Good damage there. There's Rich. He knows that Bono's in the area. And they're both going to avoid each other's skill shots, and they're just fine. Like you say, Sejuani in the area too. Now Predator Boot on cooldown as we're getting indicated to us. Just checking out that cooldown that's new and improved.
I think it's...
Oh no, missed the melee creep and the siege minion. We can guarantee that Rich is tilted. Absolutely not what you want to see. As Kennen now has advantage in that lane. Let's have a look at this one more time. Yeah, you're exactly right. I think our observers might be just looking for some fun to have this series.
Yeah.
Do you think we didn't react well enough? Because we heard in the background there, Carson just yelling his brain out as that kill went down.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe I should get a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe we need some more energy here.
Yeah.
Energetic casting here.
I should probably sit forward.
Yeah.
As aiming's just taking poke after poke. I'll think about it.
Yeah.
1,000 gold the lead for KT.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the game status right now, because it feels like they're just pushing and getting waves, you know?
Yeah.
Like nothing is happening especially.
It's ping pong, as we would say on the LS broadcast. Bono comes down. He just wants to be here for this moment.
Ping pong.
All right, Bono's going to just run at Guga as best he can. He gets exhausted though, and yeah, that's why you don't run at a Heimerdinger, dude.
I told you.
Yeah, I mean, he should have known. Everyone knows
Ola.
that.
No.
No, man.
It's not everyone knows that, knows Heimerdinger.
Well, Beyond, he's going to try and get out. Does still have Glacial Prison, but had no follow-up, so he's just going to hold on to the ulti. And you're right. I mean, maybe not everyone.
Not even pro players.
Really?
You know? I mean, obviously, not knowing the damage exactly when you're playing as Heimerdinger, because...
You don't need to know exactly, though. You just need to know never to run at him.
The feeling.
And you're fine.
The feeling, you know? But it's really hard to think about the feelings when you're not used to play against that champion.
True.
And especially Heimerdinger is one of that champion, right? Like, it's really hard to predict damage. It's like his burst damage is just so insane.
And it's also, it's like burst, but it's coming from so many places at the same time that it doesn't feel like burst. It's very weird. I think I completely agree with you. As Bono, he's back here. He's a very active Olaf this game. Yeah, you're not going to run behind the turret. Just chill out. They're looking to try and take this one down. A minute, 20 seconds on this Infernal Drake.
It's going to be first turret probably. Or both sides is getting it, I'm not sure.
We'll see, yep. It is going to go down for KT first, but immediately answered like you're talking about.
But yeah, I think the game will be accelerate after 1 minute. There's the Infernal Drake starts in.
Yep, this is important for both teams. I think Dynamics probably feeling a little bit desperate at this stage. They'll want to try and lock down this area, already with so much vision, to be honest.
For sure.
And Scuttle Vision, actually not as valuable on Infernal Rift. You can walk around it, Tucson, not even needing to avoid the rockets there. And Doctor, just going to stand here, set up turrets, walk around, clear out mini waves where he can. It's a reset timing for Kuro, as the ulti's going to catch him. Great vision! Kuro's going to flash, and he is going to get away. So heal and flash, both on cooldown. And now he does definitely have to go home, and with 7 seconds to go, no way to get their Zoe back. This is a 5 versus 4 that Dynamics might feel pretty good about. Ash Arrow going to be available. But aiming, I think they know exactly where he is. And Rich just trying to get in position to get these shock blasts working against Dynamics. And they will get the first Infernal Drake. Nothing that KT can do about it.
That was a really great poke by Sejuani, plus Heimerdinger and Senna. And they got the Drake after that. Everything is going great for them right now. But
aiming, tanking the turret, doesn't really want to.
Yeah. I think the strong part of the Heimerdinger is you don't need to be at mid, you know, like when you're getting mid prior.
Yeah.
Because if you are ahead in lane, you should get the mid prior, and also you don't need any people around you. Normally AD carry needs some support, needs some vision, but Heimerdinger is like, nah, I don't care. If I'm always swing, I'm happy. So, yeah, and also they prepared for 1-3-1. Jay's Lucian is gonna push in side lane 24/7, especially when they have Zoe on the side, and Kennen AP teamfight build is on the side, so they can win without a single teamfight for now.
Potentially. And it might be something that they need to do because, you know, Soan's going to be geared up for team fights. Getting Olaf in there with the Lulu is certainly something that works very well in 5v5 scenarios. So KT will have an advantage there. Dynamics, however, they can still set up for team fights, right? Like if you've got a Heimerdinger, then setting up around objectives is certainly the aim of the game. Very similar mindset to have when you have an Alawi on your team. Get there first, basically. That's what you want to look at.
Yeah.
As Guga, he's going to go back home. Aiming's going to collect himself a red buff. We'll see where the action's going to come from next. As you can see, advantages in support, top, and jungle.
Yeah, and if KT really wants to take this win, then I think Kuro should just move actively from the top side because he cannot push the top lane. Anyways, just look at his position. Before KT getting full vision on top side, I don't think Joey has any chance of just pushing lane first and moving towards mid lane, you know?
Yeah, you saw all of his pings actually in the alcove.
Yeah.
Was so scared to go anywhere near that minion wave.
So I think either you just give up top turret to join the fight and look for snowball, or just believe in them and just let them have 3v3 or 3v4 potentially.
Well, Guga might be caught out, but no. Ragnarok going to be thrown in here as the arrow collected by Beyond, but he'd already queued up the Q. There's the ulti, aiming immediately cleanses it. That was about as Captain Jack as you can get, and he needed it to be, as Kuro's going to soak the shock blast. The poke here from Dynamics is actually pretty huge, as the bubble connects somehow onto Kuzan, but he gets over the wall. He's going to be fine. Now KT going to have to deal with this siege. Bono does not want any of it. Wants to try and run at them as quickly as he can, but Ragnarok's now on cooldown. Infernal Drake, just to check in, is still 2 minutes away. So certainly time for any sort of reset that either of these teams are going to be looking for. Looks like Kuro is concerned with getting himself a Super Soaker.
And it seems like it's going to go for the late game again.
Yeah.
Both teams seems like, yeah, we are just trading some objectives and we're fine. We are looking for the late game. And it does make sense because the time goes on. I think Dynamics will think that, yes, we have really strong 1-3-1 and our teamfight is not bad. So they might think that they have better turret stats. Because, yeah, they're going to slowly get the secondary outer turret as well. You know?
Oh, that was so many little souls.
True.
Guga get the value, as you can see. As Kuzan going to find Tucson. Knows that it's going to be 2 versus 1 though, as Kuro is in the area. It's been a while since Stockdom's gone back to base. We'll see whether he does go for a reset for the Leandries now. It looks like that is what's going to happen with 45 seconds left on the Infernal Drake. Leandries, massive value for Heimerdinger, by the way.
For sure, yeah.
This is a really big item spike. Synergizes with the Super Soaker also very, very well in the Hextech GLP. So Heimer will make his way back at full power. 2 item spikes. Love talking about it. And they're going to witness it one more time. I believe Kuzan is going to be at the point where Black Cleaver can be purchased, but he's just going to walk his way around. Now, how annoying can Kuro be?
Yeah, and now Lucian and Jace is all grouping for the Drake, and it's all about the positioning. If KT loses, one position, then there is Heimerdinger ultimate, there is Sejuani ulti, and you can get pushed in through the mid turret. So they need to think about it. They need to think about the position right now.
Oh, Kuro. There's the bubble. Immediate cleanse out from Kuro. As
Kennen is coming.
Close in. It will be a 50-50, and it's going to be taken there by Olaf. So on goes Golden. Everyone flashing out of the way of this Kennen, who does escape. Gets himself a wild growth there, as well as Tucson so incredibly low. Doctom, he's at almost full health, but he's going to miss that skill shot. He's done a lot of damage in this fight, but unfortunately, just not quite enough. And Dynamics, they lose out on their second potential Infernal Drake and give KT their first.
Yeah, I think they had the chance to pull the trigger when Zoe jumped in, but they lost the chance, and also it got delayed. So KT had the chance to burst the Drake, and they got it. And I think, yeah, they were kind of forced to do something here.
And they had no flank wards for Soan. Look at him.
Yeah.
Came in.
Even though Soan couldn't end all the targets because of the exhaust. That was just so great. Flanked by him. And that actually saved a lot of people here. Otherwise, Heimerdinger was going to kill everyone here, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to do so. You're a Dynamics fan, but KT pulling it back. 24 minutes into the game. 3-1. Even on Drakes, if you're just going to count them. KT with far more valuable ones. They've got a couple of extra turrets as well. And the standard composition seems to be taking it at the moment against this Heimerdinger center bottom lane. And aiming looking very happy on the Ashe as well. As
no cleans on Zoe.
Yep, they're looking for Kuro. Bono's going to get snagged, but he's very strong. Has Brandywin's Omen, actually, against the Heimerdinger comp. It's quite odd. Especially when there's no crit being built by anyone.
That is true.
He just wants to make sure that he can slow people down. When he gets in amongst it, sometimes you have to forego some value.
Yeah, it's still pretty weird item build. Yes,
yeah.
I agree.
I think like Adaptive Helm is just so incredibly good against Heimer that you probably want to get it, as Kuzan's going to dive all the way forward. But no aggression going to follow up. Does get the Ragnarok out of Bono. Alright, still looking for more potential action. Beyond and Guga just chilling together.
I mean, for KT side, it's also pretty hard to start the Masher because there is no tech, you know?
Yeah, I mean Bono, technically.
Technically, but there is no healing. So if it's going to be like a Masher 5k HP, then Olaf is going to be really chunked.
Yeah, true.
So I think, yeah, still the game is really, really interesting.
4 people were enough in order to get that control ward that I feel like they've been fighting for the last 5 minutes. 3,000 gold the lead though for KT. This game is really slow, we did.
Really slow, yeah, in a good word. And yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, I know all too well.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, I have no idea why they're putting Heimerdinger on the side. Maybe because Kuzan is not having TP on the side. And yeah, when it comes to that, I think it's great lane assignments for now. It feels a little bit bad though, because Heimerdinger is getting pushed in.
Yeah, and he's 40 CS behind as well, so hasn't really been able to find the value.
But still,
standing in these side lanes.
Yeah, both teams are having such a great tools for the team fight. So I think, yeah, they're just trading some gold here.
Well, now Beyond gets into the mid lane. Kuzan going to pick up the wave. We're going to continue pinging, ponging.
Ping and pong.
Yep, getting all these.
Just wait for another Drake. No one cares about the Nasher.
Thankfully, it's 45 seconds until the Infernal Drake is up. Both teams with Soul Point available. And I think this fight may actually just decide the game.
Yeah.
Bono's going to get chunked, actually quite a lot.
Everyone got their item.
Survive. Chase is moving up from the bottom side. Kennen, once again, flanking around. No flash this time. Actually, yes, he does. He just cycled it back. Saw the cooldown, but actually it was moving much faster.
Looking for Nasher. It's Ashe. It's actually really strong. They started.
Yeah, Kuro is going to be able to get a bubble here.
They should realize it at this point.
Yeah. So on. We'll have flanking position. Arrow going to connect immediately.
That's a great position.
Going to cleanse it. Sejuani, Arctic Assault over the wall, but the bubble is going to connect. Dawning Shadow just to keep the piggy alive. And oh, that's a lot of damage. Kuzan throws out the culling, and Bono's going to tank the entire thing. And Dynamics feeling like they're the ones that are going to be able to head towards this Drake. They do have so much burst. And if they set up around the area with Docked Arm, it's certainly high value. Soan was trying to get in there, and it is going to be the Drake taken Beyond. Flashed in to try and get there. Good exhaust onto Soan as he goes golden. And my god, aiming the amount of DPS that he's throwing out here. Flashing forward onto Kuzan. Takes a bajillion damage, but he is going to survive. As Kuro's just throwing exhausts, throwing flashes. Guga is well and truly dead. They do get the Drake, but at what cost? As Bono almost just straight up died to the turret. Has to respect these, as he's got a Randuin's, remember?
Yeah, and it's really great to see Soan is trying so many things for his team. Because, yeah, I mean, Olaf is literally 1k HP. I mean, 600, so he can get one shot, but he don't care about the exhaust anymore. Like, he's just running in for the team, and it makes it way easier to KT to take this fight around. And yeah, just Soan is playing so much better from the top side.
Yeah, and Guga tried to escape here. I mean, KT, I think they may have been able to put on a bit more pressure and grab those last couple of kills, but it honestly doesn't really matter. It just feels like they're happily scaling as this game goes on. They do give away Soul Point, and it is Infernal Soul. And Infernal Soul plus Heimerdinger is just obscene amounts of damage. And Bono is still not building any magic resist whatsoever.
I guess he's trying to dodge all the skills, and last team fight he also just focused the ultimate turret and just one-shot it, you know?
Yeah.
And I think he just know that if Heimerdinger is not using, I mean, he's using a portal, yeah, the turret, then you should focus it instant, you know? Otherwise, you're gonna get melted.
True.
So every team fight, Bono is just looking for E and Smite on the turret, and it looks actually funny, but at the same time he knows how to play against Heimer. So it looks great. In terms of that, then you don't need MR, technically, right?
That's true, that's true.
So you just build
and also
for the armor.
Like you say, the rest of the team is doing only physical damage. Means he can just run down Guga, Kuzan, and Rich. But I'm looking at this Heimer. The fact that he's done 35% of his team's damage is no joke. And Olaf will still need to run in. And yes, you've only got so many smites. And he can set up quite a few turrets. As Bono, once again, going to face check, but that grenade is not going to land as Guga tries to get under the ground. And that Glacial Prison was more for zoning, I assume. As Kuro, I mean, this is just exactly what Zoe wants to be used for. Protecting the rest of the team as they try and go for a cheeky Baron. So a lot of damage there as Rich is going to pick up the bubble, but Amy's just going to get eviscerated. And Kuzan's dashing forward. Tucson taking a lot here as Bono comes through with a drive-by Randuin's, but that's going to be another kill for Guga. And we're ticking down. That's a lot of damage onto Bono, but he's going to have to get out of this fight. So on, no way that he's going to be using any Slicing Maelstroms this game. As Dynamics, they might just walk over to the Baron because they have got so much sustain in this now fed center.
Guys, it's power of the Heimerdinger. That's the damage, that's the range, that's the random numbers that you can expect. You cannot expect from Heimer. That was just insane, insane amount of damage.
I don't know, man. I was actually expecting, you know, Kuro to be able to make more, like finds that bubble under Rich, and then I'm ready to talk about KT. And then all of a sudden, aiming was way too far forward. And yeah, sometimes them's the breaks.
Yeah. And yeah, this is the engage that I'm talking about. Those grenades.
Wow.
That was just crazy. And slowly this Heimer and Senna is getting bigger. At this point?
Senna especially, I feel like she's just really starting to become a problem.
Yeah,
Because of the amount of sustain that they have available to them.
She got QSS already.
Yeah. Black Cleaver as well for their 2 other damage dealers of the physical variety. And the gigantic range means that it's really hard for KT to start up anything. These shock blasts flying through. 15 seconds on this Infernal Drake, and it's soul point for Dynamics. I'm half expecting KT to just grab this one so that we can go to all 7 Drakes.
Otherwise, I think they can simply look for the engage because Kuro is not having cleans.
Yeah, and so on as well.
I mean, there is Mikaels, but
he needs to get a flank.
Yeah. So one is on the front, so it should be more easier. And Rich is looking for the fight.
Yeah, aiming. Gonna miss the arrow there on the backside. It's gonna be a 50-50, and it's taken by the Olaf. Into the backline goes the Kennen. Immediately he gets exhausted, but he's still too strong. An instant triple kill. As now Bono's over the wall, chasing after Little Miss Piggy. And she's gonna eat a bubble and then the dust. As this is all about the Kennen, and he may have just won them the game.
Maybe it's just game over here.
I mean, it is 35 minutes in. Hadn't really noticed, but it's real late.
We need to check it because there is no AD carry. If there was an Ashe, it was 100%. But Heimerdinger is coming in 20 seconds. And Senna is up in 10 seconds right now. So maybe they're looking for it?
Yeah, Tucson was thinking that they were going to go back, but maybe they're going to go for some
5
Nexus
seconds.
turrets instead.
Just need to focus the turret and Nexus, and then it's game over.
Yeah, exactly. Bubble is going to be put down on the ground, and Guga, I mean, he's not going to be able to stop 4 people. There is absolutely no way. He's going to flash in to see what he can do as Doctor he gets forward. The Nexus is so incredibly low, but Kuro's going to grab the last hit, and KT will steal away the victory.
I don't know, man. We can just literally watch this game from last 5 minutes, and that's all.
Yeah. If you guys are just tuning in,
yeah,
well done.
Just check past 3 minutes of the game, and that was all, because it was just farming 30 minutes and nothing happening. But anyways, it's really surprised that Sowan's performance is getting better and better.
He's always been good at Kennen. He has definitely always been good at Kennen, but finding that flank, he got exhausted in that fight, but the positioning was just so good.
I mean, all the
able
team
to get
fights,
easily
you know?
enough damage. Yeah,
Like
exactly.
for a straight team fight, he was flanking first, and second fight, also he was doing so much work with his flash, and the last team fight, he just solo carried. That's all.
Yeah. It was nicely done. Tucson as well with the Lulu pick, especially for the early game, was fantastic at trying to mitigate the lane pressure that the Heimerdinger can put out. And unfortunately, like, I was rooting for it. I was rooting for the Heimerdinger lane because I feel like it should be good.
Should be good, yeah.
But it just wasn't.
I think the level 1 trade was just so horrible.
Yeah.
By Guger. If that didn't happen, then they should get the lane prior slowly back with the skill shots. And yeah, that should be better, but... And also the mid Lucian. I told you, Kuzen's mid Lucian, question.
Yeah, it's not quite the rich top Lucian. But I also thought Kuro had a pretty good game as well.
Agree.
Was able to, you know, bring back what was a pretty rough day for him, to be honest. His early laning phase on the Corki wasn't great. Was able to carry after that, but in game number 1, Kuro looked basically absent. And in game number 3, had a really good performance on the
Oh, some team bonding here, guys.
Yeah. Hands in.
1, 2, 3. KT fighting. That's what they're doing.
They haven't done it yet. Waiting for it. Okay.
Are they gonna synchronize
I don't
the
know.
fighting up and
Waiting.
down? Oh, yeah.
They're synchronizing the KT, and I think that's perfect. They all managed to get into the right card, and we got through the ride, and we came out the other side.
Yeah, so I just want to see the standings fast.
Yeah, right?
Because I think KT or...
I think KT's in 6th.
Sandbox?
I think KT is in 6th.
So they have same amount of game.
Because, yeah, Sandbox got the 2-0, so they're going to be up to -7. Sorry, -5. But now KT with this win, they go up to -4. So they are so close. But KT will be in 6th place.
And this last team fight, man, it's all about the cannon.
Down to 300 on the Drake. And Sejuani was unable to find the smite. I don't know whether Infernal Soul would have actually made too much of a difference because it was all about positioning and execution here for KT, and it was just much better than what Dynamics were able to do.
For sure.
Aww, little Poro falling down. But congratulations, KT. They do manage to bounce back from some difficult games. They've had some rough opposition in the last few.
I mean,
So,
I'm not sure,
yeah.
I mean, their performance is not that great.
No, not really.
I'm not sure if they can compete against Africa Freaks with this performance, but still, win is win.
Did you watch Africa Freaks when they were against Damwon, though?
But
if that Africa shows up, there might be a chance.
But
I know
KT's not Damwon
Damwon
gaming, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and Africa Freaks, when they're playing against Eastern team.
They do definitely look very
Yeah, that's what I mean, you know? And it was not like clean 2-0 game as well. Their game 1, that was horrible. But anyways, this was great. Bounce back game, I guess. Back to back.
Yeah, it's pretty clean.
Especially one of the good top laner, considering as maybe top 3 or top 4. Reach can be there because of the stats. But Sohan solo killing him and carrying all the team fights by himself is like kind of meaningful game for himself.
I agree.
And the team as well. The carry potential is real right now.
I actually like Sohan as a top laner at the moment. I feel like he's found some form as we've gone further forward. Remember, Smeb's sitting behind him, right? And they're still playing Sohan. It's flashing in, trying to own this team fight as well. The exhaust very late on the cannon.
I mean, I think even though Smeb is not playing, I do believe that he's giving his experience to Sohan, you know?
Yeah.
Like his combination of like coaching and playing at the same time for Smeb.
Yep.
I do believe he has so much experience from all the years that he played. So he's for sure giving a lot of advices towards Sohan.
No, I agree.
And
I
it's
actually
actually
really
working
like
out,
doing
you know?
that, yeah.
He's more smooth and no accident is happening from the lane.
Let's have a look at this last team fight.
Slowly. Fight slow.
이거 막았다.
데이트,
데이트.
너무 잘 들어갔다.
God,
되게
데이트.
잘 들어갔어.
아, 형 궁 없었어? 아, 나 궁. 미드
따라갈게.
아, 미드 끝났어. 미드.
If you go mid, you can add.
미드.
Go mid, go mid.
내가
캐는 가 미드가 잘 들어갔다. 탈진 안
Oh
바뀌었나
my
봐.
god, that was just so great cannon engage right there.
He was.
끝날 것 같은데 이거 30초. 내가
That's the dream. Absolutely the dream.
Yeah.
버프 달래.
30 seconds. We can probably end this game.
아, 실드 1렙이야.
My shield is level 1, so
일단
it's not gonna do any more.
일단 뭐 라인은 나중에 하더라도 될 것 같아. 그래 일단
I think we can add
될것 같아 나도.
Yeah, it's possible. It's doable.
I thought Tuzum was backing away there, but he actually picked up turret aggro to
잘
make sure
때려봐
the
그래도
minions
집중해. 누가 제일
were
세냐?
still
내가 제일
healthy.
세 내가. 캐넨이 제일 세.
캐넨 있어요. 캐넨 있어요.
와, 버스 감사합니다.
아 잘했다.
Thank you for carrying me.
야, 집중하다.
Aiming is saying that.
Yeah, the bus ride.
때려 이거. 때려야 돼 이거. 다 쳐야 돼. 다 쳐야 돼.
Hit the turret.
나이스.
아이고.
Yeah, GG indeed. Aigu indeed. Which basically means, damn, that was rough.
Yeah. Damn, that was rough.
Yep. And it was, honestly, not clean out of KT. So certainly going to be going back to their team house and having some discussions about what they can improve.
For sure.
We certainly know that they can do better than this. But still, a win's a win. And look at the goal grab.
Yeah.
And you can see exactly that moment where Dynamics felt like they'd had the turnaround. And
the point is, I
fell
didn't
away.
felt like they were leading the goal the whole time. Like Dynamics had some chance with team fight.
Yeah.
And the rotation was not that clean as well.
Yeah. As it is going to be so on, of course. Picks up player of the game
sure.
on his cannon. 4, 2, and 3, but honestly, it was that last triple kill that is what made the game. And also found this solo kill against Rich in the earlier stages as well.
Yeah. Solo kills and also team fight. That was just complete comeback.
And this was unanimous this time. So you missed out on one of those votes, mostly because of me. But now you're going to join in with this unanimous vote. So thankfully we didn't give it to
I think for
anybody
now
else.
I'm going to ignore your opinion.
Well, I mean, you definitely should. That's what most people do. And it's been working out for them in the past.
Yeah. I mean, I like to discuss with you though, still.
Yeah. Just when I say something, just don't actually think about it as an option.
But sometimes we are like having a matching
I know. Yeah.
opinion, right?
Yeah, and so sometimes when I agree with you, you can be like, oh, cool, he agrees. Doesn't mean anything, but I mean, at least it'll make you feel better.
Yeah.
That's real good. As we are going to be able to go to, I think, an interview with Soan and Bono, so have a bit of a chat with the top side of the map. And it will be very interesting to hear from them. So let's waste no more time and throw it over to Ji-sun.
네, KT가 우승을 찍고
Thank you very
동부의
much,
왕으로
guys.
거듭난
Now we are
승부의
ready with KT Roaster, the king of the East, and we'll be hearing from Bono Soan for this POG interview. Congratulations on the win!
축하드립니다. 지쳐있네요, 지금.
You guys all look exhausted.
경기가 단 한 경기도 없었어요.
I mean, this was not an easy series. How do you feel, Bono?
기분이 어떠세요?
저희가 오늘 좀
Today,
1경기 컨디션이
our condition was really bad in game number 1.
긴장하면서 들어갔는데
So we were really nervous going into game number 2, but thankfully,
잘 상황이 맞아떨어져서 이게
well,
된
things
것
went
같아서
really well. So I'm happy that we were able to
그리고
get away with a win.
선수 오늘 만장일치로 POG
Soan,
받았는데
you
소감
are the
들어볼 수
unanimous
있을까?
POG for the last game. How do you feel?
받아서 좋긴 한데 네.
I mean, I'm happy that I got this,
인게임에서 좀 부족한
but in game,
부분이
I
있었던
was
것 같아서
lacking
좀
a lot of
마음이
skills.
걸려서
So
그저 그런 것 같아요.
I'm just not fully satisfied.
뭐 이렇게 보노 선수 따로 있을 때 한 얘기랑 다른가요, 소연 선수?
What did
지금
Soan
말하기
really
겸손하죠?
say after the game? I mean, I think he's faking it right here. What did he really say?
근데 원래 준영이가 좀
I mean, Soan
많이 겸손을 부려서
is really humble
자기가 잘해도
in real
아,
life.
이거 내가 잘한 게 아니다 이렇게 많이
So
평소에
even though he
말하기
sometimes
때문에
outplays,
좀
he always
익숙해요.
like say, like that was not perfect. So I kind of understand him.
사실 다이나믹스가 1라운드 첫 번째 경기 패배를
Team
안겨줬잖아요.
Dynamics,
오늘 꼭 복수하고
they
싶었을
gave
것
you a
같은데
huge
특별히
punch in
준비했던
round
점이
one.
있을까요?
So what was the focal point for this
저희
revenge?
팀이랑 승패도 되게 비슷하고
We were in a very similar scoreline, and we lost today with a very bad performance in the first round robin. So we really wanted this win.
네, 그런 마음이 잘 통했던 것 같습니다. 저 보노 선수 오늘 2, 3세트 모두
Bono,
올라프를 꺼내 들었어요.
you played Olaf in
근데
both game number 2 and 3, but you took different runes. So first it was Conqueror, and then you changed it to the Predator.
제가 좀
Game number 2,
우리 팀에 카르마도 있었고
we had Karma, so I had a lot of window to put a lot of damage, but game number 3,
팀 라이너들이
our laners
가진 스킬이 별로 없었고
doesn't really have a lot of follow-up skills, and I wanted to exert a lot of gank pressure with that rune. Regarding the jungle matchup, I thought that you would take the opposite rune for your Olaf, but that was a very smart choice coming out from Bono.
2세트 때는 저희가 뭐 분석 데스크에서도 강조했었지만
Especially, we talked about game number 2 that you actually recalled to base after taking 3 camps. And because you did it in a competitive series, it's no longer a secret, right? So were you trying to hide away from this hawk shot?
상대방이 전 라인 되게 주도권이 있었고
Well, the opponents had the priority in all 3 lanes.
듀오가 1레벨 저희 팀 레드 쪽으로
And
인베이드
Italy and the enemy bottom duo can invade to our red camp, so I was keeping that in mind. So I came up with that jungle path.
역시
사실 KT가
Definitely a 5-hat moment from Bono in that early game.
조금 정글러 입장에서는
And
어때요?
well, what's your thought on the late game oriented comp in game number 2 as a jungler?
어느 정도 힘들긴 한데
I mean, it is Yeah, indeed, a little bit difficult. But if I just like put everything down and look for the late game, well, we could just manage to pull through it.
만약 적팀으로 들어가서 니달리 했으면 KT 조합 터트릴 수 있었던
Well, if you were the Team Dynamics Italy, do you think you could just like crash them in the early game?
빨리 끝낼 수 있었다 생각해요.
Yeah, maybe if I could snowball in the very early phase up against our original comp in game number 2. And so on. 덕담 went with like Trick, Champion, Heimerdinger.
바텀이 좀 잘 알기 때문에 적을 세나 나오자마자 그냥
Well,
딜러할 수 있겠다.
we already had all the information, so as soon as we saw Senna locked in, we knew that Heimerdinger will follow up.
솔킬 장면 보면서 얘기 나눠보도록
And we have a highlight to watch together.
제이스 상대로
You got a solo kill with the Hex Drinker, Jace.
소비서를 봤는데 이때 세나가 6렙이 됐다고 하더라고요.
I mean, I was looking for the solo kill angle, and Tuzin also told us that Senna hit level 6, so I was thinking of avoiding that Dawning Shadow with my flash.
잡혀가지고 네. 근데 세나 궁 때문에 변수 생길까봐 네.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned about the Senna ultimate coming out from Team Dynamics, but that was indeed a predictable solo kill angle for me. What did the players say?
덜하더라고요. 그래서 좀 실망했어요.
They're not giving me enough attention and reaction.
폼이 오를 대로 올라서
I mean, they used to, but not anymore.
그래서 애쉬가 끊기면서 흐름이 좀
Well,
묘해졌잖아요.
as Ash got cut out in the mid lane, the game was being more dicey.
이제 다 빼려고 했는데
As Aiming got cut out,
발언을 두자 했는데 제가
we thought this is gonna be so risky, and as Zulu also got cut out, well, I realized that this is gonna be a Baron try from Team Dynamics, so I was going to contest for it, but my teammates actually held me back.
굉장히 좋게 진입을 해서
And we had this fantastic engage coming out from Kenneth in the final Dragon fight. Did you have this feeling that I'm gonna be the POG?
다 잡고 나서 일단 끝내고 나서는 넥서스
Yeah, as we aced out the opponents and as we raised the Nexus, I kind of thought so, but actually, Bono was so close to getting caught out at that time, so we were focusing on closing out the game, to be honest. Bono, you were taking all the CC as an Olaf, so I think your contribution was really huge as well. I agree. But do you also think that Sohwan deserves the POG? Yeah, but I also expected some POG votes over to me. But it was unanimous vote for Sohwan. And any message for Aiming? Getting caught out in the Dragon fight as well? Any message over to the bottom side players?
하람이가 좀 아무래도 저희 팀이
Recently, I mean,
자기가 해야 된다는 약간 압박감
Aiming
때문에
felt this pressure when KT Roaster was in a slump.
제가 안 해주게 노력하겠습니다.
But I will do my best to get rid of all the burdens on his shoulder from now on. Someone, would you like to add on to that?
너무 잘해줘서 네, 고맙고.
I'm always thankful for my teammates for performing so well. And I thought that Aiming would be alive because he's such a great player, but he turned out to be dead in that fight.
자, 그러면 다음 경기는 T1을
Your next opponent will be T1. The old telecom war coming back, and you really need this win to join the playoffs competition.
앞으로도 잘 준비해서
We will keep working really hard in order to make our fans feel comfortable watching our match.
열심히 해서 이기려고 할 거지만
We will do our best to get the dub.
상대 1라운드랑
But
1라운드랑
somehow, like, things go really the other way around compared to round 1 and round 2. So I just don't want to jinx it, so I'll just do my best in that upcoming series. And this will be the end of the interview with Bono Sohwan from KT Roaster, taking down Team Dynamics with 2-1 score. And we've got all the mathematics done for our caster, so let's check out the final standing of the LCK week number 6.
Thank you so much, G-Sun. We need all the help we can get when it comes to the mathematics, and I very much appreciate it. KT were, in fact, in 6th, so we did that math ourselves. We nailed it, we did, don't you worry. As Dynamics, they move down to 8th place, and Yamato and Sandbox have been saved for another week. They move up to 7th place, just behind KT by 1 measly game score point.
Yeah, so it's really close.
Yeah.
Every single point, like, look at the top 5 as well. That is really close as well. So every single team has a chance to reach to the playoffs. So every single team has to be really focused on every matchup, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, DRX looking like they are pretty much a shoe-in for playoffs. I don't think it's very likely that they fall out of the top 5. But let's have a look at next week. Starting off, we do have a Freaka versus Hummer Life. This should be a pretty brutal one if you're a Hummer Life fan. As DAM1 versus DRX. My God. That's real exciting. As then, next day, Telecom War. Day after that, DRX versus Afrika. And then T1 versus Sandbox is our last match of the week. I don't know whether that's one that you're necessarily going to be looking forward to, but it depends on the form that T1 bring to that Telecom War. And maybe that's actually going to be an interesting match themselves. But Thursday is when you need to start watching. That's when the LCK comes back, and we will see you there for more Korean League of Legends action.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want.